adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Wow.
Okay, nature boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
Buat upgrade skin baru.
aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game.
Tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Diselamatkan dengan Nadora, tapi langsung dibalaskan saja dengan Nadora yang diberikan oleh Moreno, dan mereka semua hanya menyisakan 4 lane saja, dan di game round up dan ditutup apa? Langsung saja mereka ditampilkan satu wajah, namun tadi mau pendeknya berubah segala, namun Kairi bandar-bandar memberikan damage yang begitu mengerikan terus. Gerakan ini yang mencoba untuk kita maju dan juga mendorong mundur, tapi tersaja menjadi milik dari Rinca Pendada. Tinggal satu gelas yang tadi udah langsung dikeluarkan, mereka berhasil bisa mendapatkan turtle yang kedua. Ninonya ada di depan yang berbeda, Rinca sudah kehilangan dari beberapa ice yang udah dia miliki, dan sekarang main Nino yang malah tertinggal sendiri di bagian belakang dengan ada satu federal dan ditembak pula.
Memasuki hari yang terakhir, di minggu yang keempat, akhirnya kita akan melihat kembali pertarungan epik di 3 match yang akan berlangsung. Budi Clara Mongsar ingin mengucapkan kepada kalian semua super fans yang ada di MPL Arena dan juga yang ada di rumah, selamat datang di MPL Indonesia Season 14. Hari ini akan ada 3 pertarungan yang begitu dinantikan. Di match pembukaan kita, The Battle of the Blue, 2 tim yang sedang berusaha untuk mencari jati diri, mencari kemenangan, akan bertemu satu sama lain. Lalu, tentu saja nanti akan ada match kedua, di mana akankah ada pembuktian dari The King Slayer, atau malah akhirnya akan dipatahkan kutukan yang terjadi selama berseason-season. Penutupan pun akan ada battle yang mempertemukan 2 tim yang sedang mencari slot untuk babak playoff di season ini. Dan sebelum kita memasuki match pertama, izinkan Bude mengucapkan terima kasih karena MPL begitu meriah karena adanya dukungan dari semua pihak. MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Munton. Presented by Official Tournament Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet, GoPay, Official Destination for Gaming and Esports, Hidea, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports, ada Campina, Oraimo, Dunia Games, Telkomsel, IndiHome, dan juga Head and Shoulder. Beserta dengan supplier kita ada Erigo dan juga Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Hari ini match pertama akan dibuka oleh 2 tim yang berada di posisi buntut 8 dan 9. Di hadapan dari Sang Macan dan juga Banteng, mereka harus bisa menjadi binatang buas. Karena kita melihat sendiri bahwa Sang Banteng belum mendapatkan 1 poin pun, namun di match kemarin, match sebelum ini, dia membuktikan diri dengan Lunox-nya begitu mengerikan, dan ini membuat secercah harapan bagi para Rebel Squad untuk terus mencari dan memberikan dukungan untuk timnya supaya bisa masuk ke babak playoff. Namun di EVO's Glory Cinderella Story diharapkan terjadi kembali. Mereka mengubah pemain, mereka mengubah jajaran dari segi coaching staff. Namun kita melihat ada satu kemenangan akankah tren positif. The Cinderella Story akan kembali di season 14. Mari bersama-sama Superfans kita sambut The Battle of the Blue. So caster, let's go!
A drought of wins and a waterfall of losses. They will have to trample their way out of this as we open up today. MPL ID Week 4, day number 3 with the Blue Derby. Of course, Rebellion against EVOS Esports. Still with me, Realize, with Mirko and Arashi here. How are you guys feeling heading into the closure of this week?
Hey man, we've had stellar matches across the board here for day 1, day 2.
And in day number 3, we get to see finally some of the blue teams in the bottom of the standings make their way possibly back to the middle.
I think that's interesting to see that a lot of upsets have happened so far, and yet you can still kind of get a vision on what we can expect right here. Some teams are doing better, some teams are on a downward slope, but I like the fact that we still have no idea how this week is gonna end.
Yeah, I think that's always up in the cards on how it will wrap up and conclude, because the teams competing today, they are, some of them especially are in that danger zone. As we take a look at today's schedule, Rebellion Esports against EVOS Glory, and of course the match of the day, it is going to be Geek Fam against RRQ Hoshi. RRQ Hoshi flying off with such a good start, and now they look like the contenders to win it all. And to close this week and this day, it is Alter Ego against Dewa United.
Alter Ego against Dewa United, both kind of struggling to really get security, although Dewa has been having a better time climbing up there in the standings. Both teams really require more wins right here. I don't think they're in a spot to really let go or experiment anymore, right? They want to gather some momentum and make sure that they get good momentum going into the final weeks of the season.
Yeah, and for Rebellion Esports, it felt like, you know, the hope is slowly diminishing for them. As we take a look at the standings now presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6. Bigatron Alpha still, of course, up there solidifying themselves a spot. But if RRQ Hoshi is going to take a win and a 2-0, preferably, they can really topple down and overtake Bigatron Alpha to first place. And that is such a rare sighting, considering the fact that last season, RRQ was struggling in the middle to bottom table.
It's really been a solid rebuild for RRQ Hoshi, and I mean, I've been saying this for the longest time, but we've got to give props over to KESQ, right? And NMM, you know, able to build a team that technically, based on just the lineup, this is the least stacked lineup for RRQ Hoshi. We had Irad join in. We had some big names like R7 back in the day, you know, swaps here and there, but there was always star power within RRQ. Now it really just feels like it's Skylar when it comes to like sheer star power. Everybody else is new. Darren is back in the lineup, Edok as well, Rins as well, and so far, so good. But we're here to talk about their rivals, EVOS Glory first.
Yeah, and their rivals are not looking good. It's looking bleak for them. Still, of course, hard to process the fact that they're down there dabbling in the bottom table, having finished second place in MPL ID Season 13, and for their opponents today, Rebellion Esports, still winless. Yesterday, there was a flicker of hope in which Matt became the MVP with that Lunox performance against Bigatron Alpha, but still, it was not enough to drag them into the finish line and grab those points.
It's a great glimmer of hope for Rebellion Esports, but at the same time, today, they're going to be up against EVOS Glory, who has a glimmering, shining beacon of hope of their own. Natko in the gold lane, showing that he has solid laning, showing that he can actually play the strong side, right? Play those aggressive gold laners and actually be another level, another angle of approach for EVOS, when so far they've been having such a very standard, a very readable and predictable game plan. Now with Natko in the mix, they can kind of shake it up a bit, go with something a bit different, and if we can use his performance so far as a bit of a benchmark, he's been doing really, really good.
And I really want to kind of yoink that line from you, that beacon of hope. I feel like, yes, for both Natko and Matt has been, you know, receiving his fair share of criticism, of scrutiny. He was not really performing into the level we wanted him to be, but when given the flex heroes in the gold lane, the Ruby and now the Lunox, he was performing very, very solid against Bigatron Alpha. And for Natko, he was kind of like the guy or the player who was there to stop the losing streak of EVOS and was the one who heralded that, you know, comeback arc, that arc that was just bringing EVOS Glory into that second place in MPL ID Season 13.
Definitely. You know, I think for Rebellion, it's not like this team has no potential, right? I mean, they've kept Cars, Swaylo, and Audi. 3 pillars, I would say, for Rebellion, together with Vincent in the previous season, but obviously with Vincent's departure towards Geek Fam, we did lose a bit of that stability in the jungle. So far, though, I'll have to say, you know, I've been saying this for a while as well, but Ryota is definitely the better choice to go for over Aether. It seems even yesterday we found his comfort picks. You know, if he doesn't get the Benedetta, or sorry, if he doesn't get the Hayabusa, the Benedetta could always be an option to go for. We were actually just up against a Benedetta jungle, and Benedetta jungle didn't perform well. It shows you just how good Ryota is on the Benedetta jungle. We haven't really been seeing a whole lot of Benedetta jungle. More like that Season 7 meta, or Season 9 even, you can call it. So the fact that Ryota can pull it off, the fact that he was able to outplay Bigatron Alpha in a lot of these positions, means that this is a team with potential. Remember, 0 wins match-wise, but in terms of games, they won 3 already. And 2 of those games were against Fnatic Onic and Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah. And I think yesterday, their performance was pretty solid. Game number 1 against Bigatron Alpha. Now for King Matt, or rather Matt himself.
King Matt.
What do you think, Arashi, is the key to unlocking his potentials, aside from picking him the Lunox? Because he, in the end of the day, still also have to play traditional marksman heroes.
MATT, honestly, we've seen that he's not really good at being dynamic. It seems like when he does have aggression, when he is winning and snowballing, he knows how to get going, right? How to find weaknesses in the in the lines of the opponent and to go aggressive. So I feel like if you get him a winning pick, right, a very aggressive pick, and you give him the right kind of attention and get him rolling as a winning side, and maybe we see a bit more performances like the Lunox he did just yesterday. And along with that, we've talked about how we can kind of put him on weirder heroes, because technically we talked about putting him on a Ruby again and again. And when you play a fighter, generally in the gold lane, you have a bit more of an advantage in the early game due to the tankiness and the sustain that you have. So indirectly, you're still putting Matt in a very much winning lane where the laning situation is quite different, right? It's a bit more reliable. Whereas today against Natco, though, we've seen that even in a losing matchup, he's still holding up his own when it comes to aggression, when it comes to the trading as well. So that is something that Rebellion has to kind of plan around, right? If they leave Matt to just 1v1 against Natco, I feel like when it just comes down to laning, Natco might just have him beat.
Yeah, I think Natco is also such a very strong laner as well, down in that gold lane. But for him, I think last season he wasn't really, given that much of a chance. He was playing that one game against RRQ in the second leg. And after that, he was nowhere to be seen. But now, coming back to EVOS Glory, Mirko, I want to ask you your 2 cents. What does Natco bring in terms of unlocking the winning potential for EVOS Glory?
The same thing Rashi said about Matt could be said about Natco. I think could be emphasized even more for Natco, because he has shown that he doesn't just win out the lane. He becomes the centerpiece of the strategy for EVOS Glory. They were also able to get a game off of Bigatron Alpha. That was game 1 against BTR in the first leg match. And if you guys remember, it was a Brody pick into a Moskov and a Fanny for Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah.
After getting that winning matchup, they just utilized that winning lane in the bottom side of the map to control it, get the turret early, and then rotate him across the board to fight and fight and fight. This guy can be a very, very strong spearhead for EVOS Glory. It really comes down to how the team utilizes him, because he can always be that reliable weak side. We saw him win out in the Moskov Herald lane, which is ridiculous. But still, you give him a winning matchup, you can play around it. If that's what Rebellion are trying to do, EVOS can do it better.
Yeah. This is the new hope of EVOS, of course, Natco. But now, of course, Arashi, does this mean that EVOS Glory will most likely always rely on Natco as their winning condition? Does this mean they are going to concede that jungle role into playing a more weaker jungle and, maybe opt into just giving Natco the winning lanes and play for him?
Then the flexibility is definitely there. And this is an issue, I think, because in the gold lane, we talk about just the players head-to-head. But at the same time, in Season 14, the coaches have a lot to do with how that lane goes as well. And recently, with the comeback of Age, we've seen that EVOS are shaping up. At least whenever we see them drafting, we have a vision, right? We know exactly what the idea was. That game that you're talking about, Mirko, when they were able to win against Bigatron, they let go of Fanny, and they have a composition that completely shut down Fanny. That's a very unique approach that I don't think we've seen a lot of coaches kind of go for, right? Like literally baiting you into a pick and then shutting it down through the drafting completely. So I think that kind of threat coming in from the coaching staff for EVOS is something that Rebellion really have to take into consideration here. Because even if they get Matt the strongest heroes, if by the rest of the composition, Age is able to shut him down, then you can't really rely on him any longer. And now Rebellion can be forced back to square one.
Yeah, and I think for Mirko himself, this guy's a huge fan of Age and the way he approaches the game. What do you like about him, his drafts maybe, and how he really suits EVOS Glory, who is currently sinking down in the tables?
Season 7, that's when I started liking, Age and his style of drafting and coaching. He was the coach of Bigatron Alpha in Season 7. I was together with Matt, so he should probably understand how Matt plays, how Matt wants like what picks he wants to go for in the game. So for Age, what really was special about him in Season 7 was the fact that he was the mad scientist. Season 7, Season 8, we called him that because he kept on going for these really out-of-the-box picks, man.
Yeah.
He picked Sicilian when it was in meta, gave Renbo at the time Hayabusa mid, and it worked out. They even forced EVO's Legends at the time to ban it out in the Grand Finals because it was too much to deal with. He also popped in the gourd. So a lot of these picks that, back then at least, we didn't get to see a lot. It came from Age, and I think we're technically seeing that here too. Akai Rome just earlier last week with Dreams on it, and the Bane in the jungle. It's been meta, but in MPL ID, we haven't really been seeing those kind of picks. I think Age brings that dynamic into the fray for EVO's Glory, and that's where Rebellion we're gonna have to think real hard about the drafts. Firstly, who's going to play? Van has been promoted here.
Yeah.
Right? I personally think Van does fit that utility style that Age wants to try to utilize. Well, I guess we'll see if it's Annabelle. Oh, okay, it is.
It is still Annabelle, of course. Van still having to warm the bench, but this time around, it's Fluffy, Annabelle, Clock and Dreams, and Natko.
Ladies and gentlemen, the pounce of the Tigers, the climb back. A lot of you have said the Cinderella story happened just last season, and it happened in the same way. Will it happen again for the White Tigers? Watch as they pounce on stage. It's the glory in the name, the glory they want to bring in the game. EVO's Glory!
The White Tigers, their fangs and claws suddenly dull, and they will need to sharpen it again. How will they fare against Rebellion Esports? Time will tell. But with this lineup, it feels like they will bring that hope.
A good mix of experience, a good mix of new dynamics for this team with a new mind behind it. Let's see what they can do, because today they're up against Cars, Ryota, Suelo, X-Win, and Matt.
X-Win, of course, in place of ODCS. What will he bring?
I guess we will see X-Win. Will his impact be known in his second match? In his debut up against the Titans of the Red Robots, was already able to create an impact for the team. As the Blue Bulls charging through, you can call them the Raging Bulls. 0-6 raging to get their first win in Season 14. Rebellion Esports!
Still winless, but they prepare their horns and charge forth. Rebellion Esports still looking for that win. And there's only one thing that I regret in place of ODCS is the fact that they don't have that fancy walkout again. But still, they
got some
are
flair.
Yeah, I mean, still, you know, some unique approaches from ODCS, but it's X-Win who will be in place of him today.
They were highlighting King Matt, so MATT is the name of the game for Rebellion. Let's see if the big man behind the stage can maximize his potential finally here, despite all the criticisms. Our Marshall Daynang brings in Age and Far with Caleb and Vivi. The chess match begins now. Serious faces coming in, especially from Age. Seems to be deep in thought right there, trying to come up with the craftiest, the craziest of strategies to completely bewilder the Bulls.
Oh, the Bulls. They are on a mission to get that first win, but of course the rival showdown, the Battle of the Blue. Total matchup history is, of course, much more favored and towards EVO's Glory with that 9 wins they're able to pick up. But in the current state of both teams, you know, they are both facing that relegation, or rather not qualifying for playoffs, and they have their own share of problems. But of course for EVO's Glory, I feel like they will catch up with the win because they have one win in their pockets at least, compared to Rebellion Esports, who kind of doesn't really have the solution. And when they do craft a solution, they're still unable to close out the series.
As long as EVOs don't get overconfident, I feel like they are still the favorites to win this, unless they really feel like, well, Rebellion, you know, it's the one team that's doing really much worse than we are. Maybe we can take it a bit easy. I think that's not the case at all. Rebellion, and this time, in this kind of situation, they're going to be so desperate to find any kind of success that I think EVOs need to be the ones that have to be careful here, especially against the potential surprise picks. Because again, once you're on the bottom, what is there to lose, right? Even if you experiment, people are already calling you bad, calling you crazy anyways. Might as well go all the way, and who knows, maybe they're going to go so crazy that it might just work.
Yeah, and of course, we did see how Rebellion Esports, they're able to get kind of like a puzzle piece that is long missing to give it to Matt. He's able to at least play the Lunox and not really stick into the traditional marksman roles. But will he be playing that Lunox every now and then? And it might even, you know, draw out a single ban. But now the team head-to-head here, Arashi. What do you see?
Team win rate is equally low, 17% to 0%. But if you look at everything else, when it comes to the Lord rate, Evo still has it in the bag. But DPM-wise, that is where Rebellion shines here. So the aggression can come from their side. And you have to wonder, again, which lane, which position in the Land of Dawn will be utilized to their maximum potential. As the home team, they will have the first pick selection, actually, with only a 22.22% win rate on that first pick. That's an interesting approach here.
First pick, 22% win rate. I mean, to be fair, both sides, blue or red for Rebellion, it hasn't really been too good. Again, they are sitting at 0-6.
That's true.
And it seems it's pretty similar for the other side. Evo's Glory on the red side, also 27.27% win rate on the red side. It really comes down to, I feel like at this point, for Evos, how Age has lifted up the team. With strategy actually, you know, moving to Evo's Holy, not being an MPL anymore. And with him now opting to go for Caleb as his analyst. I feel like it's a promising team. I think like this team could actually do or try to replicate what they did last season. Maybe not to the same extent, you know? Last season it was ridiculous how they were able to climb from literally 9th, 0-4 to 2nd place in season 13.
It's insane. I mean, and Mirko mentioned it that, you know, Age has also been kind of like the light in the end of the tunnel for EVO's Glory, well known for his mad scientist approach. But he currently also puts the word mad into the draft. I mean, EVO's Glory has been much more aggressive as well in their approaches, but sometimes it becomes kind of a double-edged sword. So take a look at the drafting phase now, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6. Surprisingly, it's Rebellion Esports who bans out the Hayabusa. So no Hayabusa for Ryota. He's gonna have to be forced to play other heroes, maybe the Julian or the Benedetta that, you know, Mirko was mentioning about.
Not for Evos though. They're still going with the standard bans for second phase. The chip, the link.
What's your command?
Usually another assassin follows through with a Fanny. Gets Bember Rebellion instead. Alright. The Nolan though is still available. That is the premier, the very popular assassin that a lot of junglers are going for. Itsushin gets banned out, leaving the Zask open. But will Rebellion go for it? Do they want to go for that scouting? For that mid-lane DPS? Surely will.
Yeah, they do. And you do have a lot of counter towards that Zask pick. Maybe you pick up the Faramis if you want sustainability, or maybe the Aurora as well is available. Or maybe if you want to go much more aggressive, you can pick up the Valentina. For EVO's Glory, Klokken is indeed that, you know, high risk, high reward mid laner that is not afraid and doesn't shy away from picking these heroes.
Exactly, but I think, you know, they can actually just pick it up. Last pick in the first phase here, no rush. They already see the Zask, it'll only go mid. They go for the straight up Jawhead together with the Julian. No flex here, just pure prio.
Yeah, they love the Jawhead. It has been in the hands of Dreams.
That's the JJ combo.
Yeah, JJ, double J.
They just need a K now, they need a carry.
Oh.
I mean, Mirko is biased towards the JJK.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Back. Just Melissa.
It is what it is.
It's Melissa, man.
Melissa is back.
We'll have to see. Maybe they're going to come in with something crazy like a Savior, and we're going to see a JJX, but 2 skins coming in from that collab. But for Rebellion, with the Zask already in place, what else do they want to show off first? With Matt being the highlighted player there, do they want to hide his pick for later on, secure a winning matchup? Or do they want to go and get something early here? They want to go for something like the Ruby that has been rising in popularity to counter a lot of these engage-heavy, dive-heavy compositions. They can go for that.
The hunter of all the
They're gonna need it. And the Roger. And again, Roger's still able to be flexed, but I do believe it'll fall in the hands of Ryota because, not to mention now, Ryota is well known for his assassin picks, but he has mostly, you know, tended into the picks of Hayabusa and maybe the Julian. Now that the Julian is taken away, Rebellion Esports, what do they kind of pick up for Ryota? As Anavel, or rather EVO's Glory, they lock down the Moskov. So again, just coning down the options of 2 players of Rebellion Esports, both Ryota and Matt.
Ryota and Matt losing on a lot of potential aggressive picks right here. But with EVO showing the Moskov already, Rebellion, do they want to go and try and shut it down? Do they really want to put this Roger in the gold lane? Or are they trying to play some mind games here? Rebellion hasn't been the most surprising when it comes to the drafting phase. But maybe now, considering the context, they might really try and use the prio, the the hype around Matt to try to mislead Evos to thinking that they want to put something aggressive in the hands of Matt. As it stands, it might be a Moskov-Roger matchup, and we've seen a lot of people kind of at least go out even here, but Evos are banning out the Tigreals, so they're really going in for a big dive-heavy clumping situation. Usually the Minotaur becomes something that comes to mind, but recently we've seen people opt for something more aggressive, which is why the Tigreal gets banned out. But for Rebellion, they banned away the Aurora, so both teams might be having that dive composition in mind.
Yeah, that dive is still looming as a threat for both teams, but they take out the Cho as well. Much more aggressive approach to pick up the Cho, and now Rebellion Esports with their last ban. To take a look at the total hero pool for both gold laners, Matt has 7 Dreams, or rather Natko has 4, but Matt, you know, mostly it has been only the Moskov, but the Roger and Melissa struggling with that 0% win rate.
Yeah, oh man,
not the best.
Definitely not the best. Melissa 0%, Roger 0%, and even the Moskov 14.29. That is, come on, show the Lunox pick, man. 100%, 100% for the Lunox. Come on, give my boy Matt some love here.
I mean, they give Natko the Brody.
You know, to be fair, he's only played 4 matches, probably 4 games, right? 5 games total there. This is literally a 0 pool, 4. Together with what was the other pick he went for? Moskov, Brody, Harith. Was it Roger? But all right, it is going to be the Vexana. Oh, wow, Vexana. I thought for sure it might be Fairness, but maybe they're scared of that AoE pressure from Rebellion.
Well, we've seen this before, though. Remember the Dreams Jawhead into Clockun Vexana? It's a great option to go for a pickoff, right? It's the same strategy. You throw someone back, you burst him down with the Julian, and make sure that he does not get to move or react with the Eternal Guard and the grip to really lock down the cutoff. But Ryota bringing back the Benedetta against all the crowd control. It's a great option.
Really good pick.
Oh boy.
Phoveus. That Phoveus is most likely going to go to the XP lane. And Ryota, you give him the Benedetta, so it's almost confirmed that maybe, you know, Matt will play that Roger, still boasting that 0% win rate. Now for EVOS Glory, their last pick. And it's going to be an XP laner against the Phoveus. What do you want to pick against the Phoveus?
Is it Phoveus? Something with a bit more all-in, or something with more sustain, because that is the idea. And all-in will be. It's going to be the Arlets a bit more flexible, more ways to influence the team fight when it comes to utility, when it comes to engage. But at Phoveus, man, if they let it go uncontested, both teams have such a clumpy team fighting composition that Phoveus can be a problem. I think Evos will definitely send some people to the EXP lane just in case, you know, just to shut down that Phoveus early on.
Yeah, but the problem with EVOS Glory is that they don't have that much of a peel. Maybe just the Vexana pickup with the Eternal Guard. You do have that self-peel. Either you want to use it defensively or offensively. But again, for the players of Rebellion Esports, they do have that, you know, dive tools or dive possibility with the Edith and the Phoveus as well. Now the draft index, Arashi.
Counter index and lineup rating favoring the side of Rebellion. It's a rare situation, but when the mad scientist is cooking, sometimes the numbers don't really tell the whole story.
The Mad Scientist looking to mutate the White Tigers, but the Rebellions, or the Blue Bulls in their way, stand strong. Here we open today's matches, Rebellion Esports against EVOS Glory in game number 1.
As we get into the game, honestly, not to be honest here, I actually really like Rebellion's draft, right? This is very similar to the draft they utilized to beat Bigatron Alpha in game 2.
Just a lot of aggression coming in and a lot of crowd control too. And if they can really win out on the side lanes with a Roger, with a Phoveus, strong laners right here, they can kind of influence the whole map altogether. And we've seen how decisive lane pressure can be. Even with a winning team fight composition, if your lanes just keep getting pushed without control, it's hard to really get any kind of momentum going into the rotations. Emblem by IndieHome showing that for the Phoveus and the Edith, tankiness is the name of the game right there. With a Quantum Charge for X-Wing, he wants to have that extra bit of sustain and also maneuverability to try and make plays happen later on, maybe in the Primal Wrath form, or just to chase down in the normal form. As Matt and Natko, tenacity for the Moskov, Master Assassin for that Roger, so Matt is having that aggressive style. But look at Natko, man, winning in some of these trades, just sidestepping most of that damage coming through.
Yeah, Ryota though, in the wrong neighborhood this time. Dreams looking to engage on him.
Oh,
he's gonna be fine. Yeah, still fine. But CC Immune also not letting Dreams just eject him out into the hands of EVOS Glory.
It's back to the waiting game immediately yet again for both junglers. The fact that for EVOS they have a jaw hand, they haven't really been using it to really allow Annabelle to get a clear advantage or even an invade advantage. Even though he has that extra shield and extra playmaking ability, he's not really winning out when it comes to pressure if you compare him to X-Win.
And you would argue that from EVOS Glory, they do also have a lot of that self-peel, and that Benedetta will have some problems, but here we go, the onwards.
Good on run, Earth Shatter, now Ryota not winning on the retro battle. It's going to be Annabelle who wins it out. Ryota caught by Fluffy, who has the vengeance. Eye for a knife, final slash time to perfection from Fluffy! And he goes in for more. X-Win is next cars, but he's forced to go in with the vengeance. Now the Infernal Pursuit as well. That's the Dominator's Ascent going on to Annabelle. Good immobilization, good usage of the enhanced sword to escape Fluffy. Vengeance again to reset, and that's a triple! It might as well be a maniac for Fluffy, but Klopkun takes it away from him. 4-0 to the White Tigers.
The White Tigers pounce first, and they feast on the blue Raging Bulls, their horns shattered in that team fight.
It was the early aggression they tried to pull off, but Rebellion could not get it going. Even now, X-Win can't really get his hands on Natco. Way too aware for that to happen. But in a drawn-out fight, you would think that with the Primal Wrath, with the Phobius, there's more ways for Rebellion to win it out. Even with the Zask, they can up the damage more regularly, more continuously compared to the Vexana. But EVOS did a great job stuttering it, right? Going back and forth, waiting for when their skills are off cooldown to really go for the decisive moments. And Fluffy, man, on an aggressive hero. EXP laners on an aggressive hero. That seems to be the pattern that really is finding so much success in MPL ID Season 14.
And I would take a look at the talent predictions by the new application GoPay. Only all over in the Indonesian desk kind of votes for Rebellion Esports, but the remaining casters here, unanimous in voting for EVOS Glory, either 2-0 or 2-1. And EVOS Glory, they always assert their dominance in the early game, and this time it's no difference. And of course, Naito Mea, now a streamer for EVOS Glory, over there watching this game.
As Bude mentions, the assassin of EVOS.
The assassin.
Naito Mea, back at it, clearly analyzing a lot here and giving us finally the hello on the stream. Yeah, looking forward to his team's performance here, definitely with anxious hopes. But for Dreams, he's being very active right here, and he's doing a great job really matching the Edith presence. Look at that Fluffy though.
Cars decided to go in with the Infernal Pursuit. Fluffy, but he has those 2 kills. X-Men with the armor cancel down. Annabelle getting a whole lot of peel in the end. Sword to escape too. Getting a kill on his way out.
There was a pick-off play attempt coming in from X-Win. Fortunately though, it's on one of the main frontliners, right? If he doesn't really get his hands on Natco, Klopkun, or Annabelle, I feel like Annabelle and Klopkun will burst him down like we saw earlier, right? He's got his hands onto Dreams, onto Fluffy, but unless the damage dealers are the ones kind of stalled, kind of knocked up or stunned up, they're gonna do a lot of burst damage immediately to that front line. So unless X-Win can get some more magical defense, he can't really attempt plays like that. Not safely anyhow.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? Because EVOS Glory, they have a lot of healing tools. The Final Slash, the Eternal Guard, and even the Empowered Chains or whatever it is coming in from Julian. Will this be a struggling, approach coming in from Ryota as the Benedetta? Because again, you have to kind of dive into the backline. How does the Benedetta fare off, when you talk about backline access in this fight?
Especially with the Moskov in the picture, it's going to be a bit more difficult. And even if he does time a very amazing eye for an eye, there's just so many tools, right? Fluffy can stun him up, Annabelle can do so, Dreams and Klopkun all have crowd control tools. And we talked about the advantage of spammable crowd control. Fluffy, though, in a 1v2.
He has a flicker, doesn't even need to use it. Fluffy.
Wow.
Elusive, slippery, bottom lane, Matt dealing some damage, but Natco showing that the spears hurt more than those claws of the Lycan.
Again, fleet footwork coming in from Fluffy, and Natco bottom lane has been able to kind of win out the trades, and you would argue that it's not going to be, a stagnant lane, but again, the Moskov does win out on these fights until Roger does get the 2 items. And now Ryota up top, 1v1 against Annabelle. It's not going to be an assassination opening.
Both of them backing away as Klopkun spots in X-Win right there. He remembers to defend, but look at the mid lane, the Fluffy.
Oh no, this is the negative of the Phobius. Once you go in, you can only go deeper. Cars picked off 0, 2, and 0 now.
It's an ambitious rotation coming in from Cars. to try and use the Provia's early game power, but he needs backup to do so. The fact that things were just happening, whoa, Dreams, 1v1 against X-Win, a lot more damage available to that Jarhead, man. This was what made the Jarhead so meta back then. In the 1v1 roam contest, he just wins out, and look at X-Win, just feeling the pressure, and the turrets start falling here for EVOS.
Yeah, the smart missiles doing heavy work for Dreams, able to just kind of push away the roamer from Rebellion Esports, and Annabelle uncontested, getting a turtle up top. And of course for EVOS Glory, 6-0, this is such a flying start, considering that they are labeled that aggressive, you know, approach when it comes to Age drafting them these heroes. They have to play aggressively. This time, they're playing it much more safer. They're playing for their timings, they're playing for their spikes, and EVOS Glory 6-0. They're looking to just punish Matt down bottom, but this could be a huge fight happening soon.
Oh man, you can see that Jawhead just lingering around. The fact that he just walked up, now Rebellion are forced back, shows you just how much pressure they have. And even here in the mid lane, Annabelle can do as he pleases.
The mobility of the Julian used very well, not just for ganking, to just go and clear out the jungle, but also to clear out the lanes almost immediately. And it's just allowing the rest of the team of EVOS to just roam around. They don't really require the burst coming in from the Julian just yet. They want to give Annabelle that farming pressure so he can win out on the retro battles. And it's working out, right? EVOS are getting more pressure across the map, and Annabelle with the level advantage, it's not even close, man. Ryota having his buff stolen from right below his nose.
Oh, just yoinked it right from the clutches of Ryota, and Clocken has that winner crown this time. Of course, a much more defensive approach. He needs that second life and second opportunity to just survive. And now Annabelle just strolling around his own jungle.
And Rashi, it's the same pattern again for Rebellion. Remember their game against Bigatron, game 1. What was the problem there? They're always just reacting to the plays. They need a game to warm up, it seems, you know? And we're seeing that again, game 1. They are just reacting to all the plays despite having a composition that should be able to look for something on the map. They have a winning matchup in the gold lane, but they haven't used it at all.
They have a winning matchup in multiple lanes. This is an early game composition by all means. You know, with the Roger, with the Benedetta, all the heroes on the side of EVOS are going to scale better. The Moskov in the late game, the Julian, the Vexana as well. But even though they have all this early game presence, it's like that first play that didn't work out in their favor. It immediately discourages any kind of play attempt from the rest of the team afterwards, after all. And look at his final slash, though.
Oh, Cars. He's going to survive. Still okay. Just a taunt coming in from Fluffy. Now this Lord, I feel like Rebellion Esports, they will have to contest this. Of course, they have their items this time for them, and Dreams will open up the poke towards it. X-Win just waiting in the wings. Maybe, just maybe can look for one toss behind and just win out the advantage, but still, Dreams is much more stronger when you want to just contest that fight as the roamer starts popping the conceal. They're looking for Fluffy. Fluffy, final slash.
Final slash whiffed there. Rebellion still can't do anything about it though, because this is a 4v5. EVOS don't want to fight. The fight is a bonus for them. They'll have the Moskov pushing up the wave, and then as Roger walks up, Natco now can actually look to participate in the fight. Annabelle's already on it.
Yeah, again, a game of tug of war. Just for Natco to just run around. Dreams coming in.
Whoa, good Dominator Descent coming down. Spear Destruction as well. Spear. Right there, but it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to take it. Dreams able to disengage Ryota! Diving under the turret now, escaping. Good eye for a 9 to escape from the turret shot. Fluffy with a vengeance for the reset as well. Rebellion leaving to play right now with Fluffy. You go back and forth. Matt Light could pounce. Ryota still there. Natco doesn't decide to push in, and Rebellion finally signs of life.
It was a disrespectful approach coming in from EVOS, using the unstoppable force to just randomly go at X-Win. That is just not the target you want. Ryota found an opening, goes in the backline, and despite all the crowd control we've been talking about, he finds two. And now Annabelle gets knocked up, tries to make a play, knowing he has level 15, but can he do it though?
Forced to use the enhanced sword, it should be free for Rebellion. Ryota picks it up, doesn't even need the retreat. Annabelle gonna be caught, has the enhanced sword to escape. Dreams still there. Oh, Natco able to walk up forward. Now gets caught by the vengeance. Flickers out to safety. X-Win just needs one more shot. It's ticking. Electric shot not available. Not ready. X-Win gets flung back towards the team. And gets caught by those missiles on the Jawhead.
Oof. The Blue Bulls raging again, showing signs of life, but this time they have been way too aggressive to address Natco. And luckily, he's still able to survive in that final blast coming in from X-Win.
Natco was just beating on cars with the Vengeance active, taking a lot of damage himself. Let's take a look at some of the equipment though. I was about to highlight this earlier, but if you look at the front lines for Evos, they have the radiant armor. They know that for the most part, it's either a full-on card control back engage, or hang on a minute, Natco.
Natco, you don't have Flicker. Brother, man, Natco, what was that? Matt just walks up with a lightning pounce. And now the final blow into the back, full dive in front of Pursuit. Dreams cannot handle the damage and zapping him down. Matt gets the last shot. Matt gets a double. Matt going wild in the back together with Cars X-Win. Getting the onward fluffy lockdown. The final slash canceled twice. The immortality down into Wipeout. That's why we call them the Raging Bulls.
The Blue Bulls rage and charge through the White Tigers. And this time it feels like they're going to turn around the game. The minions are there, and they're trying to take down the turret, but I don't think they can end. Natco is here. Will he pay for his sins?
Uh-oh. Cars setting up the shots right now. They should just go for the base. And they will do it. They don't care. The Tigers. What is Natco? The King MATT.
Devastation, agony, tension, and heartbreak. Evos Glory were clawing their way into winning game number 1. They were everywhere, but Rebellion Esports capitalizing on one single mistake. And one single mistake is all it took into winning this game.
It all comes down to a single moment. And Evos, we talked about this, you disrespect, you discount the Rebellion, the Bulls, and you're gonna pay with your life. They get trampled over in game number 1. Natco here just gets caught out. The Lord is up. The waves are pushing. And despite all that, Evos stick around. They try to make a play happen, but Ryota comes in. And look at that damage, man. Everyone immediately just gets chucked down. All that card control we're talking about is just useless. With all the magic defense that was built up to deal with the Zask, Ryota just went to town.
My goodness, Ryota was the one who started it. He was also the one who practically ended it for Rebellion Esports. He was the one bagging the double kills and then just maneuvering around. But what was that positioning from Natco? Flickerless, did not have the Abyss Walker, and he overextends up top and was punished. And his death was, of course, a very expensive sin to pay.
Realize, Rashi, it's time to get a crown out, man. We gotta give that crown over to the uncrowned king, or perhaps the crowned king. The king that was crowned by the people back at home. The people's king. Matt. M-A-T-T.
King M-A-T-T. Wow. But it's a solid performance all in all for Rebellion Esports. I mean, regardless of what happened there, I feel like Evos, yes, they kind of threw their leads, but it's how Rebellion Esports approached it. It's how patient they were waiting for a mistake to happen, and they capitalized it. But for Rebellion Esports, again, I feel like still losing in all lanes when you have a winning matchup early game is not...
winning draft.
Yeah, they had that winning draft. They lost in all lanes. That early is not a good sign.
Exactly.
And for Evos Glory, that throw is also not a good sign.
That's a horrible sign, but it almost feels like, you know what, literally, the moment I said it, yo, this draft should be winning here. Yeah. They were like, oh yeah, you're right. And then they started going for the fights.
Man, I don't know. It's like, as always, the Cast of Curse just strikes so well timed. But this was one of the first fights where there was a swing in momentum. Evos losing 2 and then sticking around, right? Still not allowing, not really respecting the potential for Rebellion to strike back. The MVP here for game number 1 is the player of the game. It's gonna be your boy Ryota on the Benedetta, presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6, Z Flip 6. Man, with the BOD, with the War Axe, and the Sea Halberd. 3 items is all it took. The backline just immediately gets deleted. I don't know what the idea was, but for Evos, again, with the magic defense they were stacking, this guy becomes the main danger, and this guy was ignored.
Yeah, we talked about how it would be very hard for Ryota to get that backline access, but he just showed that, you know, his Benedetta still is off the charts. He's able to maneuver, get the damage in with that eye for an eye, and also the final blows that has been connecting as well. So for that damage to be instilled upon Evos Glory, the fact that they have so much peel coming in, the Eternal Guard, the final slash, even Annabelle with the empowered skills that he might contribute. Still, Benedetta just kind of flourishes in that matchup.
And it was so good for him to play patient as well, because in the early game, there was a lot of pressure. We saw Annabelle just having all the advantage. We saw just earlier in the clip before this, how Evos were able to outmaneuver Rebellion for that first play. It seems like that discourages Rebellion. They want to play it safe, but here, there was a play for Sway Low, but then it ends up being X-Win that's thrown back to the team. And because all the tools were used, expended on X-Win, that's where Ryota comes in the back, and it's a great play right there. Even though he's down on levels, down on gold technically compared to Annabelle, he was still able to find the pickoffs. And Matt, with the signature aggression we've come to expect, and Ryota here again with the red shot to Natco to start off the whole sequence of events and burst him down. Evos just did not expect it. They did not respect it, honestly. What can you say about this? They all got bursted down. They know that their composition is immobile. It's a very dive-heavy, aggressive composition. Now that they're one man down, they shouldn't be sticking around there anyway.
That overextension from Natco, Miracle, is a costly mistake.
And if you saw it earlier, by the way, the highlight doesn't show it. I was waiting to see it. But the base tower passive, it hit the front minions, it missed the cannon. That cannon rolled into the crystal, full HP. That could have made or break the game, man. If it was actually low HP from the base tower passive, that game was not going to be winnable for Rebellion at the moment.
Rashi, that's wrong. Matt told the minion to stop. He's the king.
Whatever Matt says, you do.
The minion do as commanded by Matt, the king.
It's not Simon says, it's Matt says.
It's King Matt says.
King Matt, I'm sorry.
Don't forget the king.
Did not know that was part of the strategy available in the Land of Dawn, but when King Matt is in town, who knows? With that great performance, with that great sequence, and a bit of good fortune, Rebellion Esports finally gets the first win. For Evos now, this is a tough situation to be in. Take a look at the items as we mentioned earlier. Radiant armor for both the front lines, fearing the Zas impact, but only steel leg clits for Jarhead, for Dreams. Even for Fluffy, Immortal March after, with the Warrior Boots as the only physical defense option. Same thing can be seen all across the board there. For the most part, they really weren't expecting Ryota to be the main danger. They were concerned too much about Cars and the Phobias, about the Zas. They forget that, you know, the physical damage from Matt and Ryota is something very respectable, especially when they get low, when they're chunked down already. Benedetta and Roger, that might just be the most deadly combination to come at you when you're low HP.
Yeah, just pouncing into the White Tiger is so poetic. The fact that it's Rebellion Esports who pounces into them, and for Evos Glory, that is not how you want to kind of lose a game. I mean, that was such a costly mistake again in all departments. I mean, Dreams was so proactive, looking for the unstoppable forces, but it was so punished by Rebellion Esports. And for Natco up top, that overextension again, a costly mistake.
That was the biggest mistake. I mean, don't have Flicker. You know, I really can't get my... Why? There wasn't even any info coming in the jungle, right? If your allies were there to kind of scout out to see if danger is incoming, then maybe you can push up that far. But even then, nobody was there. And even afterwards, yes, that was the biggest mistake. But why did everyone keep funneling in after Natco was done? Yeah. That was the late game DPS they're relying on, right?
No.
We talked about Natco.
King Natco, they must follow their king. It's the battle of kings here.
Yeah, but when the king has fallen, you know, the battle is kind of lost. You gotta wait for him to come
Only
back.
in chess, Arashi. Only in chess.
I mean, most battles in the medieval times too, Mirko.
King Natco.
I really felt that I get their loyalty to their king, but man, they all just went in all together. Even in the final sequence, Fluffy, after that stellar early game start with the Arlet, he goes in 1v5, 1v4. I get the intent, but really? Did you think it was gonna happen?
The factory
1v5 Arlet?
They took a Japanese route to losing their general, right? It's the commit Sudoku.
The Sudoku maneuver. Exactly. It's honor, right?
Yeah.
Honor is more important than the death. Unfortunately, it also cost them the game and the crystal. So it's back to the drawing board. It's a great draft though from Age. You have to give credit to Evos. It was working out fine, you know, until the big moment.
The big moment happened. I mean, yeah, if you lose your king, it's better for you to surrender rather than lose in
wait for the next king to rise, you know? You can't just keep moving forward.
The next king to rise, it's gonna take years, Arashi.
But still, what's the next alternative? In real life here.
Commit Sudoku.
Sudoku, bro.
And we're not talking about, you know, that. We're talking about Sudoku, maths.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, what are you guys... Come on.
What are you thinking? What? Sudoku, yeah. Sudoku.
When your king dies, calculate it.
Exactly.
Oh, king's dead. what do we do next?
Calculate.
Right? You know what? Rebellion, this, to all the Filipino fans out there, this is the declaration of King Matt. Go call your GOAT, Falcons AP Bread, because King Matt is ready.
He is ready.
And we do
Shevin is ready as well, by the way.
Wow.
Hair cam by Head and Shoulders, and Shevin, as always, is in the building.
It's in the building.
It's here somewhere.
It's lemon, right? It's, yeah.
No, it's the mint, the Tigreal version.
Ah, the mint, the tiger version.
It's being used right here.
It's because how Mirko put it, you know? Kevin doesn't like lemons.
Oh, well, he likes lemons. He just doesn't like lemon.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Understood.
A single lemon, that's a no-no, man.
But when life gives you lemons, what do?
You go to the Team Galaxy zone.
Ah, that's right. If you are over here in the arena and you do have or fancy yourself a Samsung phone, you can be up there with the VIPs. Oh, from far away, from Makassar. So
that's pretty far.
Mirko, you are accustomed to the Philippines.
Yes.
How would you describe Makassar? How far is it?
Oh man, I have no idea.
I don't think Mirko has ever been to Makassar.
I've never been to Makassar. I know Bandung, that's where I'm from. I know Singkawang from this Kalimantan.
You're from Bandung?
I was born in Bandung, yes.
Then what the program realized?
I thought it was born in Jakarta.
I went to high school in Jakarta.
Okay.
High school in Jakarta.
But I was born in Bandung.
I got a personal beef with that song, by the way, but we're not going to talk about that.
High school in Jakarta, you know?
That's a song?
Yeah, that's a song.
Are you allowed to sing songs here?
But you know, if you want to listen to your songs, you can listen into, of course, your Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6. You can be the MVP of your game with Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6. Level up your gaming performance and experience with the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6. The Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 for Galaxy processor makes gaming smooth and lag-free. You can experience a more massive and immersive gameplay on the 7.6-inch dynamic AMOLED 2X screen. And that screen is so, you know, clear. And so immersive.
I mean, that's cool, but have you checked out this, though?
Oh,
the flip! The throwback, man. Flip phones are so cool. And the Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6 is no different, man. It's just so nostalgic. It's the flagship with a 50-megapixel camera that you can use to take selfies, right? It's front and back, technically. That's technology, bro. That is innovation. That is why Samsung is so good. And on top of that, it's just such a sharp picture result whenever you take selfies with this. And don't worry about running out of battery, man. With a 4,000 mAh battery, optimized to take selfies, and to make content all day.
When you're already doing that, right? Sometimes you want to make content, Arachi, but you're like, man, I just can't. I'm not creative today. I just don't feel like being creative. Galaxy AI has got you. Yo, Galaxy AI. What a good content ideas for Monday for all my viewers, right? Galaxy AI has got you. Boom, bang, bada, bing, pow. 2 billion subscribers. Just like that. We'll surpass Mr. Beast.
A lot. And of course, you can buy now and get a free memory upgrade from 256 gigabytes into 512 gigabytes. Additionally, you can also enjoy cashbacks totaling up to 2.5 million rupiah and a 1-year Samsung Care Plus protection valued at up to 2.3 billion. That's a lot. That's a lot of benefits for someone who is donning that Samsung phone. So beneficial, so stylish, so good.
And all you need to do is visit the website, samsung.com/ID, scan the barcode earlier, just tap on your screen twice, and you guys can check out the Galaxy Z Fold 6 or the Z Flip 6. It is both phenomenal. You can see the Z Fold right there, the Z Flip right there, or in Arashi's hand right there. Or you can actually just take a look at King Natko.
So of course, he had a pretty decent game, laning. We talked about how he is very strong in lane, especially up against that Roger. But again, that overextension. Kind of questions now rise on how Natko will overcome that mistake. Will it haunt him in game number 2?
It might. We talked about how Natko is kind of excelling because of his aggressiveness, right? With the dominance in the laning phase. Now, after such a result, it's going to be so difficult for him to actually maintain the same kind of aggression, the same kind of mindset. If he's having these thoughts, these results floating around in the back of his mind.
Hey man, shout outs to Mr. Wijaya.
Mr. Wijaya.
Again, right, as we were talking, we got Mr. Wijaya. Cars' father is here in the building, always to support his son. And Rebellion seems to have gotten, some support, not just from Mr. Wijaya, but also from the fans in the building. Again, Rebellion fans, we saw this against Bigatron. They were down 1-0. They were destroyed in game 1, 10 minutes and 3 seconds. And the fans just started going louder and louder. Yeah. Now it seems the EVO's fans in the building have a bit more to say. They have a bit more to support. They have to match Rebellion, the Rebellion gang's power. Yeah, Rebellion gang.
Wait, Mirko.
Whoa.
They are using, whoa, you know, how do you call this? It's kind of like the ones to use when back in COVID times.
Personal protection gear. So during the pandemic era.
So what I'm trying to really lay out is that maybe this is them in the laboratory, and Age is the mad scientist.
Oh, that might be it, man, because they have actually taken away Red side this time around. They'll force Rebellion to an abysmal 16.67% win rate on the blue side. Or no, on the red side. So first pick for EVOs. Oh, by the way, EVOs have the 50% win rate on first pick.
So you're saying it's a 50-50?
Yes.
Technically, you know, when it's 50%, it's still the high stat, but you know, it just doesn't sound as amazing, right?
Yeah.
It sounds like it's just 50-50. It's still unreliable. But hey, EVOs, they've beaten the odds before. Now they're gonna try and do it again for a 2-0 clean sweep. As ladies and gentlemen, we're getting into the second drafting phase for this match number 1, presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6. And looking at it, it's gonna be similar bands.
Yeah, but then again, Raj, the question is, how many times are they going to beat the odds? Because it's not something that is very easy to do, and it's not something that you want to consistently rely on. Sometimes it is with a tiny drop of luck as well. And of course, the drafting phase, they take out the Hayabusa and the Fan and the Zask. They felt like it was posing threats and posing problems for EVO's Glory in that game number 1.
There was definitely a lot of threats from Rebellion and EVOs there. It really feels like it comes down to execution. So now maybe security and reliability becomes what both teams want to look for, right? Because we've seen that the plays can happen, but on the off chance things go wrong, the recovery from mistakes seems to be something that both teams can really use here to take advantage of the volatile nature of the situation. The final ban for Rebellion will be the Hylas. All right, the Tsushin is left open, by the way. EVOs can absolutely take it, and they will. That's a mid-lane trio, almost guaranteed for EVOs.
Tsushin, of course, has been the staple option, and mostly winning in the mid lane because you have so much control and consistent DPS that he can throw out. And again, setting up that mid trio that Arashi was talking about, just trying to even out the pressure of the Phoveus and the Roger. Rebellion Esports, they love this Phoveus.
Why not? You get, your ult is basically on no cooldown, right?
Yeah.
Wolf, shout out to him, has said that this is the most broken hero right now. There's not a lot of teams haven't been utilizing it because I kind of agree. Having an ultimate that is never on cooldown is ridiculous. And this time now you can actually proc your ultimate by yourself. So in these skirmishes, you're great. The only negative of this pick is that once you go in, you can only go deeper. You can only just win or you die.
Yeah. Yep. It's basically suicide at most times. And when you go in, you're basically sacrificing yourself. If you do get the kills, it's good. But when you don't, you know, it looks like you're walking onto a cliff. But EVO's Glory, they opt for the Jawhead and Julian. Would you expect this to be a strong mid trial, Arashi?
Oh, absolutely, man. Jawhead, Tsushin, and Julian. That is insane control. Yeah. You can open up the bushes with the Tsushin, right? And anyone who gets pulled in by either who gets ejected or pulled in with a Lantern Flare will fall victim to the burst. And it's interchangeable. You can eject her into a Lantern Flare, you can Lantern Flare into an ejector. For Rebellion, we're trying to match that control with the Yves, one of my personal favorite heroes. With all the short range coming in from EVOs, it might be a great pick to kind of do some damage and zone them away from danger.
Yeah, but of course, a fun fact, during weeks 2 until 4, Rebellion Esports tends to secure the gold lane in the first pick phase, but they haven't really, you know, made clear what their pick is. So this time it'll go into the second phase for King MATT. But then Roger again might just go into his hand, so we are still yet to expect what the gold lane will be. The quad ban. Interesting.
Yeah, they're banning away gold laners already, so that might be a Roger gold lane. Certainly is feasible, and it makes sense. use Phobius to deal a lot of damage, make sure that the Yves can poke him down, and then use the Roger as cleanup. That can work. You know, we're talking about how a Phobius can only go in, which is why I'm looking forward to theory crafting. What if you pair it with some kind of escape tool, something like a Mathilda, you know? What if you pair it with something like an Angela that can allow that all to be even stronger? A lot of possibilities available right here, but not just yet in the meta. With the export and the Tigreal banned out, Evo's still looking very scared of that massive combo potential coming in from X-Win.
I think really the safest choice should still be the Edith, right? Yeah. It's still really, really good. You can actually force some of these players from Evo's Glory to stay in the team fight, for the Eve to capitalize, for the Phobius to capitalize. And if you go for the Edith here, you can actually utilize the flex pick all the way till the very end for that Roger. It really depends on what you want to flex here. For Evo's, well, they actually can flex. So they do go for the Edith here, Rebellion. They'll flex the Roger all the way up to the end. And I guess we'll see if King MATT gets the Roger again, or perhaps Ryota will take it away.
I mean, Moskov is still up in the card, so I guess that's an option for EVOS Glory if they want to steal it away from King MATT. But not go with the Moskov has been comfortable, but again, that single mistake is what cost it though.
I was thinking that the Harith might show up, but with all the magic damage already available, I think that's just too greedy coming for them.
Yeah.
The big pick that he was highlighted with was the Brody, and with the pick-off nature of this composition, it can kind of work, but it is going to be a bit risky coming through. But if you're concerned about Ryota coming in with an aggressive pick, with an assassin like we saw in game number 1, they can absolutely use that Brody to try and maybe deal with that.
I really don't like the Brody pick here up against this composition. The Eve, Phobius, Edith. Yeah, they go for the Moskov. That is the safest option to go for. And they stick with the Arlet. So this is literally just the same composition. But instead of the Vexana, they actually have the Jusip. Rebellion should be able to do the same thing again. Honestly, the Benedetta ain't bad at all. You can actually get the eye for an eye, counter a lot of the CC that Evos have.
But now, though, it's going to be a bit more difficult to reach that mid lane, because with the Sushin having a built-in flicker plus shielding tool with the ultimate, it's going to be a lot harder for him to actually find the targets. The real target can only be the Moscow. There we go. But it doesn't matter. Yeah. He is that confident.
Still, the Benedetta was actually quite game-changing for Rebellion Esports in game number 1. We questioned it and kind of raised our concerns on how this Benedetta will fight that backline, but still, it is so good in the hands of Ryota, and they're still able to survive for that long and capitalize on the damage from the Benedetta. So I do expect the same thing to happen all over again in game number 2. For EVOS Glory, they have to claw back, and this is, of course, the draft index.
For Evos, they're winning out in the lineup rating and counter index. Survivability, though, goes to Rebellion. Late game potential, that's where I think Evos has a bit more of an edge. But we'll have to wait and see how it plays out. It depends on the pacing, depends on how they're going to take these fights. Who is going to be tasked with dealing with the Benedetta? That's the main question right here. If they're going to leave it only to the Sushin, might be a bit more difficult. But if they can shut down this Benedetta early on, then that last playmaking tool for Rebellion can be mitigated almost immediately.
Here we go, the Blue Bulls have charged first. Will the White Tigers fight back? It's game number 2 of Rebellion Esports against EVOS Glory.
All Rebellion need is one more game to secure their first win in Season 14. The Blue Bulls, let's see if King MATT can get them there. Once again, it's the same matchup. Do you get deja vu?
Just a bit. Bit of deja vu for sure. But looking at that gold lane, that's where the most significant difference is. Look at that poke coming in from Suelo on the Yves, though. Use the Sushin is hard to match at all completely, but look at Ryota. Also finding time. Just go in and take the Litho immediately. Already small wins for Rebellion. Looking at the emblems by Indie it's going to be a Wilderness Blessing and Inspire for that Yves, spamming out the spells again and again. Still tenacity and firmness for both the frontliners for Rebellion. It's a very straightforward approach in the emblem department, whereas for Evos, they have the agility and Wilderness Blessing on Clocken's Sushin. It's gonna allow her to actually chase down and secure more Lantern Flare pickups. So Rebellion need to be very aware and very careful about that. Once the Yves gets an Ice Queen's wand though, then the slow can kind of equalize for both teams, right? The Sushin can kind of slow everyone down, but the Yves can make sure that they don't get caught, but he gets caught.
Oh, like a rejector into the chain. Say goodbye to Sway Low. He ain't low anymore. He's just dead, plain out.
Oh, but we do gonna have to go through a pause after that mistake, or rather that single death first blood coming in. And that was Sway Low taken out.
Sway Low flickered on by the Jawhead, if I'm not mistaken. Dreams going straight on him, knowing that the Yeeves a bit more vulnerable in the early game. And honestly, going with the, with this composition, he needs to find plays like that. In fact, the fact that he's able to go straight with the flicker early on in the game, I think it's a bit worth it, right? Rather than wait for Rebellion to try and make the play first and then be forced to use that flicker defensively, might as well use it to get a pick off. And even later on, he knows he doesn't have a flicker. Dreams can play just a bit more safe and make sure that if he gets picked off, his team can kind of capitalize. Because if you look at it again, there's still a lot of ways for Evos to really get some damage out. As we take a technical break here with Campina Ice Cream.
Oof. I really want an ice cream right now, and of course that has to be Campina this time around. Of course, we do need to wait a bit as we try to troubleshoot and diagnose the problem. It seems like it's Sway Low having to face the issue, but now then I would argue that Eve would kind of be not necessarily a counter towards Zeusin, because the Zeusin is such a lane bully.
Eve?
Yes, Eve. But
I like it. It's good.
Yeah, because
I don't think it's a counter.
Yeah, it's not a counter.
I like it.
But
I think it is a counter in lane.
But it kind of just lifts off the pressure that Zeusin gives you, because you have that extra range to spam out the spells, and you can't really match the pressure that the Zeusin does bring into you. So yeah, I mean, Eve, it's kind of like a solid option against Zeusin, because we have been trying to deviate the counters of Zeusin. This hero, I think it's still kind of relatively new, and you don't really have that much of an option to go up against a Zeusin. Maybe the Eve is an answer.
I think the big significant, because I've played this matchup before, I think the significant point here is the fact that the Eve can land damage and also get a movement speed boost with the Void Blast. That movement speed boost allows you to get out of the Lantern Flare range. That's number one. Number two, the Void Crystals you lay down, your second skill, that allows you to do damage and you can leave it there. So in that sense, you don't have to stay for too long inside the Lantern Flare to have impact. And because of the range that you're given, you can clear the lane from a relatively safe distance, which is one of the main issues that you deal with when you're facing a Zeusin, right? She positions behind your wave and make sure that if you want to deal with the wave, she beats you up, or if you beat her up, then she wins the push advantage. So Eve kind of counteracts all that. So I think it's a good matchup, but I'm not really willing to say it's a counter just about yet. But maybe, right? Maybe Evos will prove that this actually is a counter.
Yeah, you just need to outrange the Zeusin, right? Like, for Zeusin, it's either you go for full dive comp that doesn't let the Zeusin go for spacing, or you outrange her. Yeah. In the lane, the Eve does that. You just outrange the Lantern Flare always. Poke, poke, and poke. And just, you're very vulnerable to engages like that from the Jawhead. You need to, have pretty good reaction time to actually go up against that. And again, for Evos, it's really all about that early game pressure. They get that early to mid going with the Jawhead, it'll get scary. But even then, I feel Rebellion have a very, very good comp to go up against Evos. I still feel the same way that I felt in game one. It's Rebellion with the better draft here. They have more ways to actually counter what Evos want to do with them, and especially in the mid game, when the power spikes hit, it'll be pretty similar. It's deja vu again. 6-0, no problem, they can fight it.
You need to remember that Sway Low used to be notorious for playing these long-range, high artillery-type heroes, like the Eve, exactly. But before that, here's a fun fact for X-Win.
Yeah, in MPL Malaysia, Season 13. Yesterday, X-Win was the only Indonesian player to receive an award. Specifically, the title of Best Rookie. So this guy,
interesting.
He still has that young blood flaming in him, boiling in him. And yeah, he is the Best Rookie all the way in Malaysia.
Now he's back here. I don't think he's considered a rookie here, though.
Yeah, he is not.
Yep, so not really as fair. Here's Coach Age, though. Coach Age, confident still. Even though we feel like Rebellion's draft is a bit more conducive, we'll see if the Mad Scientist can let his team work their magic as we get back into the Lamadon.
Ooh. Fight happening soon. Dreams looking to zone out Ryota. Ryota jumps in.
Final blow again. Ryota with that directory battle. X-Win missing out on the Earth Shatter. Now knocked up, chained up. Good real world of Blade to lock him down. Fluffy gonna be isolated. Still able to use the Vengeance and the final slash as well. Ryota with eye for an eye. Going to be caught. Fluffy going at it. Cars versus the world. That's the Infernal Pursuit. Sway Low gets the kill. Cars should be dead. The enhanced sword forward. Annabelle's on a killing spree. And again, it's Evos who win out in the first turtle fight.
Again, the mid trio from Evos. We talked about this in the draft, Arashi. So strong early on. But will it fall off any soon?
Not really. I feel like the damage scales pretty well to the late game. The Sushin, by all means, is never really a damage dealer. The longer the game goes, the more she'll kind of serve as a utility, AoE poke type of hero. She won't be able to actually burst someone down. Annabelle will be the one doing so, along with Dreams. For Rebellion, they can really win the drawn-out fights, but they can't really go in close range like that, right? They gotta play the back and forth a bit more, but look at Dreams.
Oh, good shatter.
Yes, Satan coming in, and Natco does expend the spear over there. The spear of destruction doesn't connect to anyone, so again, Dreams can just engage on with that unstoppable force, target locking the players of Rebellion Esports.
I gotta say though, I maintain that skill is kind of annoying, the Earth Shatter, just because you're hit by the skill, you know? How is the rest of the skill still activating? I know the idea is you're lifting up, even though you get stunned, you still slam, right? But it makes it weird. It's one of the only skills that interact that way. But right there, Ryota once again showing the retry prowess, farming up a Storm still, despite the fact that it didn't go well for him, despite the fact that Annabelle got 3 kills, he's still keeping up.
Yeah, and of course, it is Mas Ade.
King MATT!
So
the MATT Glazer.
He is the #1 knight of King MATT. If King MATT does have 1,000 knights, Mr. Ade is his #1. But not go 1v1 against Matt. Not quite going to get the kill, but still. EVOS Glory, they shift their eyes on the turtle now.
Oh, Fluffy again isolated. They're gonna actually just go for all in. X win with the flicker forward, the Earth Shatter not connecting, the Spear of Destruction connecting as well. Ryota with a blow, getting the kill, but losing on the retreat battle. Now the Lantern Flare picking him up as well. You can see the M1 trophy as X Win goes for the Earth Shatter again. Rebellion Esports are charging in cars. Looking for so many skirmishes. I cannot believe he just flashed that. Dreams, ejector onto Clockhood or onto Sway Low, and Clockhood tries to follow it up, but Sway Low is able to flicker out.
EVOS and Rebellion fighting to get their wins. Meanwhile, Ade is there flexing his M1 medal.
A bit less relevant technically in the conversation. I thought he was gonna, flash something out from Matt, with how he's been so supportive. But no, all he has to show is that medal and the mustache.
Well, great stash coming in from Ade, but of course now Rebellion Esports, they are able to kind of just suppress that goal lead coming in from EVOS Glory. Again, Matt in the bottom lane, his option and his objective rather is just to survive. He doesn't really need to win out the lanes because when the 3-item spike hits the Roger does have that potential to just pounce into the players of Rebellion Esports. And again, it's just a composition where Rebellion Esports will set up for Matt, and Matt will just do that cleanup duty. But here goes X-Win.
Onward earlier, and now it's just cars. Oh, Matt! King MATT is angry. He's not angry, he is anger.
Anger man. Ooh, doing a lot of damage in the bottom lane as well. Ryota though, gets poked kind of low, goes in.
Whoa, Phantom Slash as well. Eye for an eye to escape Ryota! And the final blow there, Annabelle gets caught in the real world manipulation and is forced to run away. Rebellion Esports.
In a world where people become knights for King MATT, Ryota is a samurai. And he does that flawlessly.
Evos just seem like an average bloke.
Exactly, man. Great use of English terminology, Mirko. Man, Natco there also looking so average when Matt is just on a roll here. The next objective is up. We've seen Rebellion adjust from going for the objective to going for the fights, and it seems to be the right maneuver as Fluffy goes in.
Again, it's Cars who starts the initiation, actually missing out on the Earth Shatter. Dreams able to get that solid force. Final blow coming in. Annabelle winning it out. Dreams caught on the final blow though. X-Men still with the Primal Rat, deals some damage. Lantern Flare to pick him up. Even with the flicker, Fluffy takes the kill. Sway Low able to flicker out himself. Eye for a knight to escape, but Fluffy still is able to find it. Matt's in the back, looking for clean up onto Fluffy. He goes Sway Low with a real world manipulation. Enhanced sword, but Cars follows through. That kill with a flick. Matt with a Lycan pounce. Matt with a scratch, and Annabelle gets taken down. Can only lie down and land on, as you can see, his corpse. Now Matt walking over that corpse, going onto the turret and zoning the Tigers away.
They might lose the objective, and it seems like they were going to lose the fight, but King Matt comes in, this time with his knights, and the Raging Bulls, they charge forth.
MATT, look at him, he doesn't care. Oh, Jawhead who?
That's a meal, that's a snack and a half.
Jawhead, more like forehead, says Matt. Just goes in with the Roger. He doesn't really mind the fact that there's danger. With a 400 only a 400 gold lead. Rebellion, though, has been able to match the aggression, and they've been winning when it comes to the structural game. The mid lane turret falling for Evos right there is quite dangerous if you consider the fact that Rebellion want to be hidden. They want to be playing around the bushes and the vision. Evos are the ones who want to try and get control there, using the Jawhead, using the Tushin. But with the mid turret falling now, that Clockun now has to move with the team and come back to the lane occasionally. He can just stand there, because then he'll be too late to the party whenever something happens in the side lanes too. With 30 seconds to go, and see the movement coming in from Rebellion, they're content to just farm up before the fight and just make the play happen when the fights are going on, because they know the Jawhead's strong point are moments like this when he can kind of surprise people and go for a pickoff. In a full-on 5v5, X-Win on the Aegis will have a lot more impact.
And this Benedetta, of course, just kind of activates the side lanes. We talk about how Moskov is that #1, side lane pressure that can always be ever so existent in the hands of EVOS Glory with the global presence as well with the spear. But when you have Ryota that can match that speed, that can be very problematic. But now Cars looking for an engage. The Lord taken down slowly by Rebellion, and the Annabelle's revealed.
Again, X-Win with a with Earth Shatter onward over to Clockun. Destruction into the front, Ryota securing the Lord. Annabelle running for the hills. King MATT down to Lycan form, looking for the prey. Man is the Predator against Final Splash. Lycan pounds. MATT with a triple.
What is a tiger in the eyes of a wolf? But this is not just a wolf. It's the King Wolf.
Call him MATTT with a triple kill. Immediately with the Lord coming through. Rebellion, they have everything up available, but they're not seeming to commit onto this Lord. They know it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. They're sending Ryota to the bottom side. They're stealing away resources from the jungle. They're going to take away the turrets on the top side too. Rebellion showing discipline here.
Oof, so much discipline, and it just becomes worse for EVOS Glory, adding insult to injury for Rebellion Esports. So disciplined, and it feels like it's a refreshed Rebellion Esports lineup, or rather gameplay approach this time. EVOS Glory, they've lost every lead that they had, and now the top turrets as well up top lose.
Hey.
Last, but a jumper.
What the heck? Cars was pushed back. What the heck was that? Lycan pounce. MATT, he's hunting. X-Win Primal Rat. Echo. Sending to go in with that spear. How did they ping pong Cars all the way to the base?
It's a relay play by Evos. And even in the bottom side, that was a flashy play by Annabelle to get the wave clear to save the final turret outside the base in the bottom side. More safety for Natco, and considering how the first game went, that safety is desperately required.
And we talked about how Suelo is indeed well known for that long-range mages. A game fact by Gope assures that, because he has been Suelo's most picked hero throughout his career with 38 picks and a 55.26% win rate. That's pretty high as well for Yves, but Annabelle gets assassinated.
That's Ryota for you. Annabelle's just an average bulk.
The Sky Piercer in his inventory slot, man. Ryota is massive with the BOD as well. You can't match that burst damage with a Julian.
Ryota believes, he conceives, and he achieves. He's a goddamn samurai.
He's so good.
Oh, and again! Oh man, okay, my bad on that one, man.
He's just an average bloke. He's taken out.
He's gone.
Just like that, man.
No Sudoku Master Curse. I'm sorry, Ryota.
Right. Right now, Rebellion can still go for the bottom turret. And you can see Sway low on the Yves. His presence is starting to get felt, man. If you look at his items, I thought he was going to go for the double wand combo. That's the standard build that a lot of people go for. But no, he went straight for the Divine Glaive glowing wand. Oh, this is the 1v1 though.
Oh.
This is the mobility of the Benedetta, man.
Yeah.
If you get good at this hero, it is just so difficult to deal with.
Oh, MATT. All he knows, he wasn't aiming for you. He was aiming for the minions.
He's sniffing. And he is hunting. And the players of EVOS Glory, they slowly turn into white cubs. For Rebellion Esports, it feels like they have control over everything in this map. Oh, an initiation.
Oh, Matt's ejected out, still able to escape with the Purify now. The final slash to chase him down, but he's going to be caught in the final blow. And MATT goes into Lycan form, now back to the gun dreams. That DOT on him. Glowing Wand will be able to put him on fire, to zone him away. Rebellion should be able to take this Lord for free.
Cars and Sway Low still just zoning around, making sure that nobody can even get close. Cars though, whoa!
Natco, not again, man. It happened in game 1. This time he will be able to escape, but he burns the flicker.
All right, clean Lord take by Rebellion right there. And the defensive responsibilities are still managed. That's a malefic roar for Ryota, by the way. This guy is farming up a storm. In contrast, I mean, Annabelle on the Julian hasn't farming well as well. He has the concentrated energy to help with the sustainability, but you can see that in a 1v1, in the midst of these big fights, he isn't really allowed to even survive long enough to make use of that sustain.
And the question is, sometimes you would really want to win in a 1v1, so you can't really spam out the skills when it comes to being a Julian. So you would opt sometimes for the Starlium site, but this time he doesn't really go for it. Any particular reason as to why he does not really go for the Starlium site?
Who? The
Annabelle, the Julian.
The Julian Starlium, because I think he wants to go for a bit more consistent damage. Look at the ping pong!
Again, onto X-Men. He still has to climb around, able to survive. The Lantern Flare picks him up. Annabelle gets the kill, but a turret in the mid lane will fall.
Oof. Again, displaying ping pong with Cars as the ball, but this time around it's not Cars, it's X-Win. And Ryota also already has the RGM, so again, sustainability for him, survivability as well.
The Rose Gold Meteor.
Rose Gold.
Yeah. I haven't heard it referred to as the RGM.
I call it RGM, but
yes,
you know,
Rose Gold
very
Meteor.
long.
It's great because of all the burst damage available, especially Magic Burst. As we take a look at the Farah here.
There's someone angry. There's someone angry right now.
Why?
Emperor, Jonathan Liandi.
Oh,
because he has been wanting to be in the MPL ID Extremer.
I mean, of course, why would we feature Jonathan Liandi?
Yeah.
Who is he? Who is he compared to everyone else we've seen?
Yeah, oh my god.
Exactly.
Mr. Liandi, calm down, brother.
Who's that no-namer?
Yeah, Mr. Jonathan. You might have the views, but it's okay. Not right now, brother. Maybe when someone goes up against the Kage.
Oh, maybe.
But that's impossible because Brian is not even here anymore.
Ooh, that's true, unfortunately. With 55 seconds to go, though, here, Evos, they're doing a great job stalling it out. They do have that ping-pong maneuver. And by the way, Clockwood also went for the brute force with the spammable nature of the Sushin. He went for it just to ensure that Ryota can't really be too far out of control. But honestly, the fact that Fluffy on the Phobias here, Cars on the Phobias has the Radiant Armor as well as the Dominus Ice. He's just a lot tankier right now. He just stacks on the tankiness. It doesn't even matter if he doesn't get to do too much damage. All he has to do is to be disruptive and make sure that Clockun is confused on who exactly to lift up, who exactly to try and use his spells on. That's true for everyone on the side of Evos.
Now we have to address the elephant in the room, Yoda. This guy is farming up a storm, full slot items already in his pockets, and he does excel in just running around the backline and dealing so much damage. Who is going to be responsible to stop him? How does EVOS Glory address this Raging Samurai?
Has to put someone in charge of that, but look at Unstoppable Force coming in.
Vengeance popped in early, the ejector coming down as well. Now the final slash. Artifact with the flicker in the Earth Shatter coming down. Real World Equation earlier used up. Meanwhile, now Matt is going at it onto Dreams, who is going to lose that immortality. Raylo zoning the backline. Matt is godlike. All like in form. Matt's careful, buddy man. That's a Purify. Matt knew all about their positions. He was just there to send a message.
He is omnipresent. From a king to a god, he is godlike, and for Rebellion Esports, they add salt to the wound with that Lord EVOS Glory losing Dreams in that process.
I'm actually surprised that EVOS went for it in such a straightforward manner. Unstoppable Force into an ejector? Wasn't even a need to go for... Exactly, wasn't even a need to go for the Unstoppable Force. Cars is going to jump at you anyways. I would assume that a veteran like Dreams would go for the Flicker Ejector and then Unstoppable Force towards the target to try and get out, you know, to get closer to his team. But to try and play the chase game with Rebellion against a Benedetta, a Roger, a Yves even. There's just so many slows and chases, Evos can't get out of it. Now they have to try and defend one more time. The ping pong maneuver, can it happen for the third time?
We don't have the ambush this time, and look at Sway Low, just chunking the low X-Whip. On running the Earth Shatter, Fluffy dodging away with it, with the Vengeance. Now Lord actually brought back in towards the bottom top of the map. Ryota with the final blow, and eye for an eye all the way into the base. Ryota, way too aggressive. Rebellion do get a base turret in the bottom lane, but they are forced back again.
Oh, his sword broken. That was so greedy from Ryota. Engaging down into the base of EVOS Glory, he had to pay the price.
Was able to zone everyone away though, and 2 members from the side of Evos almost fell to him. So credit to his presence there in that fight. Now it's waiting for the next Lord, and it's moments like this where Evos, they want to try and get something. Dreams!
Let's see the Earth Shatter again, and whoa, how did the onward miss there?
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Back to the back and forth though. Again, Sway Low is doing so much damage, and the slows might be more deadly than the damage coming through from this Yve. And you have to remember, quite recently, the last change to this Yve changed the scaling on the Void Blast back up. So the longer the game goes, this Yve actually scales insanely well. And he has the left and right.
Oh, hey man, I don't think you want to do that onto the Phobia's Dreams.
Now on Earth Shatter again.
Annabelle still getting the chain. Matt able to use a Lycan form to escape Ryota. Gonna engage on Natco into the midst of it all. Matt still able to survive with the Rose Gold Meteors. Fluffy's gonna be isolated. Meanwhile, X-Win surviving. Immortality still there. Ryota gonna get speared all the way to his demise. Fluffy still isolated. Annabelle knocked up, and now it's Sway Low getting the job done, picking up a killing spree. 2-1.
Again, the battle of the beasts. This time around, it's the Rebellion players. The Blue Bulls charging forth. Annabelle gone, Fluffy gone, Natco, Dreams, and Clockton responsible to defend this base. The minions marching in, but of course they don't have the angle to end.
Wow, 2 members down. Pick-off potential still rapidly available for them, but they won't go for the risky route. They want to go for the Lord in the next 10 seconds. It's respectable, but this also gives Evos time to recover. They will need to defend against the Lord once it gets back up, but they do have a lot of burst damage from Annabelle and Natco technically. They will be able to clear it out unless Rebellion decide to make a play in the right moment. But yet again, there was a great play by them to go back and forth in that fight. Evos are trying to contest though.
Dreams walking up again, able to go for the fling. Real world ablation on the clock, and still with the Crimson Beacon. Matt getting rid of the Lord. Sway looking to be engaged upon X-Men with the charge. And again, Cars is up against 3. Now with Infernal Pursuit, bought enough time. They dealt with Fluffy. Clockton is next. Ryota is looking for the assassination. Matt now with a gun for bang, bang, bang. He puts a bang, bang in Mobile Legends. Now with a Lycan form. That provides a win of nature in time. Pops it in, but now it's Sway Low saying, what win of nature? I deal magic damage. They see red. The Bulls are charging. Annabelle with the enhanced sword forward. Losing immortality. That's Dreams losing immortality as well. Annabelle was in the world, but Matt is the world. He is legendary. RBL, they have cracked their 0-loss record. Their first win in season 14.
The White Tigers lose their fangs and their claws sheared by Evos Glory, or rather Rebellion Esports. Rebellion Esports, they pick up their first win in MPL ID Season 14. What a performance from all the players, and of course, the king, MATT.
A cornered beast is the most dangerous kind. Evos thought that since they were up against herbivores, against bulls, it won't be an issue. The Tigers surely will take them down, but no. You mess with the bulls, you get the horns!
He even put the bang bang in Mobile Legends bang bang. He went back in time to tell Moonton, put the bang bang in for me, for this game in particular.
M-A-T-T.
Matt puts the M in Mobile Legends. He puts the M in MLBB. That's why his name is Matt. That M is Mobile Legends.
You can't spell match without M-A-T, and you saw that here, taking the match from Evos.
It was a crazy last fight. Cars, finally you're seeing the potential of his phobias buying so much time. And again, against this composition, you cannot split apart. You cannot play this chase game. It looks dangerous, but you have to commit. When you split apart like this, Natco falls, Annabelle left alone with Dreams to defend. You just can't do it. It's a great draft from Rebellion. It's a great execution too.
They tame the Tigers, but now we want to hear from the Bulls up on stage. So here we go, Bude Clara Moonstar. Take it away.
The Battle of the Blue dimenangkan oleh Sang Banteng Biru. Pada akhirnya di panggung ini, dari Rebel Squad MATT, dung 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 dung. Kemenangan pertama kalian. Akhirnya yang dinantikan datang juga nih. Bagaimana setelah mendapatkan kemenangan pertama kalian?
Tenang.
Tete, apa yang berbeda nih di match kali ini dan match-match sebelumnya untuk Rebellion?
Hoki aja.
Hoki Bude. Namun kita ngeliat kayaknya MATT tuh kalau sebelum-sebelumnya itu biasa hero-nya itu terus kayak di minggu ini ketika kamu mengubah hero-mu, MATT punya pesona yang berbeda nih.
Tim aku yang lebih jago, tim aku.
Oh, timnya
Iya,
apa?
tim aku.
Bagaimana timmu membantu dirimu di dalam lane of down dan tentunya untuk memenangkan match kali ini?
Blacklist Hero Moskov.
Blacklist Hero Moskov. Blacklist Hero Moskov. Kasih ke musuh aja.
Iya, kasih musuh.
Kasih ke musuh. Namun selain dari hero sendiri, bagaimana sih untuk kita pengen tahu dong dari tim Rebellion sendiri, kendala terbesarnya apakah sudah dilewati?
Sebenarnya kendala terbesar kita tuh ada di bahasa. Jadi kebetulan kan kita bawa dari PH, tapi Philadelphia.
Salah.
Itu mungkin cukup struggle dan sekarang mulai mengerti bahasanya.
Untuk menyatukan pikiran,
Iya.
obrolannya.
Ya mulai connect,
Udah connect berarti sekarang?
lumayan. Ya Matt?
Lumayan kali.
Oh bahasa Indonesia kok, bahasa Indonesia.
Ya udah dilatih.
Udah dilatih. Namun Swallow ini kan kayak tertatih-tatih banget. Berseason kayak kita mencari timing untuk Rebellion kapan nih? Rebellion akan strong di satu season gitu. Apakah ini start awal kalian untuk menjadi tim yang kuat?
Amin. Kita yang jelas berusaha yang terbaik aja sih. Mau apapun yang terjadi, mau kita menang kalah, kita tetap do the best. Itu aja sih.
Tetap do the best pastinya. Namun sampai hari ini kalian baru menang sekali ya hampir penghujung di leg pertama. Bagaimana kalian menghadapi semua ucapan-ucapan yang ada mungkin di online, di offline. Pressure-nya ada nggak sih?
Mungkin itu Prince Matt.
Kalau pressure enggak sih, biasa aja. Cuma lebih jadiin motivasi aja.
Jadi motivasi?
Ya.
Membuat semuanya jadi motivasi?
Ya.
Dan pada akhirnya King MATT menjadi ganas. Ternyata itu. Oke, tapi di sini juga ada X-Win bergabung di Mari di minggu ini dan kayaknya kamu mengubah banyak hal untuk Rebellion. Apa yang kamu bawa ke Rebellion sehingga Rebellion di minggu ini terlihat berbeda?
Gak ada sih, kayak biasa aja sih. Bawa yang Erwin tahu aja, kasih masukan-masukan gitu.
Kasih masukan-masukan. Masukan apa yang mungkin langsung diimplementasikan?
Banyak sih, kayak in-game, out-game.
In-game dan out-game. Tapi kan ini adalah minggu pertamamu.
Ya.
Bagaimana kamu melihat tim-tim lainnya?
Jago semua sih di MPL ini.
Jago? Tapi untuk next-nextnya tentu X-Win gak takut sama siapapun dong?
Enggak.
Nggak takut.
Main aja.
Main aja. Apa yang paling X-Win nantikan nih? Bertemu siapa mungkin dari ROM tim lain?
Nggak ada sih, siapa aja.
Siapa saja. Baik. Namun di sini juga ada Cars yang Cars kan kita baca-baca tuh ada di banyak hal. Kendala juga terlihat. Cars. Ada yang bilang chemistry. Chemistry menjadi satu hal yang dibutuhkan oleh Rebellion. Sudah terbentuk belum sih Cars?
Mulai kebentuk lah.
Mulai kebentuk.
Ya.
Minggu ini menjadi awal untuk terbentuknya chemistry berarti Cars?
Iya.
Udah berapa persen Cars? Udah sejauh mana nih pertumbuhan dari chemistry?
Masih 50% mungkin.
Masih 50%. Bagaimana nih kalian untuk membentuk chemistry supaya cepat? Karena kita udah hampir home season udah berakhir nih.
Pelan-pelan aja, tapi pasti.
Alon-alon bae asal kelakon. Tapi kemenangan hari ini pada akhirnya kalian dapatkan. Apa yang ingin kalian buktikan untuk seluruh yang sudah menonton dan mendukung kalian? Atau mau nunjukin ke tim lain juga? Apa yang ingin kalian buktikan?
Kalau kita masih bisa playoff lah.
Masih bisa playoff. Itu yang dinantikan. Semangat juang dari Rebellion tentu masih membara.
Masih dong.
Masih dong. Dan dengan datangnya juga ada Ryota di sini. Tentu banyak banget nih karena kalian udah ketinggalan start dibanding tim-tim lain. Mengejar di klasemen sementara, apa yang akan Ryota lakukan?
Ya main aja.
Main aja, fokus aja.
Fokus aja.
Tapi mengingat sekarang dari kompetisinya, kompetitif, semua tim yang ada di MPL. Bagaimana Ryota bisa mengejar hal itu?
Lebih tryhard kali. Buat bangun chemistry juga sama tim.
Membangun chemistry, tapi apa sih yang tersulit yang kalian sudah lewati sampai hari ini? Untuk Ryota mungkin?
Banyak hal lah.
Banyak hal?
Banyak hal.
Sudah dibenahi kah?
Sedikit.
Sedikit. Sedikit-sedikit. Alon-alon ke soal kelakon ya. Namun, ada yang ingin disampaikan mungkin Ryota untuk kemenangan hari ini?
Makasih yang udah dukung Rebellion.
Makasih yang udah dukung. Kars, ada yang mau disampaikan untuk kemenangan pertama ini? Kemenangan pertama?
Semoga lanjut lah kemenangannya.
Semoga lanjut dari Kars, harapan itu. X-Win, ada yang kepengen kamu sampaikan untuk kemenangan pertama ini?
Nah, thank you buat Rebellion yang udah dukung kita, yang udah datang hari ini.
Swaylo, kemenangan pertama. Kata-kata dari Swaylo dong.
Mungkin kalau kemenangan pertama ya kita bakal berusaha terus lakuin yang terbaik, jangan bosan-bosan lah. Karena mungkin kemarin kalah terus, kalian datang zong terus kan kayak ini mah ya salam gitu. Cuman ya kita tetap usaha yang terbaik, tetap dukung kita. Semoga hasil kedepannya lebih baik. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Amin. Dan last but not least, kita ingin mendengar dari King MATT. Bude sambil mau rekam. King MATT di panggung yang dinantikan oleh semuanya. MATT, Bude nantikan. Ayo dong, apa nih? Weh, sampaikan sesuatu.
Buat Rebel Spot, sorry baru bisa menang sekarang. Makasih juga udah dukung terus. Semoga kita bisa pertahanin lah kemenangan kita.
Pose kemenangannya dulu dong. Ayo pose kemenangan dari Rebellion. Ya, itulah dia caster. Pada akhirnya Rebellion berada di panggung. So break it down. 2-0.
M-A-T-T, 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 the GOAT, the king. If M-A-T-T has 1 million fans, I am one of them.
No, Mas Ade and you.
Yeah, okay, 2. If M-A-T-T has 1 fan, I am that 1 fan. If M-A-T-T has no fans, that means I'm dead.
Yes, sir.
M-A-T-T till I die.
Go. Super Marco trembles at the sight of King M-A-T-T.
Oh. Get this man in the line. You want a rematch, or rather a match against ASCAP.
Just you wait. SRG, Liquid, Rocket Save you, Brent.
No chance.
Sleep with your eyes open to King Matt. King M-A-T-T.
M-A-T-T.
M-A-T-T is on the hunt.
Wow. This guy, it's very good to see him finally, you know, having his spotlight, his own spotlight. And that was not just a random game he played. He was legendary. He was, correct me if I'm wrong, deathless in that game against EVOS Glory, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he was, I guess.
I think so. Again, with all the pressure coming in from the rest of the teammates, Matt just picked the right time to just go in. It's such a good composition. All the chunk damage, all of the bursts coming in early, and then once everything is done, look at how they scramble when Matt is in the area, man. They can hear him howling, and immediately they just start running for the hills. But you can't outrun the wolf. You can't outrun King Matt.
Can't outrun the king, bro.
Who's the player of the match? Who is it? Who is it gonna be?
It has to be. It has to be King M-A-T-T.
All hail M-A-T-T.
M-A-T-T.
M-A-T-T. M-A-T-T. M-A-T-T.
Wow.
All right, 8-0-6. And almost an 800 GPM. Here's some of the highlights by our official gold partner, Ube as Gold. If you look at his performance, initially, you can see that Natco
still quite dangerous, but the action happens all over the place everywhere else. Evos with that deadly trio mid try to make things happen, but Ryota says no. And look at these moments, man. They keep making plays when they're like 2v2. When their power, their strength is the 3v3, technically. They weren't able to use Clock Institution to its maximum potential. And as Mirko mentions every time, she's very weak to dive, and that's exactly what Ryota is able to do. Look at this. Even X-Win, seeing Clockun so close, goes straight for him. Understands that you can burst down the Tushin so easily, especially with a lineup with this much crowd control. You can almost make an argument for Clockun to go with something of like a Vengeance or like a Purify, because honestly, you do have a built-in gap closer already. Of course, on the top side, shout out to Ryota, man. For 2 games, this guy was an absolute menace.
Yeah.
Denying everyone, taking away the neutral objectives and bursting down the back line. Cars in this last fight also was amazing. Critical in the momentum taken by Rebellion. And again, once they're running for the hills, whatever they do, whatever they use, they just can't get away. The chase, the slows, the crowd control from Rebellion, showing again why the Raging Bulls cannot be allowed to build up momentum.
Yeah, it's a very good moment as well for them because they have finally picked up their first win. But here we go, of course, to the golden moment by UBS Gold.
Nggak ada flicker tuh mau skopnya. Offset nggak sih mau skopnya guys? Offset banget sih itu.
Pelan-pelan.
Nice boy.
Bisa lagi guys?
OTW.
Lagi. Lihat gua guys.
Komit. Nice, lihat gua nih.
Boleh. Bisa yang atas nggak guys?
Bisa. Kalem. Iya, kalem. Bunuh dulu. Nah. Guys, tenangin pikiran, lor aja, mau nggak?
Boleh, lor aja.
All in ya, tapi ya, dia 30 guys, percaya gua guys.
Dia mau try.
Pede aja guys, sumpah guys, percaya gua guys, pede guys. Lor, abis itu balik ya. Udah ya guys, percaya gua guys, balik guys, percaya gua.
Sambil backup.
Masih bisa kan? Depan. Boleh kalau dia nantangin guys, boleh guys.
Nggak ada ulti dia yuk.
Lihat Moskov.
Iya, boleh. Panik ya.
Moskov guys.
Iya, santai. Udah menang. Alhamdulillah ya Allah. Alhamdulillah.
Fokus guys.
Iya, santai.
There you go. Simple communications happening, and they were all in full confidence. They were basically spamming the. How do you kind of translate it? It means like little bro. What you doing, little bro? What you doing?
Man, the confidence is off the charts. You would think that they will be a bit discouraged considering the situation, but like they said, even in the post-interview, hey, sorry it took so long, complicated business, but finally we have a win under our belt. What a great moment for the Rebellion supporters that have been there through the lows of lows for Rebellion. Looking at the items, we talked about the chase potential for Matt. Great Dragon Spear, Endless Battle as well. Thunderbelt for the extra slow on the proc. How can you get away? And for Suelo, on the Eve, usually you go for like a Holy Crystal, but knowing that he's going to be able to spam out so much damage, he went straight for the Wishing Lantern just to get an extra amount of damage in. With the Ice Queen's wand, it's augmenting the slows coming in. Because you see, Clockun also has the same double wand combo, but he doesn't have the extra movement speed coming in from his spell procs. So you can see that he just is forced to just send out the lantern while walking backwards, and he's slow. It's too slow.
Of course, the rich guy is King MATT, King Matt. And Suelo, of course, the carry, he was dealing a lot of damage with the Eve as well, and just continuing the positive trend of that pick, because the Eve itself is the most big hero for Suelo. And for Dreams, the sandbag, this guy was just charging blindlessly most of the times into the players of Rebellion Esports, unable to stop the unstoppable force. So yeah, the Jawhead again proving to be, I guess, a double-edged sword for EVO's Glory.
You have to wonder if it's a really a bad draft, or that EVO's Glory just not executed properly, because there were some fights where EVO's Glory actually got the better of Rebellion Esports, especially in the early game. But once the power spikes came in, once the fighting got sporadic, Rebellion Esports just kept winning and winning. EVO's Glory were fighting 2v2, not really making use of the dangerous 3-man combo we're talking about. And of course, we did see the ping pong play, the relay maneuver from Evos, and that was cool, but it didn't get them the game, right? And it's so niche. You're only able to use it most likely when you're in the base.
And yeah, of course, that is it. Rebellion Esports, they finally get their first win under their belt. And of course, King Matt. You know, you can't spell player of the match without Matt. So you can't even, you know, Matt puts the M in MVP. So yeah, it's everywhere for him. He is
really
the GOAT.
Yeah, and personally, if we need to talk about the drafts, I think the draft, it was just Rebellion. Like game 1, game 2, it was Rebellion with a win in the draft, and I guess maybe we'll see the same sentiment from Ahmad Septian Meraksa.
Of course, lose the Battle of the Blue. How can EVOS bounce back in the next match? So according to Mr. Ahmad here, need to be disciplined from the first total, set up until the game ends, reduce overcommitment, and try to stay patient during losing conditions like EVOS in Season 13. I do agree with this statement that there has been a lot of undisciplined moves and also overcommitments, overextensions from EVOS Glory.
That's for sure, especially with the first game, how it ended. Let's not remind you too much about it and dwell too far on it, but there were mistakes from Evos for sure. And despite the fact that we're talking about how they looked so much better, it seems like they found a solution. Now it's like, is this the next hurdle, right? They found finally a different style of laning, and that's really good. We saw Natco had moments there as well. But now, is it about the discipline? Is that what they lack now to really gain momentum, to really have a great performance in the final, potentially 4 to 3 weeks of the season?
Yeah, it's coming to a close, and that's always going to be the thing about MPL ID mostly. But here we go with the losers interview backstage.
Nyanyi langsung perihal The Battle of the Blue ini 2-0. Bagaimana ini bisa terjadi?
Ya sangat berat, tapi kenyataannya kalah.
Kenyataannya kalah, tapi apa sih aspek terbesar di match kali ini yang membuat kalian kalah?
Sebenarnya banyak aspek, cuman mungkin tetap nggak disiplin sih yang paling besar aspeknya.
Nggak disiplin. Dan kita melihat sendiri, dari pik-pikannya itu, terbilang game 1 dan game kedua, itu nggak terlalu berbeda jauh. Apakah di game pertama kayak habis ada eval, terus ingin memperbaiki di game kedua, atau seperti apa nih?
Ya karena kan draft pick ini udah sering kita pakai lah ya, dari sebelum-sebelumnya juga emang udah pegangan kita sih. Jadi selama yang dilepas, kita bisa pakai ya kita pakai aja. Lagi juga game satu kan kita kalah karena kesalahan kita sendiri.
Jadi ingin diperbaiki di game kedua, namun tidak terjadi juga.
Tapi mungkin game kedua lebih sulit lah, karena ada Eve kan itu. Cuman buat menanginnya harus snowball dari awal, cuman kita nggak dapet snowball ya.
Oke, snowball yang harus didapatkan ternyata gagal dan akhirnya membawa petaka. Dan selain dari draft pick, mungkin Budi juga akan bertanya tentang line up. Dari EVO sendiri, sepertinya paling aktif untuk mewarnai roster update, ada transfer windows. Kalian tuh wah setiap minggu itu rame banget. Gimana sih kalian memutuskan untuk line up player, siapa yang akan bermain, menaikkan dan menurunkan, itu bagaimana sih?
Pasti nentuin line up dari scrim lah ya, dari latihan kan kelihatan tuh bedanya siapa yang lebih bagus di begitu. Ya, paling dari scrim sih paling besarnya.
Dari scrim, jadi berarti scrim kita kan lihat ada player yang mungkin sebelumnya nggak ada di EVOS Glory, seperti Fans naik, itu juga udah di screamin, dilatihanin semua.
Ya udah ada ikut Budi.
Mencoba untuk segala cara berarti dari EVOS.
Ya betul.
Nah kita kan tahu sendiri berarti dari strategi EVOS adalah membongkar pasang playernya.
Ya iya sih kayak gitu. Cuman kan yang kita naikin juga orang-orang yang udah berpengalaman juga kan.
Oke, meracik dari segi line up. Namun juga kita melihat mungkin sebagai contoh di Rebellion yang kalian lawan tadi adalah ada King Matt. Dengan banjirnya banyak kejahatan tapi sepertinya dia mulai naik kembali. Mencoba untuk menahan. Apakah akan terjadi di tim EVOS Glory?
Harus terjadi sih biar kita bisa menang.
Dan apakah King Brand juga akan turun?
Ya pasti balik lagi ke hasil scrim lagi.
Semua player punya chance dan kesempatan. Tapi kesempatan kalian masuk ke babak playoff semakin sempit nih jadinya.
Benar Budi.
Nah tinggal mungkin 2 atau 3 beberapa match lagi itu bisa menentukan nasib kalian. Bisa punya chance playoff atau tidak. Harus ngebut. Apa nih yang akan diperbuat oleh EVOS Glory?
Yang jelas pasti banyak review lah. Terus perbaiki scrimnya lagi, perbaiki habit kita lagi gitu.
Memperbaiki habit, memperbaiki scrim. Next lawannya adalah tim yang bisa dibilang giant di MPL Indonesia. Ada tim Bigetron dan juga tim Fnatic Onyx. Bagaimana kamu akan menghadapi dua tim ini?
Yang pasti harus bisa dilawan lah, karena kan semua tim bisa dikalahin lah ya.
Semua tim bisa dikalahkan. Jadi nggak ada nih menang-menang di atas, di bawah. Klasemen tidak menentukan.
Tidak.
Tidak. Baik, terima kasih sekali. Dan masih pede dong pastinya untuk playoff?
Masih pede.
Masih pede. Dan thank you banget Caleb udah memberi insight yang begitu banyak untuk Bude dan juga seluruh Sobat Mobile Legends. Dan untuk para caster juga kita akan langsung kembalikan. Monggo.
So that is it, an interview. The losers wanted that for Caleb. Of course, the analyst back behind Age. So what he was basically saying was that there's no excuses. You know, EVOS Glory just straight out lost that game and they are going to go back to the drawing board. He was saying that all players in that EVOS Glory lineup deserves a chance. So they will go back to the drawing board again, scrimming and trialing maybe the players to kind of instate their final, you know, 5-man. Because there's still Van in the lineup, still Brands as well, so yeah, a lot of options to work with.
They really need to find the value in their roster, right? And you guys can find the value easily with GoPay.
Oof, the value that is unbeatable. You can download the new GoPay app. The gamers, all of that packs a punch. Fantastic, like what Mirko said. With GoPay, you can vote for the winner of each MPL ID Season 14 match and guaranteed to get GoPay coins on your first vote and 1 token. With every vote, collect these tokens to exchange for free skins, GoPay coins, gaming smartphones, and even electric motorcycles. Whoa, the prizes are crazy. Fantastic.
That is beyond fantastic. Electric motorcycles for just using an app?
Yeah, it's
We haven't
insane.
heard that before, man. And on that note, you can also use it to buy skins, right? Top up for diamonds using GoPay, and you can actually get up to 20,000 GoPay coins in cashback, dude. And I mean, we know that we buy skins, right? So I mean, that's no secret. So I think using GoPay, why not? You know, you guys should try and take advantage of that too. It adds up.
Go ahead, check it out, man. I mean, what are you guys waiting for? 20,000 GoPay coins, and on top of all that, there's an activity as well that you guys can participate in here in the MPL arena. Well, before that, you need some ammunition whenever you want to game, whenever you want to just even contact anyone with your phone. And that ammunition comes in the form of pulsa that you guys can get some phone credit.
Yeah, phone credits, which is available, of course, in the GoPay app as well. You can buy phone credits at the lowest prices. Make also 100 transfers per month to anywhere without any admin fees. And aside from that, of course, when you go out and eat together with your friends, it's going to be very, very, you know, confusing to split the bills. It is made easier with GoPay because splitting the bills with friends is easier and faster because it's all in the GoPay app.
It's built in. You have to download any new attachments, any new things. Just use GoPay, and you can get an easy split experience. And we use it all the time, man.
Yeah.
Because we are friends, and we attend the MPL arena every single time, even when we're on duty, when we're actually just watching. It's just a fun time here, and you have to make sure you can come here as well and join that activity that Mirko was talking about earlier.
Yeah, to play a brawl match with professional players. I actually saw one of the Sonic fans, or rather the Onyx fans. They were playing brawl with Lutpi.
Oh, really?
Sitting behind. Yeah, they're playing with Lutpi. Oh my god, Lutpi. Of course, if you want to meet Lutpi or other players, maybe Moreno or Super Ken, it's super easy. Just download and register the GoPay app on your phone, then head straight into the GoPay booth at the MPL arena, and you can participate in the lucky draw for a chance to win a golden ticket to play a brawl match with a pro player. I really want to play with King Matt. So what do I do, Mirko?
Well, all you need to do is join the activity again, but remember that this activity will take place only on the even-numbered week. So right now we're on week 4. The next one will be in week 6. Okay, so week 5 we won't have this activity, but then we'll have another
2
chance
more
for
weeks.
week 8. Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be very close. So of course, don't forget to download the GoPay app and also join the Discord of our official destination for gaming and esports. It is Qiddiya. You can drop into the Qiddiya Discord for all things gaming at fandx.io/Qiddiya, because Qiddiya now we play at Qiddiya Gaming over here. Very nice.
Get that community, man, because you know you can find like-minded people in Qiddiya, and you know, gaming is always better when you're with friends, right? Solo can be fun, but for the most part, with the bros is where it's at. So. Find new bros on Discord, man, and it happened. I mean, me and Mirko, we met each other online.
Absolutely.
Wow. Not like that. Like what? Nothing. We don't talk about that.
Well, you know, Ryota played the Benedetta phenomenally. Fantastic performance from Ryota. What was the hero that he was using?
He was using the Benedetta.
Oh,
and it is available.
Electo?
Electo.
The sword?
The sword.
You can get it as a necklace?
You can.
Huh?
With the epic collaboration limited series at UBS Gold X MPL ID Season 14. It is available at ubslifestyle.com and UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. You can get a free skin with every purchase of limited edition. But the most important thing is you want to flex your sword like Ryota. And that sword is right here.
Samurai.
With the Electro Katana. And of course, the ring that every Onyx player has, or rather...
No, they have the champion one. This is the Mythic Warrior
Mythic
one.
ring,
It's
yeah.
different. It's different.
Yeah, but it's
But
still...
it's same, different, but same.
Same manufactured by UBS Gold.
It has the same effect. You walk out, you know, you meet people and you go like, oh, how you doing? They just take a glimpse at that ring and it's like...
Especially if you have 5.
Plus 20,000 aura.
Well, I'm not Onyx, so I can't really relate.
Exactly. Only Baba Yeba can do it. Baba usually flexes his rings whenever he wins another one. He's like, on cam.
Or you can be like a realizer, and instead of using the rings, you can just show off the blade and use it to cut onions.
I also kind of want to cut my Campina into 3 different parts.
Oh,
because
wow.
I actually eat Campina with a bowl. So I take out the stick, I put it in the bowl.
What is up with our
and I
anchors, man? Chefin drinks ice cream. This man eats ice cream in a bowl and he cuts it to 4 pieces. What is wrong with the people who sit in the middle?
No difference, because it's still the same taste. It's still delicious. Because Tropicana Double Crunch is the ice cream for gamers, Mirko.
You don't do that, man.
Double your energy to God level, especially when you eat it in the bowl without the stick, with a spoon and a fork. Wow.
Yeah.
Caramel ice
Why
cream
are
with
you
double
challenging
chocolate,
yourself?
making it twice as
Why are you
crunchy.
making it hard for yourself?
Because it's good. I get messy when I eat my ice cream, so it kind of helps with the mess.
Messi is a footballer.
He eats ice cream as well.
Not like that.
Yeah,
And he's the GOAT.
Sometimes I worry
No.
about you, bro.
He's like the Matt of football.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. The goat is Matt, not Matt, but Metsi. Would that make sense?
Matsy. Sounds like a different guy.
You can't spell mess. No.
No,
But
you can't.
You can spell mabar when you have Campina, man. Because it's not main bareng, which means play together. It is makan bareng. It's eating together. Maybe that's why Realize is so desperate to go with the bowl, because then he can share with his partner. That could be it. That could be
hell
it.
no.
Because if that's not it, I have no idea, bro. I'm
hell no.
concerned. I'm concerned about you.
No. Just you have a stick. It comes with a stick. It's a
But,
come
you know,
on,
it's
man.
Hard, it's hard to share.
You have the R&D, side of Campina. Like, they already made this. Like with great packaging, you can just eat it from the stick.
Really
then I
doesn't
come
buy
in.
into that, bro. He doesn't believe. Nah.
Realize you have it in your name. Just realize, man.
I can't realize it. The only thing I can realize is, of course, the need for spectacles.
Oh,
with
that's
Saturdays.
Okay.
respectable.
From where?
From Saturdays.
Oh,
I'm gonna buy one soon, but we're gonna keep that for a little bit later because we will have that sneak peek going on. We have a coming collaboration as well with Saturdays. But of course, that is it for match number 1. Rebellion take their first win. We will move on to match number 2. It is going to be the Kings of Kings, RRQ, against Geek Fam.
Oh boy.
It's gonna be very, very tough and very, very interesting to see, especially for you, Arashi, and for Chefin at home, because he is currently not in the building. He will be in the building sometime later when the hair cam does come in.
Yep, that is
yeah.
where he pops up.
He pops up.
I don't know where he comes out from, but he does.
CITV.
CITV.
It suddenly just pops up whenever the hair cam comes on, and you know exactly where his eyes are set. Screen. Just glued to it.
It's like that.
That is Chefin.
Like when you're eating Campina and you don't wash your hands, just glued, sticky.
He doesn't need to wash his hands. He drinks Campina.
Huh? His eyes are glued to the screen, you know?
Yeah, that is it. That is it for match number 1. So, of course, we will see you guys after the break. Stay here at MPL ID Season 14. We own this.
Okay, nature boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan nggak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli ke seharga termurah. Scan turis dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tobe basah. Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders.
Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah. Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders.
Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Dikasih ringan nggak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama teman makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasain nih Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah. Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders.
Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
then.
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan jurus dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah. Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders.
Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
What's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat update skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan nggak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan curi dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasain nih Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombé basah. Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders.
Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Dikasih ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot Kacau.
Ih, tombe basah. Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders.
Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage, gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah, scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah. Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders.
Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. Ini home.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Welcome back to MPL ID Season 14. As we see now, we are entering match number 2. It is, of course, RRQ Hoshi against Geek Fam, as the Kings and their Knights walk out and perform into the stage. It is still with me, Realize, of course, Mirko and Arashi. How do you feel approaching this match that is going to be, of course, the match of the day?
My friend, this is a match with a lot at stake. I personally, with some of a bit of a personal stake in the game right here, I'm very nervous. I think it's an exciting match. I think we're gonna see everything thrown out the window. Everything we expect gonna be shattered all the way from the drafting phase. When two teams as creative as this clash, there is no way this is gonna be a boring game.
Cute, as always, leading the pack here for RRQ Hoshi, leading the rebuild. Meanwhile, though, for the other side, it is RRQ's literal nightmare. The Devils, Geek Fam, the Kingslayers, who've always just had a way with RRQ since Season 11, undefeated against RRQ Hoshi, and mainly is a man that will be approaching the screen real soon. The B, and another B. It's Big Brain Baloyski.
I'd say he, against RRQ, is BBB Big Bad Baloy. He is the big bad evil of Geek Fam, the war crime general. As we put it, of course, the subjugation towards the kingdom now. The kingdom again under siege against Geek Fam. They're always the kryptonite. They're always the stumbling stone for RRQ every time they meet. And for Geek Fam, you know, their win streak has been broken by Team Liquid ID with a 2-2-1 score, despite dominating Game 1. And Baloyski yesterday brought out the Gatot Kacha. That was insane, and this just shows the depth and also, you know, all the creativity in the hands of Geek Fam.
Absolutely, man. The pick came out of nowhere. In theory, it works, but a lot of teams never really operate on theory, right?
Yeah.
They operate on data. They want to see it being used first to see the possibilities. But Baloyski, you just never know, right? In theory, okay, we need sustain, we need tankiness. He just finds that weird pick. You know, and this is always the case for Baloyski. All the way back, he is one of the most unique roaming players here because of the sheer versatility. And it's not just meta picks, it's more on the off-meta picks, which is why it's so difficult to try and go up in a drafting phase against this team. Because with other teams, you can flex in the mid, the gold, the jungle. But for Geek Fam, I think they're one of the only ones that can force a respect ban in that roaming position. And that is insane to think about.
Yeah, soaking almost 3 bans. I mean, the Natalia was there.
No, the God thought you add another.
Yeah, maybe. maybe RRQ will add another ban. But of course, you know, he is revered with that Hellcurt. But of course, we want to invite our good friend all over from Malaysia. It is Lafel to join us in this segment.
Leifel?
Hello there.
Leifel?
Leifel, Lafel, Lafelius, are you there?
Lafelius Cornelius III?
Oh my goodness.
Baby Lafel, Mirko?
Baby Lafel?
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Hey, yo!
Hey, Lafel, how are you doing?
Dude, we missed you, man.
I'm doing good. Your intro said that we're good friends. Are we? I mean,
maybe you are with Mirko, but I don't know.
Nah,
I guess we're like
questionable.
Come on, bro.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. First of all, thank you very much for having me here. I'm glad that I'm here before Jonathan Liandi gets featured in the MPL ID Extreme. You know, I'm happy that RBL won their game before Jonathan Liandi gets featured as well. So I don't know. It's been an amazing day.
Yeah, it really has. Many things have happened before Jonathan Liandi, but hey, Lapel, tell me how you feel right now. You know, obviously after MSC, we know what happened. Malaysia are on top of the world. So I want to ask you, achievement-wise at MSC, where does that put MPL Malaysia as a region?
I mean, I don't know, Mirko. I feel like we talk about this behind the scenes. Yep. Like for me, I'm not usually the one on top. Usually I'm the bottom. So it feels a little bit weird for me personally, of course, you know. So I feel like this is a very good achievement, but this is also one of those things where doing it once, people can say that you're lucky, or you guys could say hokey, but I feel like we need to win a few more times, then we can really say that, okay, Malaysia is looking good. Like, first time, lucky. You need to do it a couple more times before it becomes really solid, you know?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, for Malaysia, they have achieved a lot. For MPL ID, we are kind of down in the dumps. We're trying to climb back, but of course, Malaysia, they took a storm globally. And MSC, you know, SRG won everything. In your perspective as a respected and also a veteran, you know, caster and a figure in the MPL Malaysia scene, what is the contributive, you know, reasons as to why Malaysia are able to dominate the global scene and why SRG was able to win everything in MSC?
I like that Arashi reacted to realize being so nice to me. It's like, we're usually not nice to Lafel, but yeah. Honestly, I feel like MPL Malaysia has gone through what MPL ID is going through now, which I kind of feel like MPL ID, you guys are really trying to figure out what is the best in terms of the roster, because I've seen MPL ID, a lot of roster shuffles have been going on for like 2-3 seasons, and I kind of feel like Malaysia, we kind of figured that out, what works best for us. And for SRG, it's a combination of Coach Arcadia understanding what he really needs in the team, and he got very lucky in getting the players that he got, because in the previous meta where the gold laner was like position 1, the most important player, he was able to get Innocent, and Innocent is very good mechanically. Everyone else just make sure that he is activated. And he's also lucky that he was able to get Sakai's, which is good on the assassins as well as the utility junglers. So when we actually transition into this new meta where the jungle is now the position 1, he's able to play around that. So yeah, I feel like it's a combination of understanding what you want and then getting lucky with the players that you got.
Yeah, I feel like SRG was kind of all-rounded last in MSC a few months ago, but of course now I want your 2 cents on MPL ID, our performance specifically, either domestically or internationally. What kind of leads to the downfall of Indonesian teams, both for Onyx and EVOS Esports, maybe in MSC 2024, you know? Also kind of looking at parallel broader issues in MPL ID, what is the problem that Indonesian teams currently have?
I wouldn't say specifically it's really a problem. It's really looking at the bigger picture, right? Because I feel like MPL ID, we've heard a lot of criticisms where people are talking about the management as well as the owners are looking at things short-sightedly, trying to get the early wins when you really got to start looking at the bigger picture and start to build your brand to make sure that everyone is good. So I see now they're really investing in younger players, you know, players from MPL instead of like getting those quick fixes, grabbing players from the Philippines or anywhere else around the world. It's like, okay, let's just trust our players and give them a little bit of time. So I wouldn't really say it's that big of a problem. It's more about a process. It just hasn't hit that maturity just yet.
Yeah, well, you know, you saw the asset we had on screen earlier. Is Indonesia still a top league? That's been a big question all around the world in the communities. Everybody was, especially the haters of MPL Indo, has been saying, you know, MPL Indo with 2 teams getting grouped, even Onyx, Fnatic Onyx, Indo are just done. We're a washed region. Do you agree with that, or do you think Indo is still a powerhouse that teams in other regions will have to look at M6?
I think first we got to talk about the definition of a top region, right? Because we had this debate where SRG won MSC, and then people are like, is Malaysia the top region? Not really, because that's just a team that does well in that region. You're looking at a whole. And MPL ID, I still believe that it is a fact that a lot of players, they're very talented in terms of their mechanical play and in terms of their in-game knowledge. I kind of feel like right now we're not seeing Indonesia in the highest of heights, is because I kind of feel like right now what you guys are lacking as well is the coaching know-how. Because I feel like the new patch really threw them a stone a little bit, where they're unsure of what to do with the players that they got. So I kind of feel like in terms of raw talent, MPL Indonesia or Indonesia as a region is still one of the top regions. Louis, stop it. You guys are still one of the top regions. It's just that in terms of executing what the coaches want, that's really all you guys need to fix internationally. And sorry, that was my cat. My cat's name is Louis, in case you guys wanted to know that.
Whoa, can she diverge?
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
She teleports.
She doesn't teleport, but she's quite annoying, and I ban her a lot.
That's why. That's the diversion we're talking about. All right.
Yeah.
Well, hey, speaking of annoying, SRG has been real annoying for a lot of teams to deal with in the international stage, right? So do you think that will continue at M6, or do you think it's going to be a bit different? Do you think some of the other teams from Malaysia, because obviously there are a lot of imports now, new imports coming in for Malaysian teams, do you think it's still going to be SRG?
I feel like SRG is still the favorite, but this is what I've been saying about teams that have crazy win streaks, is that when you win, you need to learn how to win. And I kind of feel like SRG is still learning how to win, where when you win, you go into 2 bad habits, which is very contrasting each other. Either you're so focused on the reason that you win that you start to tunnel vision, or you get worried that other people start to learn what you've been doing that makes you win a lot of games, where you start to overthink, and then you just waste your time by doing strategies that really doesn't benefit you at all. Where personally for me, I feel like SRG, based on the previous tournament, they went more on the secondary route, where they're really like nervous about people figuring them out, so they're trying a lot of new things where the timing isn't that right. So I kind of feel like other teams can challenge them a little bit, but I feel like in raw strength, SRG is still top of the charts when it comes to MPL Malaysia, and I think because of that, they can still perform very, very well in M6. But they need to use this 6 weeks of MPL Malaysia to really figure out where do they want to go. Do they want to focus on the things that make them strong, or do they want to diversify and try to figure out different strategies so that they are more flexible going up against different teams internationally?
Yeah, I think that's true. And for you know, MPL Malaysia as well, they have a lot of imports. That is, of course, going to help them, especially from Indonesia as well. But I do see this as kind of like a learning process as well, a thought exchange. Maybe the Indonesian players can learn a thing or two from MPL Malaysia. Now, I want your solutions. Lafel, of course, concrete solutions, but maybe not as instant. What do you think that MPL Indonesia might need to improve for their teams maybe to flourish better and come back to that powerhouse region status that we had?
Particularly for the two teams playing right now, GeekFam and RRQ.
That's true.
So my answer is going to be different because Mirko was talking about specifically for GeekFam and RRQ. There's one big thing that I feel like MPL Indonesia is starting to go back to doing, which is a bad habit that you guys, I feel like, have shied away from, but now you guys are repeating again, where you guys are starting to fight the team fights where there's nothing else coming up next. For example, I remember a few games from GeekFam and even yesterday, Sans, I remember he got caught out, and then the rest of the team, Sans is already dead, and then everyone wants to go in and try to make a bad situation into a good thing. But the thing is, even if you win that fight, there's no objectives on the map. There's no turrets to take, there's no lords to take, so it becomes a situation where you're just losing map pressure. And GeekFam especially, where I feel like they have been doing this a little bit more, I don't know if it's the call coming in from Beloyski or someone else, is that when someone gets caught, everyone else wants to save that person, but the thing is, that person is already dead, and there's nothing to achieve after that. So I kind of feel like that's an overarching thing that everyone else has to keep an eye out.
Yeah, but okay, Lafel, we gotta hold our horses first because we have a VT playing on, so we'll watch it together. Here we go. It is a boy with the Paramis, and
he was pressured so much in the early game, which is expected. Yeah, on a Paramis against a Jawhead, against a Hayabusa 2. But the fact that he was still able to carry the game.
Kalau misalnya hero-nya kita udah kasih draftnya enak gitu contoh. Tapi kalau secara mentality anaknya nggak siap, disiplinnya nggak ada gitu, kalah pasti kalah gitu.
Tugas saya tuh. Aduh, gak kena. Masih bisa kan? Gak ada aman guys. Ulti dia. Ada ulti lagi, Cok. Kalau enggak lawan aja. Aman sih. Mati gue. Target man. Tadi aman. Balik guys, habis itu balik guys, hidup guys. Matiin man. Low banget. Balik guys. Disiplin, Cok. Iya.
Game 1 tuh kurang nggak disiplin. Orang tiba-tiba di mic check denger mau end gitu, padahal menurut kita emang nggak bisa ya. Gratis slot harus. Kita emang nyiapin di scrim kayak salah satu hero yang kita siapin tuh buat lawan Geek tuh Jawhead gitu. So it's gonna be surprise pick buat Geek. Jadi kita harapannya tuh ada plan tersendiri gitu. Tapi emang ya ada beberapa miss lah gitu. Tapi emang tadi udah gua akuin juga, miss draft game 3. Game kita tapi harusnya 2-0.
Mau ban Jawhead gak?
Gak apa-apa, Jawhead aja tuh.
Lu mau Zeki? Apa gimana? Tapi dia ban Jawhead. Jawhead gak sih boy? Sumpah. Oh yaudah Jawhead. Jawhead 3 game, Cok.
Kita yang Paramis ya, Pak?
Iya. Paramis teris gak lagi?
Boleh.
Atau ada option lain? Paramis sudah fix yang satunya pikirin.
Gua teris dulu sih, kalau gua.
Teris ya, lu pede ya?
Ya.
Tapi kalau mereka sampai gagal dibalikin, Mas. Dan itu dia di depan sana, mereka sepuluh ke belakang. Tifa terjadi, depan berpaskan nanti Pikatron. Mereka dilampor, mendapatkan 2 poin kill hilang.
It is a boy with the Paramis, and
he was pressured so much in the early game, which is expected. Yeah, on a Paramis against a Jawhead, against a Hayabusa 2. But the fact that he was still able to carry the game.
Biasa kalau di draft pick kita ada fokus nyamanin tim kita sama nyusahin tim musuh kan. Apa kita mau ambil hero ini biar musuh nggak dapet dan musuhnya akan susah, atau kita lepas aja kasih musuh hero nyaman, kita juga pakai hero nyaman terus kita adu aja.
Nata.
Ya.
Itu kenapa ya? Ini dia.
Natalia, Cok.
Panik loh, panik gak?
Pergerakan dari Baloyski, akankah mereka fanatik konik? Hampir saja tapi Baloy berhasil.
Kayaknya nggak gitu juga.
Nggak gitu juga, tapi sekarang Peldora mencoba untuk bisa mendengar satu player dan juga penalti zone konik ke arah beberapa player. Baloy nggak aman udah. Sampai saber-saber om. Sampai ke saber-saber ini.
Kadang kita ngelawan suatu tim yang hero power dia kayak power banget, kayak susah buat kita lepas. Contoh kayak Baloy. Kalau kita ngeliat Hellcard sama Natalia, nggak semua tim lain main kan. Cuma kalau misalnya Baloy yang pakai, lebih hidup aja hero-nya. Hero-nya nggak meta, cuma ya itu spesial buat dia. Jadi mungkin lebih ke respect dan. 50-60% only lah untuk draft gitu. Kenapa masih besar angkanya 40%-nya gitu? Karena kalau misalnya hero-nya kita udah kasih draftnya enak gitu contoh. Tapi kalau secara mentality anaknya nggak siap, disiplin yang nggak ada gitu, kalah pasti kalah gitu.
Ya, disiplin penting, cuman harus pas sama momennya juga. Kalau lu terlalu disiplin, terus nggak dapat apa-apa, jelek juga. Kemarin SRG menang, menurut gua itu kurang disiplin daripada PH kan, tapi menang MSI. Tapi kalau lu mau main luar biasa, lu bisa bikin strategi sendiri. Soalnya di MOBA banyak opsi sih, bukan kayak template banget. Itu paling safe template, tapi sejujurnya banyak opsi.
Gfam itu memang tim yang unik, jadi ya lu harus punya draft unik juga. Karena menurut gua kan si Balai termasuk salah satu romer yang paling unik kan. Dia punya Natalia kemarin main Hellcard sendiri gitu, nggak ada yang main. Ya mungkin lu harus punya draft unik juga lah.
Makanya gua menantikan banget ntar Geek lawan RRQ. Kayak Geeknya lagi on fire, abis ngalahin tim Onyx, abis ngalahin BTR. Terus RRQ juga konsisten banget gameplaynya, trio mid-nya cair banget. Terus chance RRQ buat matain lose streak-nya lawan Geek Farm, khususnya untuk Baloy sama Aboy sih. Gua tahu Baloy gimana, gua tahu Aboy gimana. Kalau RRQ kasih 2 main, dimain-mainin udah pasti.
So that was, of course, the interview and also a VT coming in. Oh, he blinks, so he heard us.
I didn't know.
Talk about it, Mirko.
I'm blinking, I'm breathing.
All right, so I was saying during the VT, LaFell, if you can hear us, blink, and breathe. Okay, so you can hear us. Hey, great to know, LaFell, great to know.
Yeah, very nice. And now we want to jump into segment 2, of course, focusing more on the RRQ against Geek Fam match that is going to happen soon. I do believe that you have been following the MPL ID matches. We know for RRQ they have their 2 potential new players, of course, it's Edoc and Rins. You know, how do you see the rookies coming in for RRQ, specifically for both Edoc and Rins?
When we're looking at both those rookies, we got to talk about Syzygen as well, because we really got to talk about the mid trio of a team. And I kind of feel like for RRQ, this is amazing because we're seeing the mid trio being very proactive and they're taking a lot of pressure out of Skylar. So I really feel like both of the rookies are giving a lot of space for the gold laner as well as the jungler. And I kind of feel like this is what RRQ has been missing for quite a while, where you have a mid duo that doesn't overextend when it's really not that necessary. So I feel like both of them, even though they're the rookies, really showing a lot of mechanical strength. And in terms of their decision making, so far, mistakes here and there, but nothing too big to really talk about.
Okay. Yeah, of course, Edoc and Rins, they have been trying to prove themselves much more. And now, of course, the headliner today is, you know, Geek Fam being the Kingslayer, just being the kryptonite for RRQ. Do you think, in your own glasses, of course, you know, Edoc and Rins, are they already at the same level of Baloy and Aboy, considering the fact that, you know, RRQ, since the start of the duo of Aboy and Baloyski, they haven't been able to really win against Geek Fam?
Can I just say, I feel like it's not fair to compare Baloyski with anyone.
Yeah.
Because I really feel like he's on his own world. He has his own chart. Like, in whatever aspect that you're going to talk about roamers, Baloyski is out of the conversation just because he does something very differently. Because usually when we look at roamers, we can talk about how either they're a catch type of roamer, either they're, you know, a vision kind of roamer where you're just tanking a lot of hits, but you're opening the map very, very wide, you know, one that makes crazy moments. But Baloyski is really about a roamer that deals a lot of damage, which is not something that we see a lot coming in from the roam position with, like, I would even argue Gato Kacha with the use of his passive, his revenge, you know, attack, where he takes the hits and then he gives it back, technically is damaging as well. So I kind of feel like the question is a little bit unfair for anyone else. Baloyski is just in his own world, if you get me.
All right, well, I think that's a very good point, LaFell. But on the other hand, for RRQ with Coach Keskewed, we've seen damage roamers of their own. Edoc brought out the Aurora roam. So that's the next question we want to ask you right now. For both teams right here, everyone's expecting some crazy drafts. How important do you think the drafting will be for this matchup? And do you think we're going to see any kind of surprise coming from RRQ to try and match Baloyski's type of surprise in the drafting phase?
I feel like it's more important for Geek Fam for sure, because I see games where Vincent does really well when he has a lot of space and he has a lot of time to really think about what he's gonna do in the fight. When the mid duo, I would argue putting the EXP as well, when they are very big distractions, it makes it very easy for Vincent to really decide whether he wants to go for a specific target or he just want to burst down the objective. So I kind of feel like if Beloyski and Aboy doesn't have heroes that can create a lot of chaos where they put a lot of pressure away from Vincent, then I feel like it's not going to be a draft that's going to be very good for Geek Fam, especially if they put like a fighter in the jungle. Julian is fine because you can still get away with your iframes, but if the hero doesn't have a lot of iframes, then maybe it's a bit more difficult for Geek Fam.
Well, now, you know, since we're already touching on the rosters here, you mentioned the XP lane as well plays a massive part in a lot of these team fights and a lot of fights that Geek Fam win. So, we've had two different lineups actually show up for Geek Fam. It's been Gops with Chadera and Dora with Masako. Personally, for you, Lafel, who do you think is the main lineup for Geek Fam?
I feel like as long as Masako is there, you're going to be looking good because, I don't know, personally for me, I see a lot of promise coming in from Masako. Just give him a little bit more play time and it should be very, very good. And again, this is coming back to my point where I kind of feel like this is the era of MPL ID still figuring things out, because it's not just Geek Fam. Almost every single, not all, but almost every single roster of MPL ID, you have a lot of changing rosters going on. So still, I kind of feel like you guys are in the experimentation phase.
Yeah, and now of course talking about RRQ, last season they had a lot of superstars. I feel like Erad, you would kind of categorize him as a superstar as well, but now it's more of a regeneration coming in from the MDL department. Of course, EDOC and Rins in your screen right now. What is the difference of RRQ right now with RRQ back then when they had R7, when they had Erad? You know, are they going to really rely on the regeneration, and will it work for them?
I feel like too much of a good thing is bad for you, because I feel like this experiment have been done quite a few times. Whenever you want to build a superstar roster where you just take the best of the best, you got to understand that everyone has their own ego. Where even before this, when I was head of choosing the players for the SEA Games lineup, yes, I choose players that are individually good, but I also need some kind of balance in the team where someone has to be like very egotistical that he knows what is right and what is wrong and everyone has to follow him. And then you need to balance it out with other players, just like, you know what, just tell me what to do and I'll do my job. So I kind of feel like that's some of the mistakes that in general RRQ has been doing, where they just take superstars, but you don't really take into account the personality of the players, where it really clashes. And I kind of feel like this is the difficulty for a lot of teams, where you want to make sure that there's a balance between the coaching staff, management team, as well as the players, to make sure that no one really steps on everyone's toes. You cannot have a team that's too passive where no one wants to talk about what is right and what is wrong, but at the same time, you don't want too many of those people where the conversation doesn't go anywhere. It's just agreeing, disagreeing, but you don't really find a solution. So I kind of feel like having some rookies in your lineup where they're just like, I'm gonna follow your lead, right or wrong. I'm just gonna do it. So I feel like this iteration of RRQ is a little bit better, just because everyone should be listening to what the whole communication is about. Leaders talk, and then everyone else just listen. So that's my take.
Well, I think right now, Lafel, I'm gonna have to ask you, right? We've already spoken a lot about Geek Fam, about RRQ as well. For you personally, if you were to give advice about these teams, to RRQ, how to beat Geek, how to beat RRQ, what would your advice be?
For RRQ, I would really say bait Geek Fam, because I feel like for most of the time, they would be the one trying to help out their teammate, even though it's clearly gone. So I feel like trading 1 for 3 would be pretty good, especially when Beloyski has this tendency of like, he understands that he's also a damage dealer as a roamer. So I feel like you got to play around for baiting them out, almost playing like a Philippines team kind of style, where you're just trying to bait out his skills and then go back in. For Geek Fam, I kind of feel like they've been winning because they've been making unexpected plays for the majority of their matches, especially with the picks. Don't stray away from that. Just keep on doing that, and I feel like you should be fine. So for Geek Fam, I don't know how many other pocket picks that they have. If they still have it, then okay, sure, good. That's good for you, as long as you make sure that Vincent has a good time. Because again, I do feel like the junglers are very important.
Yeah.
And then for RRQ, let Geek Fam make a mistake. Draft a draft that is good at capitalizing mistakes, and then you should be okay.
Yeah, and for RRQ, I mean, they have tried to approach the game in quite different ways, but it's kind of hard when you have to spend bans only to lock down a single player. You know, we have seen for the side of Baloyski, he has been absorbing and soaking 3 to 4 bans, the Hellkit, the Natalia, the Saber.
Don't overthink it.
And maybe the Gatot Kacha right now, it could be a possibility as well. But now back to RRQ. You mentioned about how Tsujin is actually a jungler that has been impactful in RRQ. What do you see in Tsujin that you did not see in previous junglers of RRQ?
Okay. So, first of all, I feel like Tsujin is... I think as a personality trait, he takes whatever is given to him. He doesn't complain that much. He's like, okay, you guys set things up, and I'm just gonna go in, and I'm just gonna do very well. Tsujin, I would say, is the type of guy, like when I was talking about the balance of the team, you give me a job, I'll do it, I'll get it done, and then we'll win the game. So I kind of feel like the reason why I'm saying this, because Tsujin was in MPL Malaysia in the previous season in KGE, and I was very disappointed where I feel like the management really didn't handle the player well, where the player is very adept at using damage-dealing junglers, and he didn't get a lot of opportunities to do that. But using those kind of heroes makes it so that you want to focus on your mechanics instead of shot calling. So I feel like in this team, he doesn't have to worry about that so much. He just thinks about himself, and then he's good. So I feel like that's his strength right now in RQ, where he's just like, I'm just gonna do my job, you know? I'm just gonna win, I'm gonna go home, and I'm gonna sleep.
All right then, Lafel, before we end this segment, give us your prediction for RQ versus Geek Fam.
I mean, you can see my shirt, right?
Yeah.
So of course I'm going for Geek Fam.
Your shirt is blue, Lafel. I don't really think Geek Fam is blue.
What?
Your shirt is blue.
No, it's red. What are you talking about?
It's that thing again, Lafel, you know the... Yeah, it is red. It's red. Yeah,
No,
yeah,
it's
here.
red.
It's red. It's red.
It's red. Specifically for today.
We can see it. We can totally see it. Thank you, Lafel.
Thank you so much,
I'm
Lafel.
matching you guys.
Yes.
Well, we're white. But that is it for segment number 1, Lafel. I like your shirt. It's red. Yes, it is. So we will see you in the segments later on while the draft concludes and the games concludes. Thank you so much, Lafel.
Thank you,
We will
Lafel.
see you later.
Thank you, my friends.
That
red
shirt is
or is it
not
blue?
red. No, if you guys don't know, Lafel is colorblind. Lafel, if you can hear this, post a story or something. And I don't know. But hey, great to have Lafel here.
Yeah.
You know, obviously all the way
Love
from
the guy.
Malaysia. I can't believe he flew all the way to Indonesia just to be on cam.
Wow, yeah. He is in Indonesia, technically.
Absolutely.
He is physically in Indonesia, but now, physically on stage are the RRQ Hoshi players, Dyren, Tsujin, Rince, Edok, and Skylar. Will they be able to topple down the devils haunting them? And the big, bad evil, the big, bad Baloy.
Hear the march, see the sigils, see the banners. Last season, it was Skylar Esports, the prince. This season, the king, the newly crowned and appointed king, Skylar, shall lead the rebuild of RRQ Hoshi. And to really say that they have been rebuilt, to really say that the kingdom is back, they must kill their demons. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome RRQ Hoshi.
And of course, their opponents, their foes, their kryptonites, their demons. It's Geek Fam with Veldora, Vincent, Aboy, Baloyski, Masako. What crimes will the war general commit this time? Will they be able to once again shut down the kingdom and stop its rebuild?
A massive shadow crawls behind the kingdom. Its nightmare approaches again. It's RRQ and the devil, Geek Fam!
El Diablo is in the house. And that man right there in your screen, he's big, he is bad, he is evil, but he is also the winning condition, the key towards enabling the demons in Geek Fam.
So many potential approaches for both these teams when it comes to attaining that victory, beating their demons, maintaining their standing, their reputation. With so much at stake, the pressure is really, really on. It has been for the rest of the season, but even now, our Marshall brings in Coach Keskute and NMM against Bluffsy and Dora DSP. Looking intense, they know what is at stake. A failure here can mean catastrophic impacts on the mental, on the momentum of the team. They all look very confident, but today, they can only be one.
RRQ, they are in cloud 9. They're up there with the second win. They are collecting those wins. Momentum is in them. But of course, the rival showdown, the creative roamers from both teams, it is Beloyski and Edok. Beloyski, of course, like how LaFell mentioned, he is an enigma. This guy is on his own world, his own realm. Meanwhile, for Edok, this guy, the newcomer, the rookie, a lot of, burden shouldered upon him. But I do agree, I do believe that he also will deliver.
He can deliver even on the weirder picks as well. Matching Beloyski when it comes to the unexpectedness. So for today, the coach will decide what will these two creative roamers trade blows with. Will Edok go for something more aggressive? Will Beloyski go for all the damage possible? And even at the drafting phase, are both roamers going to be allowed all the potential dangerous roaming positions? Because we've seen this before. When both teams are comfortable, then the need to go for those target bans become unnecessary.
Yeah, now on a question, the magnitude of Beloyski. This guy is soaking up bans 3 to 4. Is it that necessary to ban out his heroes? Will it be that impactful? Or maybe will we see him back to playing traditional roamers?
I think it's a mix of yes and no, right? I think the Halkert, that has really given him the moniker of the Halkert and the Saber, to be fair, right? The war crime general here, Beloyski. But honestly, for RRQ, they need to look at it in a way where other teams have beaten the Natalia before. Other teams have beaten even the Gacha just yesterday. Liquid ID were able to adapt in game number 2 to get rid of the Gacha threat. RRQ, don't overthink. Yes, there are cheese picks. Yes, you need to respect it, but don't respect everything. Don't be too respectful. Play your game.
Especially with Coach Keskute, we've seen him take unique approaches, sometimes not even respect banning, just trying to craft a composition that can deal with some of these dangerous heroes. For both teams, the similarities end with the Ruby and the Roger. Both teams are very, very good at using those. If you look at the damage dealt earlier in team stats, GeekFam has an advantage. But for RRQ, the Lord rate, the win rate, the kill to death ratio, that is what they have against GeekFam. That dominating style who can shut down their opponents. They're going to be trying to do so today, but as the home team, GeekFam goes for the first pick.
Oof, wow. They will go for that first pick, so of course no reactions coming in from GeekFam. But I do believe in this match, at least for RRQ, they will try to tone down the cheese picks coming in from GeekFam. Take a look at RRQ. Their second pick selection in the away team is boasting such a good record, 80%. Only having to play the second pick means that you do have much more of an assessment against your opponents. But now for RRQ, they have been solid developing a lot of the rookies as well. But we also want to mention Tutsujin, as how LaFell mentioned him. This guy is also such a brilliant jungler, enabling RRQ left and right.
He is definitely comfortable on the aggressive damage dealers. That is a very important aspect in the jungle for Season 14 in the current meta. We've seen him perform well on Nolan, and of course, who can forget the great performance on that Roger, resulting in that crazy outcome against Onyx. But now against GeekFam, we'll have to wait and see as we get straight into the drafting phase. Quick bans from both teams.
Yeah, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6. Now Halkert taken out of the fray by RRQ. Simple respect. The Natalia is available, but you don't really want to jump the gun that quick. Maybe GeekFam, if they are banking on that, flexibility of Beloyski, they will pick up the high loss this time. Yesterday, actually you mentioned it backstage, Mirko, that Keskute, the way he counters his high loss is not necessarily relying on the CC, on the X-board. You basically just go all out damage to really just stop this high loss running around.
Yeah, non-traditional way of actually dealing with it, and they have to go for it again this time, or they pick up the Phobius. I believe the first thing it was a Ruby, if I'm not mistaken, just from the voice line, and that has been, it's not, it's actually banned out. So what was the first pick earlier? Because I heard 2.
Is it a new voice line? No, it's the Aurora. The infamous flex Aurora coming in from Keskute. And finally, we have this matchup we've been waiting for. The Phobius against the Hyla. Both very all-in oriented. Phobius with the additional chase benefit as well.
Yeah.
Professor KB has stated that the Phobius absolutely wrecks Hylas. We'll have to see if that comes through today.
Yeah, Hyla still flexible though. If it does not really win that matchup up in the XP lane, still could be given into Beloyski's hands down in the roam department. But now for Geek Fam, they kind of try to maneuver their next picks. Of course, this Aurora again still flexible, like how Arashi mentioned. Now for Geek Fam, the Ling is still left open in the hands of Vincent. We had talks about how Vincent is still not that, I would say, comfortable with the Assassins, especially with the Ling. He is much more advanced when it comes to the utility junglers, but he has proven that sometimes he could also play the Assassins.
Depends on the situation.
Yeah.
And by the way, the Aurora is also a great pick against the Hylas because you can slow him down. You can kind of stop the whole glorious pathway rush in their tracks. So now with that aspect, the Alpha will be picked up by RRQ as well. This is a massive AoE combo if they can kind of catch Geek and grouping up. But with the Ling in the picture, the split push potential, the split push threat is still there for Geek Fam to exploit. And so far, we're still not sure if we've seen the last of Beloyski, right? The Gato Kacha, there's still a chance that it shows up right here to really ruin what is looking more like a front-to-back dive from RRQ.
Now RRQ, of course, Phobius, Aurora, and Alpha spells trouble. When you want to fight them head-on, when you fight them front-to-back, that AoE damage and that CC is insanely strong. So now, of course, the Moskov taken out for Masako because he is also renowned with this Moskov. No Hereth, no Moskov. One of the, rather two of the strongest picks of Masako. Now, Geek Fam still traversing their way into their second set of bans.
Oh, wow. It's actually a Franco ban. Respecting Edo, knowing that, hey, he was able to utilize it just yesterday, and the pick-off strategy for RRQ has really been working out. Helker from Beloyski total 16 times in the ban throughout MPL Indonesia Season 14. And really, you can only blame Beloy for that. In his debut match in Season 14, he decided to pick it up against Alter Ego, smacked Alter Ego, 11 minutes with the Helker. So, yeah, that was the first and last time we will see Beloy on the Helker.
It's his fault for setting the tone so early on.
Yeah.
He could have hit it for a bit longer, but that is just not the way Beloyski operates. Now we have to see with two more bans available right here.
Will they ban the Gatot? Big question. The Hylos Gatot Kacha has been a strategy that Geek Fam have been utilizing just yesterday. Oh, they banned the Tig. Gatot open.
Oof.
Gatot Kacha is open.
They have a good amount of true damage and magic damage right now in the roster. You have to remember, the damage reduction in the passive of Gatot Kacha, it increases his physical defense. So against an Aurora, against the Phobius, against the Alpha, these damage sources are going to be quite effective at shutting him down. Look at this, Hanabi banned away by Geek Fam.
Hanabi ban, maybe they are expecting that Hanabi Lolita pick up, but why would they necessarily ban it against the Hylos Vexana Ling combo?
That's a quick reaction though with the Edith. Doesn't seem like RRQ are taken aback by the Hanabi ban at all. Now with another source of really good damage, but also magical damage, you have to wonder what the last pick is going to be. Because it's going to be the pick responsible for dealing all the physical damage. And technically against the Hylas, the carry can still be a great option, especially with the potential for the Frigid Glacier to be used as a protection tool.
I guess we'll see here. Maybe the Alpha was already kind of like a pick to prevent the Gatot Kacha pick. Maybe that's why RRQ actually are not really concerned about the Gatot Kacha. We'll see though, it does seem like they are still going to be going for it. So Gatot Kacha does not matter if there are ways to beat it. Beloy knows he's better on it, as it seems, and it is going to be a carry in the gold lane. Sets it for RRQ to actually go for... What do they want to go for? There's no Hereth. I was actually thinking of like maybe possibly the Hereth. No Moskov either.
Yeah, this carry.
Do they go for Claude? I don't even...
That's a bit risky. In theory, it's something safe. It can already shut down.
Bruno.
Oh, wow.
Bruno.
Bruno in the hands of Skylar.
Against Carry?
Back when he, out of nowhere, brought this pick out, he did have a standout performance on this Bruno. Yeah. But against a Gatot, against a Hylos, he doesn't really shred down. He nukes with big crits. but he needs items to get to that point. RRQ, are they going to be able to weather the initial early game aggression coming in with the beefy bodies of GeekFam, or can they scale up and eventually demolish them with crits?
Of course, the draft index much more favoring towards RRQ in that early to mid game potential, but for GeekFam at least, you know, that consistent damage coming in as well as defense, that tankiness from the Gatot Kacha and the high loss will be something that RRQ has to find a way to turn around, especially when you have the Bruno pickup. Of course, the Land of Dawn, we will see the Kingdom continuing its rebuild in positive trends. Will it be halted and stopped by GeekFam? Their demons crawling into their undercovers now. It's GeekFam against RRQ in match of the day, game number 1.
Very early on, you see Voloisky making big moves. Let's see how this early game plays out.
And RRQ have not won a single time since Season 11 against GeekFam. Remember that. That could be one of the ways that actually GeekFam utilizes just a battle of mental too. 8 times they have met since Season 11.
8 times and no victories. RRQ will be trying to turn that franchise around. Finally getting something for the team. But in the mid lane, I feel like Rins has so much responsibility right here. He's responsible for doing damage, also for the crowd control and stopping the rush coming through. Edok might just perform more as a counter initiator as we take a look at the emblems here by IndyHome. The agility and the tenacity for Dairon, he's going to be active moving around the map. And for everyone else, a lot of tenacities here. Both teams know that they like to go all in these fights, especially with the Hylas and the Gatot Kacha with a high HP pool. The tenacity is going to be a lot more valuable, but Masako as well wants to make sure that when he does get jumped on, he will have time at least to react, to try and make something happen. But with 2 Wilderness Blessings in the hands of Rins and Edok, you can see the RRQ. They want that mid lane pressure to spill out to the sides. Maybe that is how they're going to try and enable this Bruno pick.
You know, and the fact that Voloisky does have the Gatot Kacha in his hands means that the little skirmishes will be won, but oh, he's stuck. Prince.
Oh, targetable, the lethal. Or no recognition. Now Vincent with a stab forward. That was just the damage, pure damage. Voloisky gonna be caught, has to revitalize. No, Jin gonna take a whole lot of damage. Pure Baba defensively, the Tempest ablaze. Vincent gets the double.
Is this the main premise of the Gatot Kacha, is to skirmish early?
Absolutely, with an overloaded kit, with more damage coming in from his passive, more than any of his other skills. Going for a fight like that, catching Rins, that we just mentioned, having so much responsibility, means he can immediately go straight for this turtle. This is the early game we expected from the Hylos and the Gatot Kacha though. We'll see how RRQ try and deal with this.
Yeah, and now of course down bottom, still even Stevens for all. Take a look at the talent predictions by the new application.
Wow.
They are demons for a reason, villains and the bad guys. But oh, here comes the Goer's pathway.
Oh man, the Tane CC. It almost seems like a response to the talent prediction. You think that way, we're gonna smack RRQ, just you watch.
The trio mid has been so important for RRQ. GeekFam, very early on at 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, have gotten 2 kills, but Voloisky now gets jumped on. Whoa.
Actually moving forward, Jin, gun shy a bit. He doesn't want to commit towards Valoy, despite Valoy not having the revitalize just yet. You can see, oh my lord, the audience prediction also very much favoring the Kings.
88% for RRQ and Jin. Questionable approach where he had the Spear of Alpha already. Maybe gotta pick off there against Voloisky, but Voloisky again, the steel, the heart, you know, the heart of steel by him to just have the courage and bravery to open up the maps and portions of choke points in the river, especially when you are so tanky and you have so much, you know, defense. With Gatot Kacha means you can really invite aggressive plays coming in the skirmishes as well by GeekFam. Now RRQ, what are they waiting for, Arashi?
They're waiting for a neutral objective to try and use this proper teamfight composition. Look at how GeekFam is playing, man. The side lanes are playing it very, very safe. Rins!
The arrival forcing the flicker. Valoy gets frozen. But that's true. He's always been ice cold.
This is the issue right here. GeekFam just focusing always on the mid lane. And for RRQ, their side lanes are winning, but they can't really do anything about it because GeekFam are ganking so hard in the mid lane that their usual rotation, the trio mid, really can't operate as well. Now with the turtle coming up, there will be a flicker in the hands of Wins, but Voloisky might have his ultimate up by that time.
They're punishing. And now, the Eternal Guard towards Kyler. He is zoned out. E-Dog might look for a play here. Big shots over Veldora with the zone. E-Dog with the Earth Shatter losing so much HP. They still have to go for the fight. Lord Cafe committed down with there. Going in, Vincent actually picking up the turtle, not jumping the blades, but the combo together. Sun Tzu Jin caught in the knockup, but not able to pick up the blades in time. Skylar somehow was able to free hit the entire way.
The Crown Prince wakes up from his long hibernation, and the kingdom roars in joy as he picks up the triple kill.
Immediate movement towards the mid tower, but RRQ take it down at 5 minutes. They were able to fight back against Geek Fam, losing the turtle, but gaining 3 kills for Skylar. The AoE we were talking about for RRQ, that is exactly what they've been waiting for. They sacrificed Vince's early game for it, and it has paid off. Looking at the in-game equipment, the Has Claws finished up for Skylar. That's why in the early game, this Bruno has so much more pressure. With 2 items, he's gonna reach an even higher power spike than most marksmen, and Masako will have to wait a bit longer for that.
And they swing the momentum in an instant. Loisky again so brave to kind of fish out for angles. It's winning in the brush, and so far so good for RRQ. They're able to stabilize that gold difference that, you know, it was bleeding. They had to stem it sooner or later, but E-Dog might be caught here. Nah, he won't. He's still okay. So now RRQ, of course, is trying to play behind that team fight potential that they have. The AoE so much so strong against Geek Fam. But what does Geek Fam's composition want to achieve?
They want to just keep going for those big plays with some global pressure coming in from the Avatar of the Guardian. That's how they've been able to actually get some of these very quick ganks coming through. And they want to try and play it macro, right? They know that RRQ are so adept at playing the team fights, so they want to use Veloisky, they want to use Vincent, all of these macro plays to really separate RRQ. And the last thing they want is to go for an all-out fight like we saw earlier, but Dyron.
Just a bit of poke over to Dyron. Geek Fam trying to get an advantage anywhere on the map. And so far, right now, it does look like Geek Fam will have to throw Ling into the bottom lane for a split push as RRQ go for the turtle.
Oh, this turtle might be free because Vincent is far, but he has the pinch poise to catch up. Oh, the glacier, and here goes the Avatar of the Guardian.
Flicker out already, Sun Tzu Jin securing it up with the armor and the Earth Shadow. Now with the Primal Wrath, the boys are able to flicker out. Plucks in the Curse Blast. Skylar with a flicker forward. That was a worldie and a half. Now Veldora catching these balls.
Wow! RRQ, they turn it around once again. What was theirs to lose was theirs to win. They get the kills and the cleanup. A boy, Veldora Baloyski, they have to kneel down to the Kings.
The decision to go straight for the turtle, they saw Vincent, they want to pull the trigger, pull the pressure, force Geek Fam to react. Skylar at this point, in a sense, almost the strongest marksman at this time period. You can see that with the crits, he's just nuking everyone down, bouncing the ball straight off the head of Veldora. The invincible high loss we talked about that can't be killed is falling down so rapidly that Geek Fam can't react.
A lot of damage now from RRQ in all departments. Yeah, we talked about the full views being that natural counter against the high loss, with the jumps coming in. And now, of course, Kyler 5-0-1. Having completed his Hot Cloud and the Berserker's Fury. Gonna add more crit even to his kit and his damage output. Geek Fam now. Seems like they're losing in most of the team fights.
Especially, RRQ E-Rock joins us here with the MPL X streamer. Definitely enjoying the performance so far. But look at RRQ. Gonna go for a traitor actually, letting go of the turret on the top side. Maybe it's a bit too generous of them to do so, but they have a plan for this for sure. Now with the turrets taken out on the outer side, they can actually transition to finally pressuring Vincent in the jungle. Lofel himself said this is one of the ways that they are able to actually leverage that mid lane pressure into other lanes. It starts with the jungle and then the side lanes.
Side lanes are, to be honest, pretty much balanced now, as Geek Fam again can always allocate Vincent into having the responsibility to addressing the side lanes, pushing it, shoving it, letting it bounce. And RRQ will always have to send at least one member into that side lane. This time around Skylar, but now they corral against the Lord. Will this be another free Lord? Or rather, a free Lord for RRQ.
Look at Darren gonna go over to Masako and isolating Moloski in the process. That's a monster kill, Skylar. Now slight tackling away from the Eternal Guard. Darren's on his own in the back line again. Veldora gonna be caught and onward and the Earth Shatter rains! That's a freeze and the free takeaway here. Darren goes in with a full pursuit. The
glorious pathway is used defensively. That is another shot from downtown. Skylar getting the long shots all across the Lanadon.
The Kingdom are daydreaming, no nightmares so far. They're demons. Scythe it down, and RRQ, they take down the tier 2 turret, they get the kills, and they get the Lord.
An amazing performance there. They get the Lord on top of all of that. They went for the pressure. Dairon somehow finding a moment there to zone out Masako, to deal some damage, forcing Beloyski to react. But he is not the unkillable Gatotkacha in the face of an 8, or earlier, a 6-0 Skylar.
Football does damage.
Football does damage, both physically and mentally, especially when you're a fan. But now, of course, Sutsujin having the Queen's Wings ready, just trying to stack up more in the defense, banking on Skylar to keep hitting the balls and hit the shots, of course, to get even more damage output.
Look at Vincent. With all the mobility, he has been limited to just rotating around, going for clears, not split pushes. As Skylar takes on one more turret, Sutsujin trying to go for a punish, but Vincent way too slippery. Gonna go try and back up his team though. RRQ might be going for some more.
There's path priority for fighting Foldora. The Holy Defense clocked already. Lord to be cleared out. Now in the mid lane, they're actually able to get 2 Holy Defenses as Sutsujin is still trying to march together with that wave in the bottom lane, but it does seem like Vincent will be able to catch that wave. RRQ staying disciplined, not trying to push further than necessary.
Yeah, they clear it out. I mean, it's still Lord number 1, so it's not going to be that defensive, that strong to stand and tank the turret damages. With Beloyski with a taunt towards Edok, he won't really fall off on it.
Great read by Edok right there. RRQ group up together. No real big long-range tools to try and make plays happen. Look at this, whoa!
Beloyski with the arrival, coming down on him, revitalized there to keep him alive. Skylar's still gonna be able to free hit the Lord. Probably comes down with the worldie in the back with the French Glacier. Too much AoE, too much damage from the Kings of Kings.
Unstoppable in team fights. They will wait. And once you make them wait, they will pounce back. That team fight is almost flawless.
Skylar marching forward. He might actually be able to one-shot Masako. He's ready to flicker if necessary. Masako popping an ultimate. There you go. That's a flicker from Skylar. Let's get a 2-shot there, but it is going to be Vincent's demise. Beloyski left to defend. It does not matter. The Crown Prince will very soon take that crown to become the king.
They slowly wake up from their nightmares. The demons exercised at least for game number 1, RRQ. After having to bite the bullet in the early game, they progress and get the win 1-0 against GeekFam.
Oh boy, RRQ. We thought it was gonna be close. We thought that the first game is gonna set the tone for an intense showdown. But with a performance like this, if this is the tone of the match, RRQ looking completely unstoppable. All the tankiness, the beefy front lines that were so troublesome for so many teams are powerless in the face of the Kingdom.
And what's the answer? Damage output. Every single member can output so much damage. Dairon can go in. Sutsujin with the Spear of Alpha. So many ways already. RRQ have decoded GeekFam before even meeting them, it seems.
Yeah, and the High Loss did not really have a chance to tank the damage coming in. I was kind of concerned, and that was our concern as well. The fact that the Bruno, yes, deals a lot of damage with the crits, but the DPS is not as massive as how a Moscow or a carry would hit.
Absolutely. And to add on to that, what have I been saying for the last 2 weeks? Julian, Roger, that's it for Vincent.
You're right.
Yeah, that's true.
Leave the lane open. Was it a threat?
No, not really.
I don't think you need to really spend a link ban. I think we talked about this a few weeks ago, that when you are facing GeekFam, you know, it is highly prioritized for you to ban Ling against maybe Bigatron or Onyx. But when it's like, but when you're up against GeekFam, I feel like Vincent's weak point is these assassins that
Top
require a lot of
teams would want him
mechanics
to go Ling.
and fast. And yeah, it's okay for you to just let the Ling go, and that's what RRQ did. They let it go. They don't really have to spend another wasteful ban to take out the Ling, and it worked because Vincent, again, Roger and Julian.
If he can actually perform better on it, we certainly haven't seen it, at least in MPL ID Season 14, in the Lana Dawn itself. But if you look at some of the highlights right there, the damage output is great, but you also have to respect the amount of crowd control that RRQ has. Even if the Glorious Pathway comes through with the Frigid Glacier, with the speed of Alpha, there's so many ways for RRQ to just grab everyone from the side of Geek Fam and just corral them together. And while they're doing so, indirectly, they're ensuring that these beefy members, the Hylos, the Garakacha, can never get a finger on Skylar.
Yeah, Skylar was protected pretty well and solidly as well. It's like protect Mr. President. Look at that. How he one-shot at Veldora.
It was a crit, my guy.
Yeah, it was a crit.
An absolutely crazy power shot from afar. As we'll call him Steven Gerrard, we definitely know that he is a player of the game. I think there is no doubt in anyone's mind.
People are saying that, oh, with the new guys, Skylar is falling off, man.
Nah.
No, he doesn't. No, he ain't. And you hear the iconic call from Ranger Emas on the Indonesian desk. Prince Skylar.
Prince or King. He's been the prince for so long that King is retired.
Yeah.
Give him the mantle.
Give him the crown, man.
King Skylar. Presented by our official tournament smartphone. Of course, here is the player of the game highlights by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. The early game was rough, man, with the mobility. And with Geek Fam's idea here, oh, the trio mid has always been the problem. Let's focus on that. Let's make sure that Rins can't really be that main carry. And because of that, you can see that Edok and Susujin kind of also suffer as a byproduct of that game plan of Geek Fam. But once the team fights come through, look at Veldora. He has a chance to walk up to Skylar, but he can't do so because there's too much damage. He knows that if he just overcommits there, he's going to be stuck in a 1v1. Everyone else can be zoned away by the Frigid Glacier. Geek Fam make a play for the turtle, and they do get it. But at what cost? By standing in the Frigid Glacier, by taking a 3-man Spear of Alpha to group everyone, and for Skylar to just start snowballing. Here at 9 minutes, it's 6 kills. Look at this. Take the Lord, take the purple one at the same time. Rins, despite the fact that the early game was so damaged for him, he was getting picked up twice, he was still flickering forward, making the plays happen. This is the confidence, man. And you talk about crowd control, there's the Edith on top of the Aurora. There is this Phobius coming in from Diamond that was able to find Masako in the midst of that previous engagement. And this is a problem. You can get past 1 or 2, but can you get past all the knockups and crowd control tools that RRQ have? And the answer is no. Not when you have a composition that has to come in from the same direction, like Geek Fam has drafted.
And this is, it almost seems like, I mean, this new RRQ has been the RRQ that most of the Kingdom has been dreaming of. They've all been saying, I'm not an RRQ Kingdom, I'm not a fan, like a personal fan, but I've also been saying this. Skylar was so good with 4 people who didn't know what to do last season.
Yeah.
Imagine if he got 4 people who can play the damn game. Now we have RRQ with 4 phenomenal players, and if they don't perform, you always have Skylar still.
And these are also not selfish players. They're team players.
Not at all.
They're players who enable their winning conditions, which is Skylar. And the fact that RRQ Hoshi, they do look very, very solid this time around. Or for most of the games that they have been playing. And now you wonder how far this team can go.
It's crazy that you deal with one problem, right? Usually Citizen, he's just the carry. He's been the MVP. He gets shut down in the jungle with the invades, with the AoE. Then they forgot that Skylar, you know, you leave this man to his own devices, and he gets the job done. Looking at some of the item builds, even Dyron on the Phobius in that matchup against the Hylas, I think it's fair to say that Professor KB is onto something. He was really demolishing Veldora on the Hylas. Veldora was able to match the roam potential, but when it comes to just laning, you can see that he's just knocked up, hit up, and just beat down by the Phobius. We talked about this earlier. No cooldown on the ultimate makes this hero so versatile, especially in a game like this. You see everyone getting hit by crowd control tools. You can see Dyron in the middle of these fights. He just spams the ulti out.
And now I have a question for you, Arashi, because, okay, I'm taking a look at GFAM again, how they weren't able to really deal with the Bruno. So the Bruno was the main problem, I think, for these 2 tanks, right? Because they play with HP for the most part, and Bruno, longer the fight goes, gets more of those stacks and can deal a bit more damage in the fights. Question is, right now, would it have been better for a Vengeance to be used by Baloy on the Gaptot? Or is the Revitalize just the best option in this position?
I personally think that if you're gonna be playing like this, you know, to stay in the front and you know you're gonna be taking a lot of damage, the Vengeance, I believe, would be better. It also gives you, I believe it's on a shorter cooldown than the Revitalize. I might be mistaken on that one. But I think the idea for Geek Fam, right, is to have two revitalizers that can be used by, let's say, by Veldora to help out Beloyski, and by Beloyski to help out Veldora. Because both these heroes have, for Gatot, the passive gives him a lot of healing. The Glorious Pathway also gives a lot of healing. So I think that's why the Revitalize becomes such a critical, a critical component of the strategy. But the problem is with the burst damage. We talk about damage output, Mirko, and the Primal Wrath, the spamming of the skills from Phobias can output damage. But I think another factor also is that selection of marksman. We saw the carry picked up, taken away from RRQ. They go for the Bruno, and usually when these tanks are in the early game, they use a Revitalize and they can tank up most of the early game damage. Now against a marksman that has more burst, right? A lot of an earlier power spike with only 2 items, the Berserker's Fury and the Has Claws.
Yeah.
I think they also underestimated the amount of damage pumping out, especially after picking up 2 or 3 kills. I think that is where they kind of miscalculated, and from there, the team fights just got too messy, too difficult, and they can't have any real reliable way to get to Skylar. Because we talked about Vincent and how he was a bit more hesitant to go in. And who can blame him, right? With the roster, with a composition like that, protecting Skylar, it's gonna be so hard for Vincent to try and get like a solo pickoff.
Yeah, they were protecting the Crown Prince, now slowly ascending into a king. And it's so ironic, the hero that snowballed is a hero with a ball.
Oh,
that's poetic.
But that was
ironic.
not a snowball. Like he was shooting a football.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
probably like a metallic football, because whenever it bonked your head, you would just get a No, you would just lose your head sometimes.
It's a cannonball, dude.
All right, Bruno got some strong legs there.
Mm-hmm.
Kicking the ball. Cannonballs.
He has robotic legs.
Now I need to really just catch up in the lore, right?
Bruno lore?
Who is this guy? Why is he kicking? How does he have an unlimited supply of metal balls?
I think he's from Eruditio, the same city from Nolan and Lilia.
It's a city that is kind of tech-based,
Yeah,
right?
tech-based.
Which is why he has like those mechanical
legs.
Augmented legs.
Robotic legs.
That's why he's able to, just keep going, man.
Get up with the program. Get up with the lore,
dude,
Mirko.
Me and Mirko, we just played like, we call it futsal. It's like, what do you call it? It's like,
Five-a-side.
Yeah.
What?
Five-a-side.
What?
Yeah, five-a-side.
Oh, five-a-side. Yeah, we were doing that. And after 2 minutes, we were like, oh, bro, man, the legs.
Now speak for yourself,
Cardio.
man.
I mean, he's acting tough, but he went for leg day, so he was suffering too.
No problem for cardio here.
For the Bruno, that's not a problem, man. Augmented legs.
Very nice. Very, very strong showing from our RRQ, Toshi. Now, of course, you put it, I think RRQ in your tier list as, I think, one of the best teams.
Yeah.
And probably a team to win it all. Now you kind of question how high is their ceiling, because I feel like against Geek Fam, people are thinking this is not kind of like that big match against Bigatron or Onyx. But you need to remember the statistics, the facts that Geek Fam was always able to beat RRQ since Season 11, since the iteration of Boyan Beloyski and the roster.
Ooh, I think the ceiling can go so high right now, considering how fast they got to this point. I mean, a lot of people were thinking they're gonna be good, right? Cascade is a great, coach with great vision, but there's no way they can improve so much within one season. But turns out, this is how far they can get in such a short time. So if you give them even more time, in theory, they can reach higher ceilings. But of course, sometimes in esports, that is not how the game goes. We just have to hope for the best.
Yeah, RRQ are one step away from breaking this curse, or to beat their nightmare that has been haunting them for now 3 seasons.
3 seasons.
4 seasons, since Season 11.
So total of 12 games then.
It's 2 years almost that they've been haunted by Geek Fam, the Kingslayers. You've even given them the title because they've always been able to beat RRQ. Every iteration, Season 11, it was still, them there. Season 12, it was the one with Naomi. Season 13, this last year, it was Irad and Brusco with not Dyren, 2 not Dyrens.
Just simply not Dyren. Because again, I feel like even if Skylar was falling a bit short, Dyren can also pick up the mantle and do some real damage, man.
Yeah.
It's so difficult. You see that they're this comfortable knowing that even if they're behind, right? Okay, pressure is over here. Elsewhere, my guys are still doing work. That's a great feeling to have if you're playing a team game, right? Knowing that your guys got your back.
That's true. And yeah, it seems like they still remember their roots.
Oh.
And talking about roots, you need to have strong roots in your hair.
Mm-hmm.
So don't forget to wear Head and Shoulders. And of course, Gatot Kacha, he just lost, but still, his hair is clinical.
Absolutely. You can see it on screen right here.
CITV.
You also see it on the lemon flavored bottle.
Flavored?
Who says that? Is it Goni?
Yeah,
I think it was Goni. Lemon
fruit
flavor.
bottle.
But yes, Chevin definitely is looking out for the great people in the Team Galaxy zone, man. Such front row seats for such a big match. And a selfie though.
Is that a flip? Oh no, it's not. I thought it was the flip.
Still pretty good quality though.
Absolutely, you can still take selfies the normal way if you don't have to flip. Oh, so many. Sam, oh my God, they're just flexing on us. Hey, if we go back to the caster desk, let's show them our Samsung flip. We got the C flip, nerd. We can beat you out.
We have a C fold as well. We can fold you like an omelet.
Wow. Just
That's
like
violent.
RQ folded Geek Fam in game one. So how do they unfold themselves now, Geek Fam? Because RQ, as predicted, they will just play their game. They're not really too, like, they don't need to fully respect, everything. Natalia, Saber, Hellcurt, and then Gato. No, stick to the game plan that they already have. And now they are the ones on first pick. So Geek Fam have actually said, they basically said, all right, we're done. We're done on first pick. Let's take the red side and let's try to do what we usually do.
Man, I'm really enjoying RQ's drafting method here because again, so very often in Indonesia we see, oh wow, this guy is so good on one hero, ban, 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 and then eventually you run out of bans, right? But for Coach Keskute, it's a lot more methodical, right? Okay, we don't have to ban. Well, there's some things we need to ban, of course. Some things can really be detrimental to our potential game plan. But some of the other things we can defeat by execution, right? By replacing some things in our own composition. It's a lot more of an introspective look compared to an extrospective look when it comes to the problem-solving process. And I think that is so good for a team, and especially when there is time given. Potentially now, it can be a 2-0 sweep, but you can see Geek Fam running on all cylinders, trying to figure out something that can work right here as we get into the drafting phase for game number 2.
Here we go, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and a Z Flip 6. Now you wonder, what kind of cheese will they use? Because, in real life, there's a lot of cheeses, mozzarella, pepper jack, and all that. For Geek Fam, how many more cheeses do they have left on their pockets?
The answer, theoretically, before this match began was a lot, right? More than we're even aware of.
Yeah.
But after this, if there are any selections left, you can bet that Geek Fam will bring it out now, right? They need it if they want to maintain this momentum. Oh, the Gatot banned away, by the way. Geek Fam also aren't banning away any assassins.
They respect the Gatot Dacha pickup by Baloyski. It was an early game menace for Geek Fam to use, and now they take out the Zeusin. So no assassin bans coming in, only the Hellcurt. This will be RQ's pick, maybe. They might pick up the Ling, but they will go for the high loss.
Oh boy.
There you go.
There you go. To take it away from Geek Fam. And still, the template, Hellcurt, Roger. Those are the two bans that will always stick. Game 1, they banned out Chip, right? Now they go for the Gatot instead. But this has been the template. If you want to try to beat Geek Fam, Hellcurt, Roger.
But now no Hylas, no Gatot, no BV front line, but Geek Fam. This is funny from RRQ. They showed Geek Fam how to beat this combo. And now, they just pick it up, allowing Geek Fam to go for this Phobius. So we have to see if Veldora can get the same kind of success that Dairon was able to do in the previous game. With the Vexana in the picture, again, it's looking like a lot of crowd control, a lot of damage output too still. Could be Geek Fam using RRQ's weapons against themselves.
Will Susujin go Ling? Oh, dude.
Please do.
That would be such a statement.
Yeah.
Like, okay, here, let's show you how it's
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna school you on how to play Ling. But yeah, RQ with the high loss. They will pick up the Julian now. So they take out that single hero that we talked about, Mirko. Vincent's hero in the jungle. The Julian taken away in the Valentina now. So talking back about the Phobius and high loss, when you have that skill of priority, we have talked about how Export, the CC, is also a counter towards the high loss. But why do you pick up the Phobius?
Because you can spam on so many more skills compared to previously, right? The fact that your skills are on such slow cooldown, and it also kind of slows and knocks up your opponents. So especially against a hero that wants to kind of have a long distance fight, a long duration fight, you can kind of stop him in his tracks almost immediately. But we have a comment here, an advice from LaFell.
Oh, the man, of course, from Malaysia, the caster. LaFell, the vice for Geek. I don't know how many other pocket picks they still have, but it's good as long as Vincent has a good time. And that is time and time again always going to be the main objective. It's Vincent. Vincent has to be able to survive through the compositions and through the picks given it to him.
And so to put it clearly, a good time means Roger or Julian. I really don't think the Nolan even comes down to a good pick for Vincent. We've seen this, I forgot exactly the match, but him and Nolan even questionable decision making. Not the Nolans that we are used to, like Flava Fave, the usurper.
or even Sitsukin himself.
Yeah.
Arlatan banned away by Geek Fam. Lower number of crowd control available to react. Seems some danger here for Geek Fam for sure, but I'm feeling like RRQ, they're going to put this Hylas in the roaming position. It's going to be so difficult for a Nolan to try and find gaps against a Hylas can stand there. But along with that, Ruby and Franco. Now we're seeing the roam prio banned from both teams.
Wait, I just realized the fanning isn't banned, but for Vincent, he chooses to opt for the Nolan. And the RRQ now last ban. Still respect towards Edox Franco for Geek Fam in the second phase. You know, for RRQ, they want to limit the flexibility of this Ruby. Still could go in the hands of Beloyski, or most likely will. And they want to take it out, the playoff typical type of hero. And they take out the Lolita. So, then in game number 1, it was the Hanabi. Now it's the Lolita.
One or the other.
Yeah.
I guess the Hylas is not that bad of an idea, technically. Right, you can have the Bulwark there to protect you. You can have the Immobilize built into the Hanabi's kit. They can spread out, by the way, to multiple members. I think stopping the initial Glorious Pathway charge has been a very reliable strategy. Now with no Lolita, you have to wonder if RRQ are looking at something like a Beatrix again because of the projectiles. Against a Nolan, though, it is kind of sketchy.
I would actually say, you know, if Geek Fam, let's say if Geek Fam go for, it really depends what they go for first. I think RRQ are setting up for Skylar to get a winning matchup again. So it's up to Geek Fam if they want to reveal it or if they want to go for a Beloy pick. Usually the cheese is on Beloy, so that's why they go for the marksman first. That's a Moskov.
Okay. Moskov taken out. And Skylar still, I mean, if you give him whatever he has to play, he will still deliver. So I don't think Hero Pool is going to be a problem for Skylar. But oh boy, the Claude, of course, his signature pick. And a Mincetar. Talk to me about this pick. Why?
Phobius, it's good engage. It is in line with the play from Ida as well, by the way. We have to see it, wait and see who goes where. But, you know, if you want to use this as a pick-off tool for Ida, you can use that as well.
It's against the Phobius.
And against the Phobius, the Nolan, the Moskov even, all these dashes are available.
Once you enter, you will not leave the King's Calling. The Kings of Kings Calling, maybe we shall call it.
The King's Calling delivered on a glorious pathway. This is a dangerous combo. Terizla will be the final pick revealed. Will that be enough, though, to stop this stampede?
A dangerous, a royal, and a poetic comp coming in from RRQ. But Terizla taken out, picked up by Geek Fam, so that is going to seal Beloyski's pick with the Terizla roam, it seems like.
Man, it's so dangerous now. Terizla roam, yes, you have the tankiness, yes, you can stop the initial stampede. But what then? And before that, how can you escape if you get pulled in by the hooks coming in from Dairon, actually, the one on this Mincetar? So it is going to be a high loss. I think you're going to see aggression from the early games here, man. With Edok on a hero like the high loss, he's going to be in the jungle of Geek Fam a lot.
Here we go, the Land of Dawn. RRQ, they respond to the King's Calling. But they will still need that glorious pathway to secure that victory. Will they be able to topple down the demons and their nightmares and rebuild the long-lost throne? It is RRQ and Geek Fam in game number 2.
One more step from reclaiming their glory up against the Kingslayers, who have had their number for 4 seasons now. All 2 years that RRQ Hoshi have been living in fear of Geek Fam. Today it might change.
Today they start a different tone, a different tune. And looking at the clear speed from Sitsujin, he used the retreat quite early on there to get a bit of a head start. But for Vincent, he is still clearing a lot earlier, but he runs into Idach right here. As we take a look at the emblems for Tenacities for RRQ, they know what this is about. For Geek Fam though, 2 Tenacities, and for everyone, they're still looking for Wilderness Blessings, for the Festival of Bloods. They're convinced that they can kind of make this long enough that these sustain tools, these mobility tools will come out useful for them. But Vincent though, probably spotted a little bit by Tyron.
Of course, Edok is being so much of a pesky threat, pushing away Beloyski and Aboy. Aboy has to respond to that. Skyler now follows up into that little skirmish that they had, securing that jungle camp. And for Vincent, he's just looking for an angle. And here we go, R7, of course, your former XP laner here in MPL ID Extremer.
Hey, R7, the legend of RRQ. Now we are seeing him just, watching on the sidelines, but definitely still supporting RRQ. It was once him on these picks. Let's see his reaction. There you go.
There you go.
R7,
let's go!
R7 gets featured twice before Jonathan Liandi gets featured once.
Hey, the mewing god. But yeah, of course, Jonathan Liandi still waiting for his appearance.
Never.
And now the turtle will most likely be fought for as Rins has level 4. Beloyski looking for a pick off. Oh, there goes the Eternal Guard.
Now Vincent walking up. Rins still able to flick around. Edok popping Revitalize, trying to get Rins back to some HP. Beloyski moving forward. You can see that damage output already. Sutsujin on the turtle. Beloyski forced to flick around. Gets the call into word. Eternal Guard knock him off. Beloyski taking out an enhanced sword. The King's Calling is popped down. Veldora unable to use the Infernal Pursuit. Edok able to escape for a bit, but Veldora finishes through. Now jumps up to Edok. Doesn't get the kill finally though. Another turtle will be able to find it. Sutsujin going with the enhanced sight. Veldora very low. Sutsujin cannot go for it. Terrifying at the cursed blast from my boy. The Spear of Destruction not able to connect Skylar with a blazing duet.
The King's Calling declined. Geek Fam, they choose to strike fear. They get the turtle and also the 3 kills. Veldora was unkillable.
It's the big team fight composition that Geek Fam is using to, again, shut down RRQ's plan, right? With the very oppressive movement forward. They use the penalty zone, they have Veldora on its very aggressive Phobius, and you're seeing RRQ struggle when they're actually on the receiving end of that damage coming in from Veldora. You can see the sustainability as well. That is why that Phobius is actually a very effective pick that we haven't really seen in MPL ID Season 14.
Yeah, and so far, I feel like you do get the idea of this Mincetar being picked up. I mean, you have so much disabled to just stop the mobility of the Nolan, maybe of the Phobius, and even the Moskov when you do get the King's Calling. But so far, Geek Fam was able still to just pull through and push the backline, or rather the front line of RRQ. And they're still able to win that first fight, but will RRQ still survive? They get that single camp in the gold lane.
They got the camp, the gold buff mid-travel from the Spear of Misery. Sutsujin waiting on the XP lane. Whoa!
Might be a pick. The King's Calling come down. Good stun over Sutsujin. Does he get in time? Get there in time? No, he does not. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Rins assassinated by Vincent. The battle of the Eternal Guards. There you can see Skylar is going to take a whole lot of damage from Beloyski.
They're just bashing away one by one. RRQ again, they fall. They had to lose Rins. And up top, they weren't able to punish Veldora for his overextension, and the King's Calling still not much of a threat in the hands of Geek Fam, especially when you are such a tanky, beefy boy. You can just walk out, and Dyren does have the Thunderbelt now.
Now the Thunderbelt will kind of help with this tankiness, but for the most part, Geek Fam are doing a better job right here of still getting the same attention, the same focus on Rins, but now they're winning the team fights, and they're not really allowing Skylar to snowball. So wins overall for Geek Fam, but now Veldora being in the front against Dyren.
Go to the stun. Veldora able to jump again with the Infernal Pursuit over to Edok. Pins getting zoned away by Beloy. The damage output of Geek Fam and Beloy on a comfort pick, it seems, here on the Terizla. Really dealing a whole lot of damage to RRQ. We saw it earlier, right? The damage per minute, #1 for a roamer.
So much so.
King's Calling onto Vincent, who gets caught off guard. Veldora, he jumped into the King's Calling. All right. It has expired. Veldora still with the Infernal Pursuit now onto Sutsujin, who has the enhanced sword, able to escape now. Terizla penalty zone from Beloy. So we're gonna hammer. Sutsujin might be taken down, but the Revitalize is still there. Beloyski gets him down. Now it's gonna be Edok next in the chopping block. It's now Rins. Moves forward, has the Eternal Guard. Doesn't decide to pop it. Aboy walks forward.
places himself. Dyron gets a spear forward. Beloy and Veldora now on the chase. Another Infernal Pursuit. That's a flicker from Dyron. Can Geek Fam chase? Whoa. Dyron try to go for a hook.
Oh, that King's Calling was massive, but Veldora almost with a misplay. He jumps into the Ring of Kings, and luckily it expired, so he still is able to survive.
Great recovery from the side of Geek Fam, but
Finally! Look at the name! That's not Jonathan! That's Gushin 315-6! We are disrespecting Jonathan! If you want to be featured, you take this disrespect, Jonathan!
Jonathan, who is this guy? Feeding with the Gushin!
Basic guy Jonathan, default streamer #1.
Is his reaction?
He hasn't reacted yet.
His reaction.
He's gonna realize, he's gonna realize. Wait, does he realize?
The Gushin.
You can see the mixed
viewing. What is it?
You can see the mixed feelings in his face.
Oh, there you go.
Oh.
Okay, he'll fight out. I think he'll up top now.
Glorious pathway. Beloyski not gonna go in just yet. Masako with the Abyss Walker forward, trying to go for Skylar, unable to do so.
RRQ is struggling a bit more right here, and if the Aurora was a big problem in the previous game, the Vexana is too. Especially because RRQ, they survive a lot of these fights on such a small margin that the passive of Vexana, you know, the explosions when you get taken out, it's really kind of amplifying the impact of a boy in the middle of these fights.
Aurora moving forward again. Oh. Two-time for the two-time, now the Eternal Guard knocked him up. Dyron with a hook over to a boy. Oh, good purify from a boy, walks out of it, gets rid of Dyron. And man, what a play. A boy playing, obviously, with those mechanics of his.
He's so impactful with the Vexana setting up for Vincent to just jump in. Edoc opens up the Glorious Pathway.
Penalty zone onto 3, now flickering back. Rins getting the Terrify, no one there to follow it up. BBB.
Again, gets past his crimes, and he flees away. Unscathed.
He's just too tanky, my guy. He took all the damage coming through. And look at his items, straight for the Queen's Wings. Great itemization, because he doesn't need the defense. He needs the reduction, right? With all the balance, the magic and physical coming in from RRQ.
Game fact by the new application GoPay, Vexana is a boy's hero with the second highest win rate since his debut with 18 picks and a 66.67 win rate. So that's, of course, a pretty high order for a boy. And you can take a look at how impactful he has been with the Vexana. Has always been able to set up for his teammates, and now the follow-up is always there. Beloyski with the penalty zone, and then Vincent with the fracture. So much so dealing damage towards RRQ. This Mincetar are still unable to really become the solution on stopping the players of Geek Fam in their tracks.
Even with the winching a lantern, so a boy definitely looking to try and do even more damage. And for Geek Fam, they can win out in the team fights. They can stall out the team fights, more importantly. And they have Masako on the Moskov, which is why he's just a lot more comfortable here, just farming it out, staying on the far side. Look at RRQ. They're making a maneuver here. Dyron walking along with Skylar. Can they find something? And will they treat the Lord for it?
Veldora is just waiting in the wings. And now Beloyski might open up the map. Rince is being zoned out. They will probably concede the Lord as Vincent starts it. RRQ, they're still corralling around the Lord. Will this be an open fight for them?
Oh, that's the Infernal Pursuit. He's opened that up. Good immobilization onto Beloyski, still has penalty zone. Eternal Guard locked down. Veldora picks up the kill. Sutujin tries to do the same. Winter Crown coming down. Skylar going for Beloyski. Beloyski pulled back. Spear of Destruction. Oh! Onto the back. Skylar assassinated by Masako. Vincent doing the same to Sutsujin. And now it's RRQ on the back foot. 3 members down. Dyron, does he make the hero play? We've seen it against Geek Fam before. Dyron decides no, not right now. Vincent takes the Lord.
The king without his sacrifice. And now the kingdom slowly crumbles. How do they deal with this team fighting comp of Geek Fam?
Meant to try and scale and get something first. Might have been better to let go of that Lord somehow, because they lost 3 members once again, losing more resources in the jungle when it comes to farm too. The fact that Beloyski was able to survive for so long means that RRQ simply don't have enough damage just yet. Now with the Claude reaching a 3-item power spike, more damage, more relevance coming in from Skylar, but it's not gonna be enough. Even for Dyron, that's serving as the main frontline here, with a Thunderbolt, with a Dreadnought armor, he still has to contend with the damage coming in from Veldora and a boy. And that's all magical, by the way. So he's safe from Vincent. That's about it.
Yeah, the Phobius has been problematic. The King's Calling left unanswered. RRQ waiting still for a moment to pounce. This is the same thing that happened in game number 1. They were losing in all departments. Their side lanes, you know, arguably were winning, but still, so much pressure coming in from Geek Fam means that RRQ wasn't able to really reply. But now, will the same thing happen? Will a deja vu again be felt by the Kings?
Forward passives here. Already expended for the top and mid lane. Now on the bottom side though, seems like Vincent wants to try and get something extra. Won't be enough. RRQ will have defended, but again, that isn't really the most impactful of Lords. Geek Fam don't have full control at an 8,000 gold lead.
It's getting real tough now for the Kings. This 8,000 gold lead is good for Geek Fam because technically, even if it does go to the late game, yes, RRQ have ways to scale up. The Minsathar, even the Julian will deal a whole lot of damage. But still, for Geek Fam, it's the same. It's Masako on the Moscow. They don't get outscaled, right?
Yeah, they don't. They're pretty strong as well. Tanky, penalty zone by Beloyski.
Catching Sutsujin, now swinging the hammer just to zone them away from the orange buff. And that, oh, here's a hook over to Beloyski. Now the stun as well. Flickering out the safety. Eternal Guard coming down. Sutsujin dodging away from the fracture as the Eternal Guard there was used as well by Rins, just for good measures.
And you take a look at how much, you know, how important it is for Geek Fam to win out on the smallest of trades, the orange buff.
Win a crown.
Win a crown for Skylar. More output potential technically. Geek Fam needs to be very careful as well because RRQ, they're trying to play a lot of maneuvers, right? Back and forth, baiting in and out, trying to make Geek Fam expend their spells. If Geek Fam go for a fight, use the penalty zone, that is the only real engage tool they have. You have to remember, Beloyski the Roamer is the Terizla. If, like earlier, they were able to walk out of it and then re-engage, there's a potential for RRQ to win out on this. Because if you look at the composition, RRQ have a lot more ways to go and maneuver around, move forwards and backwards, or even go for flanks. Whereas for Geek Fam, it's about winning that team fight, right? So if they don't really get the team fight that they want, they don't get RRQ to commit on that one team fight, it's a whole different story.
And now the Lord next on their eyes, but it's RRQ who presumably starts it first just to poke it and maybe bait Geek Fam into thinking that they want to commit. But Dire with the pull now.
Going on to Beloyski. Eternal Guard knocking him out. Penalty zone as well, locking him down. So Jin now with the rotation. Spear Destruction connecting on Edok, and Veldora jumps in. Revitalize coming down as well. Edok not able to survive despite that. Infernal pursuit from Veldora. The King's Calling comes down. Skylar with the winner crown and the Blazing Duet. Not enough to take him down. Spear of Misery gets him out, but he pins him down with Sutsujin. 3-4-0. How? Wow, the Kingslayers.
Oof. Too much crowd control, man. Eternal Guard. Even Veldora's knock up there, the wave, it just stops everything in its tracks. The fact that Edok tried to get out there, he was surviving for so long. Popped the Glorious Pathway, it just wasn't enough. He just wasn't allowed to move at all. The second component of shutting down the high loss is that crowd control, and Geek Fam absolutely have RRQ's number on this one. 10,000 gold lead. As RRQ are gonna try and contend to try and defend against a Lord, against a full-on team fight. They're gonna be forced into a bit of a front-to-back once more, unless they do something crazy, which they already tried, by the way, with the Winter Crown Blazing Duet attempt. This game is looking bleak for RRQ.
And the bigger picture, right? It seems like RRQ, they don't really have anything to counter, you know, Geek Fam's pressure and the threats coming in. They're all stacked up. Veldora still deathless, and Vincent so much items, but now penalty zone.
Beloy with a penalty zone, locking him down. Oh, Tyron's gonna be caught. Pops in the King's Calling before that. Don't have the Glorious Pathway with Skylar. Going for the Blazing Duet. Beloyski buys immortality in time. Skylar, there's a whole lot of damage. Veldora pops into Vengeance. The Lord is still in the mid lane. At half HP, RRQ will be able to deal with him. But Geek Fam take the base turret up top. Skylar, BMI backwards to safety. Vincent hovering over Beloy. Has that immortality still. It wasn't popped earlier. Vincent waiting for the moment to actually jump in. Skylar's got to be clinical. Gets one immortality, jumps back, dodges away from the Curse Blast there. And now the Enhanced Sword coming down, Winter Crown fought and used by Beloyski already. Doesn't have the immortality just yet. The waves are coming down. So 10 knocked, and Masako with the spears. Skylar walking forward with a Blazing Duet, but Geek Fam show why they are the Kingslayers.
Again, crawling, spreading terror and fear, striking in the eyes of the Kings. The Kings calling, left unanswered, not enough to take down their Slayers.
We were a bit confused with the final pick, the Terizla Roam. It's so unorthodox, it doesn't seem like it's gonna be impactful, but it absolutely was. Too tanky to be taken down, too impactful to be ignored, too sustainable to finally be secured. Geek Fam, they've taken RRQ down a notch. We are back to a best of one.
And that's just not taking RRQ down. It's taking RRQ down with so much, you know, with a convincing approach into it. They weren't giving any sort of space, any sort of breathing room for RRQ to come back. We're talking about how they really want to wait until they scale, get their items. The Claude can be much respected. It can be much revered if it has its 4 items, but again, Geek Fam were just pouncing constantly into the faces of RRQ. And they closed out the game, you know, before RRQ could even scale. I mean, it's 15 minutes. You would expect that they have their items, that they have their power spikes, but Geek Fam just did not show any room for error.
Definitely not. The BBB is working. You can see the intense emotions there for Geek Fam, still deep in thought of what to do for Game 3 to get a reverse sweep against RRQ, who are on a conquest to take #1 in the standings. If they win this, they get #1. If they lose, they won't.
Man, so much at stake right here. I mean, we're feeling almost as intense as Voloisky is.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys, I sure am. This was a very intense game, man. And the crowd control, I think that's the story here. We talked again about Geek Fam's effectiveness and how they're so good at a team fight when they can get it, right? When Voloisky is able to find it for his team, and find it he did. And the fact that RRQ is willing to match them in those team fights, right? Instead of going for a different approach, they were going head on, trying to prove that, no, we got this, we can do it. But against all the crowd control, all the knockups and AoEs, again, the Vexana just provides so much more damage, even compared to Rinse's Aurora. It was just too much. And you can see that Veldora, how do you even stop the guy, dude?
And you would argue that, you know, RRQ does also have the same amount of crowd control, the setups coming in. I mean, you have the Stolen Eternal Guard, you have the King's Calling, and maybe the Glorious Pathway, and, you know, CC is coming in from Julian. But still, they weren't really able to out-damage, to outmaneuver the players of Geek Fam. Geek Fam, they were in synchrony when it comes to the team fights happening.
Let's take a look at the player of the game. Obviously, MVP, we gotta give it to Mr. BBB. Big brain, big boy, whatever you want to call him. You know him, it's Voloisky.
Man, big bombastic plays, Voloisky, presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6. 1-2-14 on the Terizla, not running the Festival of Blood. He's going for pure tankiness and then rushing the Queen's Wings. That is how he's able to survive. It's such a small sliver of HP every single time. Even look at this early game, right? Level 3, he gets hooked in, but look at how tanky he is. He's surviving barely there, and it took so long. It's the same idea with a high loss. You're supposed to use all of your skills, all of your damage onto the main front line, and because of that, Vincent, a boy, we even dissed Vincent a bit and said that his Nolan isn't really effective. Well, when he isn't pressured, when all the attention is on Voloisky, well, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, Vincent showed so much prowess and movement space when it comes to this Nolan. I mean, yeah, mostly it was Voloisky and Veldora soaking up the damage, soaking up the attention, and getting CC'd upon.
Man.
But yeah, a boy with the Vexana, his second most played hero, and he is well known for this Vexana to be such a playmaker, to be such a player that is going to set the stones and set the sights on the execution. And the boy showed the prowess of his Vexana.
I mean, look at how long Voloisky was lasting. He was taking all the shots from Skylar. Skylar's whole job in this game was just to hit on Voloisky, and he was just shrugging everything off. And the way his positioning made it so that whenever RRQ are trying to go for a fight, Voloisky has to be dealt with first. Look at him. He's still positioning himself right here between his team and RRQ. And then finally, when he's too low to really do much, then he starts moving backwards. At that point, the damage is done. And then it's on to Veldora. It's on to Masako and Vincent. With all the mobility, the other strength we talked about for RRQ, the mobility, the way they're able to actually move around and chase, it allows them to just go in and just slowly but surely move forward and find ways to land the Spear of Destruction, to land the Fracture all the way in the back line when there's no protection left available.
And all of that also, you know, Geek Fam still had that creeping giant, which is Masako with the Moscov's power pick, and also a late game Moskov is something you should fear. And Masako was having a pretty good game as well.
Definitely, really disturbed in the laning phase.
Yeah.
matching Skylar against the Claude, right? A signature pick, quite the achievement. All in all, though, still the fact that there was just no pressure on anyone else but Beloyski. You can say the same thing about Aboy. On the Vexana, he wasn't really targeted as much, even though there is a technical assassin there in the hands of Syzygen, the Julian. Just wasn't any space available because they just positioned themselves right behind the big guys. So it's like the same kind of idea with the Hylas and the Garakaja, but now it's just different picks. Right now it's the Phobius and the Tarizla. It's less movement speed, less decisive of an engage, but when you do get it, it's just a lot more crowd control and tankiness.
Oh my. 418. I mean, the emblems again, they were mostly going for that tenacity to tank up the damage. But for the items, what do you see in particular, Arashi?
Well, Beloyski is literally the engaged machine. His well-being, his damage output has nothing to do with the game. He doesn't care about it at all.
It's just trace damage,
for the Queen's Wings, wait for the base damage and utility, and his regeneration. I thought he had the Festival of Blood. No, he just went for the Brave Smite, and that's all he had to work with. The spell lifesteal from the Queen's Wings, and then straight to the Immortal, and then the Winter Crown. So it's all about getting that big penalty zone, and that's it. So the timing of those penalty zones were really good, because you can see that every single time it did happen, RRQ were forced to respawn some way. There's only a single one where they were able to walk back out, but then they re-engaged as well. It's almost like they're using RRQ's ego against them.
There was so much pressure as well coming from Geek Fam. If I'm not mistaken, I saw Syzygen itemizing into that Blood Wings as his first item, if I'm not mistaken. Defensively, trying to build and deflect all the damage coming from Geek Fam, so it was pretty hard. The rich guy, of course, it's Vincent. He was farming a Storm with the Nolan as well. I think Nolan could possibly be a strong pick for him as well, but again, like how Arashi mentioned, he wasn't really getting that much of an item, that much of attention. It was pretty much Beloyski and Veldora soaking up all the attention, all the CC. Right. It was just bobbing and weaving in and out, done.
But now the big question is, we already asked the question of Geek Fam, right? What do they need to adjust in game number 2? They go from more crazy cheese picks, actually went back to the safer pick in the Tarizla Roam that they used to also beat Bigatron Alpha. Now, what do RRQ need to do? Because it did feel like they were a bit more reactive this time around on first pick. They went for the Mincetar as well, try to counter the Phobius, and honestly, it didn't really work out, huh? Despite the fact that we were like, okay, King's Calling, once you jump in, you're stuck there.
Yeah.
It didn't really look like it was a big factor in these team fights.
It's showing again that for Phobius right now, after the revamp, it's not just about the ultimate. The ultimate is great, it does damage, it gives you more sustainability and regen, but in the core level, it's the damage coming out, and it's that crowd control skill too. It's called the something wave. The name escapes me right now, but it's literally a knockup that goes in a wide rectangle in front of you in the midst of a team fight. That is a valuable tool, and you can get multiple of those out in the midst of a long team fight. I think that exactly was the problem, because we saw there were moments where I think, at least I noticed, where Skylar comes in with a Blazing Duet, gets knocked up, and it's over.
Yeah. RRQ needs to go back to the drawing board, but we will go back to Budi Clara Mongstar for an interview upstage.
Ini sudah bersama dengan siapa? Bersama dengan talent dari Geek Fam. Nah, biasa sama Pudel ngobrol, tapi kali ini Pudel nggak sendirian ya. Sama siapa aja nih?
Ada Carol dan Alena.
Dan
aku sendiri Pudel.
Yeay, langsung pada rame nih. Seru banget pastinya. Gimana ngelihat Geek Fam di match ini, The King Slayer?
Tadi kan aku telat ya Bude. Kalau misalkan aku datangnya nggak telat udah 2-0 kayaknya.
Benar, kamu datang langsung menang di game kedua?
Iya benar kan, tapi...
Bener sih? Berarti game ketiga modal di sini?
Auto-win kayaknya, amin ya Allah.
Amin. Tapi ya di sini Bude tuh tahu banget kalian dari Geek Fam. Itu tuh kayaknya merchandise-nya keren-keren banget ya.
Betul.
Boleh dikasih tahu nggak sih tentang merchandise Geek Fam ini?
Silakan Carol.
Ya, jadi kita merchandise kita nih banyak banget. Ada jersey, ada jaket, dan kita kebetulan lagi ada promo dan diskon menarik nih. Ada juga tiket diskon tiket MPL 5% yang berlaku kelipatan sampai 30%. Nah, kalian di cara belinya ini merchandise-nya kalian bisa langsung visit aja booth GeekFam selama season 14 berlangsung. Dan jangan lupa kita juga ada booth di WCG ASBSD, jadi langsung visit aja ya.
Wow, wah jadi langsung dibeli aja bisa ya, di MPL Arena bisa, di online
Iya.
bisa, di mana-mana bisa berarti nih?
Iya.
Ada diskon pula, seru tapi tadi Bude langsung, ada booth di WCG, ada apa tuh di situ, ada aktiviti apa?
Jadi kemarin itu talent-talent, ada beberapa talent itu adain fan meet sama fun match di WCG. Dan hari ini tuh ada GeekFam Junior untuk gantinya. Seru banget Bude di sana.
Wih, pada rame-rame pokoknya Geek Community bersama dengan para talent dan juga semuanya. Dari para player-playernya juga. Namun Bude denger nggak cuma itu, masih ada lagi nih. Ada apa lagi sih activity dari Geek Community atau dari Geek Fam?
Jadi setiap hari Selasa, Rabu, dan Kamis kita selalu ada daily activity fun match yang hadiahnya skin dan juga beberapa collab watch party di beberapa kampus ternama Indonesia. Dipantau terus Instagram GeekFam dan GeekFam Community untuk tahu announce jadwal dan venue kampusnya. Dan jangan lupa untuk join GeekFam Community lewat DM Instagramnya sekarang.
Sekarang, apa tuh sosial medianya by the way? Ini kan pasti banyak banget Geek Community ataupun super fans yang ingin bergabung jadi Geek Community. Gimana sih caranya untuk bergabung bersama Geek Community?
Langsung aja DM IG-nya Geek Community. Langsung di situ ada WhatsApp-nya, nanti bisa langsung klik aja.
Geek Community ya?
Iya.
Caranya juga pasti gampang banget
Gampang banget, langsung DM bisa, klik link di bio juga bisa Bude.
Oke, jadi pasti semuanya di sini sudah pada mengerti ya? Mengerti? Mengerti? Senyumnya lebar sekali di sini. Tapi melihat semua antusiasme Geek Community, udah paling suka Geek Community itu kalau lagi ngapain nih di sini? Yel-yel kah? Atau
Iya dong, lagi gebrok-gebrok itu. Apa? Drum.
Drum.
Iya.
Menggebrok drum, mengguncangkan MPL Arena.
Betul.
Wow, terus apalagi kamu kepengen ngeliat sesuatu nggak sih? Mungkin dari Geek Fam?
Pengen lihat, udah menang aja sih.
Menang
M6,
aja?
ya.
Menang ini terus menang M6 gitu?
Iya.
Keinginan yang mungkin bisa saja diraih oleh Geek Fam tahun ini. Tapi sebelum itu kita harus menyelesaikan match ini dulu dong. Yuk, nggak sabar nggak sih?
Ayo, Caster kerja, Caster.
Caster kerja, hey! Caster kerja!
Kerja!
And of course, the Geek Fan players, they jump and joy. Also the same for the fans. But it's so, I think, sad. You know, they jump in joy, but for RRQ, it's like their nightmares haunting them from behind.
It's close. It's really close, man. 1-1. I mean, we kind of expected it to be two games, right? I mean, three games, sorry.
Exactly.
A full three-game series. We really expected that. Who predicted 2-0? I think it was only Ranger and Mas, right?
Yeah, Ranger and Mas, and
I think so.
I think for 2-1. Yeah. But of course, speaking about Gatot Kaca, the man in the room, the man in the hour. Mirko, still game number 2. Game number 3, I'll do it.
Okay. Game number 3.
Of course, with Head & Shoulders, don't let your match become a mess due to dandruff and itchiness. Move on to Head & Shoulders Lemon Fresh Gatot Kaca. If you want to be as cool, as composed, like Amaloiski, you can use the Head & Shoulders Gatot Kaca Lemon Fresh, of course, for 100% dandruff and itchiness wiped out, and protection from itchiness. Because last time I used Head & Shoulders, it's kind of strange, Mirko. You would usually use Head & Shoulders to kind of like make your hair smell good, it grows more, and it's good. But for me, I don't know why. In an instance, my hands become, you know...
Yeah, I
it
poured it
smells
on
good.
your hand and it smelled really good the entire day.
Yeah,
You might not be using it with the, with the right instructions.
You're supposed to be using it on your head, on your hair, to be specific, not just on your head. It's not for your face.
Yeah,
for
you can't
your
do this
hair.
and then expect, everything else to just work out,
Next thing you know,
expect something like that from Oraimo. dude.
Exactly. Next thing you know, you're gonna try to read Oraimo instead of hear with Oraimo.
Yeah, that's true. With
Use your
Oraimo,
eyes.
no, you use your ears with Oraimo, because with Oraimo, you would experience the power of hero sound and LED digital display visualization and a collaboration with MLBB, all with Airbuds 4. Check out the official Oraimo store and get yours now.
So you see, it's not just the ears. You can visualize it as well. It's a live, what do you call it? Like a screen almost?
Yeah.
On the container. Exactly. That's a quality of life change, bro.
I have come into a realization.
Did you just call it a container?
Container?
I don't know. The case.
It's a cover.
Case.
Case. Hey. Okay, so I have come to a realization now. It's
Yes.
kind of ironic that my name is Realize, but I never fail to realize
The
things.
realization?
Okay? Yeah, I'm never
That?
able to realize things.
Isn't realization your podcast?
Yeah, it's my podcast, by the way. Don't forget to check it out.
Oh, whoa.
Soft
Quick
sell.
plug.
Soft plug. Quick plug, but I have been using things the wrong way. I used Head and Shoulders in my hands, but it wasn't me really. It was someone else trying to pour it in my
Be
hands.
careful not to get that clipped out of context, my friend. But go on.
Okay, that's true. But next is I don't really use a Raimo in my ears. I read a Raimo. So maybe that's why my Moskov isn't really banging that much of a score, because I have been using it in the wrong way.
Next thing you're gonna tell us is that you're gonna drink ice cream. I ate it in the
All right, that's a
bowl.
bit too far. That's like a chefing thing to do. you know?
Exactly.
Like,
So you might be
at
weird,
least
but
hope he's not like, realize, please.
exactly. You're weird, but like you're in the safe zone.
I'm not
Chef it
weird.
though.
I'm not weird. I'm unique.
Just because you're unique doesn't mean you're useful. It's a saying I hear a lot.
Oh man,
You know
it's
what
getting
else is
real
unique?
deep here. You know, we're realizing a lot of things.
Yeah.
Let's realize the game real quick, man.
We have to, because talking about unique, I feel like unique is not something that GeekFam went for in game number 2, because you would usually expect them to go for the funky picks.
Funky pick.
Yeah, funky picks. But that was the case in game number 1 with the Gato. But game number 2, they went back to the much more traditional approach. I mean, yeah, sure, Terizla Roam isn't something that you would usually see, but it has been made staple by, Beloyski, by BBB, Big Brain Beloyski.
Interesting. Yes, RRQ are the ones who actually went for the more unique picks, man. We saw the Minzitar kind of hyping us up. Claude, we haven't seen in a long, long time. Picked up against the Moskov. I think Mirko would say it's a bit of a losing matchup.
Exactly. That's why I actually thought of the Claude. I was thinking about like, okay, RRQ, what do they want to go for, right? At this point of the game, I don't think the Bruno could work against the Nolan. It's very difficult to get out of the Nolan assassinations. So you need someone with a blink, right? That would be optimal. But picking the Claude against the Moskov really put Skylar in a tough spot. So with that being the weak side already, they picked up the Minzitar, thinking that that would be the strong side, thinking that that would be the one, the side that they can utilize to get the advantage early, or at least to try to equalize early. Unfortunately, that did not happen, so the Claude and Minzitar pick both failed miserably. And even because of that, Julian Valentina Hylos really didn't have a good time either.
Yeah, right.
Was the Harith open?
No, it was banned. That's why I thought Harith for sure, but then it was already banned out. GeekFam banned it in the first phase, actually.
That's true. And I think in this meta, you really want to have, a marksman that is strong in the early game. The Harith comes to mind, the Moskov as well, the Roger does pretty decent. And Claude isn't that strong, strong side marksman that you would really want to rule out the lane.
Exactly. So my thought right now is, I understand the Julian pick. We were trying to deny that Julian away from Vincent. That is a comfort pick of his. And when he does get on his comfort, Roger Julian, he's scary. But maybe, again, they are overthinking things. The reason Game 1 was so spectacular for RRQ was they got proper amounts of respect already. They banned out the Helker and Roger. And then they focused on their own picks. Should that have been a Ling pick for Sutsujin?
Yeah, that have been a Ling pick. Should they have gone for something else, maybe for the mid lane too? Because, Rins, we haven't seen him play that active, that crazy of a Valentina. He's always playing really well on these long-range AoE control mages. That could be another improvement to the draft. But now, hey, game number 3, RRQ, once again, first pick.
For this third time, game number, or rather match 2 today. To take out the Harith and the Zeusin by GeekFam. And now for RRQ, they take the Phobius hype Ryo this time. You're talking about how Wolf said that this is the most broken hero so far, and not much of a team has been able to exploit this. I feel like today, they have been realizing that this is a prio pick.
Whole lot of realization here today. Let's see if GeekFam actually go for, okay, no, they first pick Sana and Edith. Ruby getting completely ignored in all 3 games right now. So, Vexana and Edith, they got that flex pick and a comfort pick for our boy. For RRQ, what do they utilize now? Do they want to go for the Moskov for Skylar early?
Ooh, Moskov for Skylar early on can work. The Ruby as well. I think it was banned in game 1 and 2, by the way, so if they can want to pick it up right now, there can be an option they can use as well. The AoE, the spammable AoE from the Phobias and the Ruby can really swing some of these team fights in favor of RRQ. But with the Vexana in place, maybe they want to avoid hitting so many close-range heroes.
Whoa. The Valentina and the Grok.
Not a big fan of the Ruby pick there if they actually were thinking about it, because obviously they already have a Phobius. Ruby usually picked up to create that flex. So with the Phobius already picked up, it would basically force the Ruby to go roam, and that would give Geek Fam so much more of an advantage. So they decided to just go for Prio, right? I mean, there's not a lot of flex here technically for the Phobius, already XP Grok, so should be going roam. Geek Fam, however, have the Edith. They can... What should they go for now? Usually they always pick up a hero for Vincent in the first phase. If it's not Roger, it's Julian. Now that Julian is up for grabs. Julian, Nolan, Ling again? You want to try it? All right, they go Nolan.
Yeah, Nolan. They go for the Nolan. I mean, it found success in game number 2, so no reason to swap it out. But this time, the attention might just go into him, because last game it was mostly Beloyski and, Veldora soaking it up. And the Terizla was hella tanky. So, Beloyski was able to just become the diversion, become the decoy of Geek Fam.
I'm really wondering about that gold lane though, because in game number 1, Beloyski was trying to do the same thing, but the damage from the Bruno was just a bit too much. In game number 2 with Skylar on the Claude, he was beating down on Beloyski, but it just wasn't enough damage. So now for Geek Fam, they're trying to reduce the amount of damage available, the amount of burst available for RRQ.
Good alpha band there. Oh, ho, ho.
Comment coming in from LaFell. Advice for RRQ, let Geek make mistakes. Draft a strategy that is good at capitalizing on mistakes, and you should be okay. So yeah, of course, it's okay for Geek Fam to really have their strong picks. I mean, for game number 1, it was also Geek Fam, making mistakes in the execution, in the team fights. It was RRQ just, everywhere around the map. And I think it is sometimes okay to let them just make mistakes. Don't try to force some plays. Create unforced errors that might make Geek Fam slip.
Because Geek Fam is known to, again, comment on weird moments. I think LaFell himself said there are moments where a mistake is made by one person, a very slight mistake, and then it cascades down to a whole team committing on a moment that doesn't really benefit the whole team. They ban away the Natalia and the Moskov as well. Even though Geek have the first pick right here, they're not really concerned about losing out on potential gold laners as Geek Fam pick up the Bruno.
That's a good read. I think RQ were trying to set up for the Claude here. They want the Claude to work. It can still work. Again, against the Nolan, you have ways to dash away. And that's why the Valentino was picked up too. RQ know that Geek Fam want to go for these kind of assassins. So trying to already go up against the assassin for these types of picks. Now with the Bruno already picked up though. There you go. They go for the Ling. As expected, they needed to get this pick earlier in game number 2. But they opted to go for Julian. Now puts Skylar in an okay position. Do they? There's no real dive just yet. Veldora, this Edith is still flex. Okay, I was thinking maybe they want to go for like a Brody to match the Bruno, but this is another option to match the Bruno. You just clear the wave. You don't go for the brawls against the Bruno. Clear the wave and make it a non-lane. There you go. Beatrix for Skylar.
Well, you said it, Mirko. The Beatrix against the Nolan is a dangerous proposition, but it depends on how they execute. Maybe they have an idea on how to escort Skylar in such a way that it helps out against the Nolan, the Vexana as well. A lot of burst damage available right here. If Geek Fam don't get more tankiness or regeneration in their lineup, they're prone to getting harassed down.
Honestly, this could be a Yuzong. They could just go for the dive onto the Beatrix, right? True.
That's true. Will work very well. We remember the days of Yuzong Beatrix.
Wait, is it too crazy to go Saber here?
Saber?
It has to be too crazy.
Interesting.
War Crime General.
Down.
Gotcha.
Okay. Again, the same impact and dive as the Yuzong does have. The Avatar of the Guardian does kind of give you that dive potential. And it's still going to function the same way as the Black Dragon form, especially when you have a Beatrix that is so susceptible into dives.
Now, though, the Ling can really be a problem for the Vexana as well. Yes, the Vexana has her own ways to really counter diving heroes, but looking at the lineup here, survivability favoring RRQ, that's really a good sign, but the control ability on the side of Geek Fam, that is exactly what they have to be watching out for. If they clump up together and they get hit by a big Eternal Guard or a big Terrifier that can hit the whole team, this is where a boy shines when those big team fights.
Down to the wire. Will RRQ wake up from their nightmares and call their demons? Or will Geek Fam still reign supreme and spread the terrors? in the eyes of the kingdoms. Here we go, Geek Fam against RRQ Hoshi, game number 3.
Let the battle commence for the last time today. For the last time in this match. Will RRQ Hoshi break the curse? Or will the Kingslayers still be the bane of RRQ Hoshi's existence?
Looking at the jungle matchup right here, Ling, a hero that's so versatile but so skill-based. We'll have to see how Sujin matches up to Vincent when it comes to the Assassin Showdown. When it comes to the macro plays, though, now without the Moskov available, this Ling can go for a split push plays. Skylar kind of bullies Masako a bit in the early game.
Valoisky already there. But they're looking for a dive. Just trying to assert his dominance in the lane, and Skylar does space out. The emblems though, Arashi.
Emblems by ending home, showing the weapon mastery for Skylar. He does attempt to scale up, whereas for Masako, even the Assassin Emblem to match Skylar, but now more with the early game approach, but also a tenacity. Ooh, Skylar.
This is impressive. This is why Skylar's laning is respected by so many. And you can already see the kill pressure. First blood by Sutsujin. The revitalize, but there's a big wall in his way. Valoisky now going to be ganked by all four. Rins takes the kill. Ooh, Sutsujin was actually struggling against that wall there.
He's trying to get the blades and get the reset, but it's all good still. And of course, that was an overextension, I think, from Masako. He did not expect the gank to come from that river side.
Just fast moves coming in. That's the mobility of the Ling. While that's happening, though, Vincent has been farming up still, so not all is completely lost. But if they were trying to match the play on the other side, oh, Edok now.
Oh, chain CC. Oh, Edok. He's still able to flick around, finding the right time.
Ooh, pixel perfect. He won't be available for the turtle fight though, but Rins and Daiwen, they're trying to do something here.
Malloy's actually soloing there. Sutsujin, Rins forced to just back away. Valoisky knows that he got Sutsujin low earlier. Gonna try to go for it once again up top. Now Masako starting to win out. Valoisky ready with the taunt. Sutsujin actually dashing forward. There you go. Just respecting it.
Valoisky, it's just being such a menace with the Gato Gacha. He's taking up so much space, Arash.
He can just take away so much attention. But I think what the issue is for Geek Fam here, even if Skylar is getting all the help and all the focus and priority, if they want to match that movement and try and get Veldora ahead, the Edith isn't as aggressive, and against the Phobius, it's so hard to go for a dive, man. With so many iframes coming in from the Infernal Pursuit, with all the crowd control tools available, I think that was one of the big powers that the Phobius can use to try and take away Prio. But Edith doing a great job screening Valoisky right here.
Skylar just having a good time. Veldora flickers.
Or Shadow. Oh, even the Eternal Guard used up. Now Sutsujin might be looking for a play back again, but Veldora still has the Primal Wrath. Dairon just goes for the Infernal Pursuit. Geek Fam equalize the goal department, and Masako now is having a good time in the lane.
Yeah, good response coming in from Veldora to just flicker forward, and in the lane, it feels like Masako is struggling. But inherently, who would really win out that laning phase? You know, the Beatrix against the Bruno.
In theory, should be the Bruno, but we saw Skylar somehow, some way finds the windows to really win it out, as Edok takes a lot of damage right here. Needs to keep that HP pull up because he is at risk. But look at Vincent on the Nolan, hasn't really been as crazy, as threatening. Once again, attention is on the top side of the map.
Yes, the Heptacy is ready. And the Menace Rage committed to get the gold buff over there by Skylar. So yeah, just throwing everything into you know, the kitchen sink to try to get himself ahead. That is always going to be the resource coming in. Veldora with the Earth Shatter does not connect. And now again, just reduce, reuse, recycle, the same thing again. Skylar under pressure.
Able to escape, after the Meteor's Passion. Get more damage back onto Beloy. In the 2v1, he's actually won the trade. It does seem like it's going to be a 1v3. That's the taunt, that's everything, and the kitchen sink thrown at Skylar. But Sutsujin does get something back on the other side of the map.
Made it straight for the turtle. Already expanding the flicker and the dash. Valoisky did a great job. Oh, he might have overstayed though.
Revitalized there, ready already. Masako gonna be caught by Wild Charge, still hasn't purified. But the blades used up. Masako with a sliding tackle. Sutsujin will be traded 1-for-1. Vincent dealing with Edok as now he moves forward. Rins able to displace himself. Geek Fam, I think they come out on top in that trade.
I think they certainly did. The fact that Sutsujin traded 1-for-1 on top there, it's not ideal. Dairon is ill available to try and clear the mid lane though, so when it comes down to it, structure-wise, no real danger, but the purple buff immediately gets threatened. But look at Dyron, immediately making a wall with his body, blocking any advance coming in from Geek Fam.
Yeah, again, so much purple buff invade coming in from Geek Fam, trying to halt the movements of Setsujin because he is going to really need the purple buff. And now for Masako, it's just a matter of surviving this lane. Skylar taken down already, trying to exert or take off that pressure in that gold lane because Masako has been struggling even with Beloyski babysitting him. But again, this time the backup from RRQ is so quick. They have so much response. Edok, and now the conceal. They might go for a dive as a boy backs them up.
Beloyski decides to jump first. Rins is actually just used the ult to just go on to Gatot form. It wasn't able to utilize it completely there, and now he's back. No ultimate.
So when you swipe on that ulti, on the stolen Avatar of the Guardian, you immediately transform. So you have to use it. You can't let go and do anything else once you decided to commit. It's a weird interaction. I found out the hard way myself. Maybe that's what's happening, but ooh, Edok.
Still able to flicker out, but big flicker wasted already again. Oh, Setsujin at the bottom side of the map, staying busy. Able to get a turret.
Yeah, at least they have the cross map plays. Back then it was the turtle being taken down, and now the turret they get. Beloyski might exert so much pressure.
Yeah, Infernal Pursuit now with the wall charge and a bit of rage. Everything used up onto Beloyski, but he's still going to be able to survive for a bit. Edok walking out to safety. Setsujin, no purple buff, but he is on the turtle. Vincent getting gunned down by the Demeter's Passion. Skylar being forced to respect. Edok already recalling. Nolan sticking to the purple buff, knows that Setsujin will be forced to use the retry. He does secure it, but look at Vincent already on the purple buff. Takes it away.
Great move, trades all across the map. Turtle taken by RRQ, but a turret, as well as the purple buff taken by Geek Fam. Look at the gold difference margin, man. It's so small right here. Setsujin goes for the Thunderbolt as well on top of a Berserker's Fury. It's a bit of a mix here. Good basic attack damage, but also some burst. Whereas for Skylar, POD coming in soon, coming in there. Burst damage. For Beloyski earlier, he was able to survive for a bit longer, but as the game goes on, as Skylar gets items, a single Bandit's Rage can really just nuke him down.
Wow, great play by a boy. They're reading Rins like a book. Good wild charge to disengage. Rins stealing Primal Wrath. Now Veldora doing the same thing with the Primal Wrath. Skylar finally getting a stack, a kill on that Sky Piercer. Vincent clearing the wave in the mid lane as Beloyski was able to distract them earlier. Both teams, again, just going back at it, resetting after getting that one pick.
So, like, paper-thin margins right here for both teams. Even the smallest of victories only result in like a single pickoff. It's a stark contrast to the previous games, but I guess, considering what's at stake, considering this is the last game that will decide the outcome of this match, it's almost to be expected. Looking at Edok now, right now Edok moving around, finding information, can't get anything done either.
The wild charge, of course, still stored in the bank, and the Guardian's Barrier always going to be a spacing tool for Edok. We talked about how RRQ, game number 1, they had that strong team fighting comp. This time, I feel like Geek Fam, they have so much pressure to just win out the skirmishes. And, you know, the small pickoffs, the small fights that they can possibly win out. And now for RRQ, what are the timers?
RRQ are probably waiting for more items for Skylar, and I think more specifically Setsujin, and the front lines too. Right now, it's just so difficult to try and find fights because Edok, he has the ice, the dominance ice, but at the same time, no damage, no defense coming in for the damage coming in from a boy. Once he gets some more magical defense items, he can be a lot more reliably engaging for the team, but look at Rins, might be overstepping here.
Edok, Power of Nature, opening it up. Tyron jumping on the Masako now. It's going to be the rival watch charge from Edok. Masako going to be clipped in the news passion right there. And now Skylar's just free hitting in the back and Setsujin with the assassination. Defiant Blades once again. Veldora, the Primal Wrath defensively knocked up by the Tempest of Blades. Slain by Rins. And now Vincent is all left alone.
Oh, the momentary lull and the silence broken by the Kings of Kings as they set their sights on the Lord. They get it, and now it all turns their way.
Vincent getting caught, decides to go for it. Dyron just soaks it up, and Vincent is forced to run.
That might be a stroke of bad luck. It was a passive. The current passive of Phobius allows him to knock up, has an empowered basic attack that knocks you up and stops you. I think Dyron wasn't targeting him. He was trying to hit the turret, but he actually stopped that play from Vincent instead. That's a huge swing in momentum And Coach Yep said it best. You can play discipline, you can play it slow, but you need to know when to break that silence. And RRQ has done it. With this Lord, you're gonna have so much more of an advantage. And they still have Sutsujin in order to make the cross-map play.
You know, Lord marching, and up top is Sutsujin, of course, exerting that side lane pressure. 1v1 against Sutsujin, against Vincent up top. Gonna get the turret. The Lord's still healthy and scot-free this time. Edok might look for a wild charge.
He does get the wild charge. Now they're able to escape. Oh, two-man Eternal Guard. And that's going to be a pick only onto Edok. Beloyski into the midst of it all. Able to find a ton onto Skylar, who's still able to flicker out to safety and a dash out. Meldora trying to go for the chase. Rinse with the punish. That is two members punished. Sutsujin terrified. So able to get the temple blades. Winner crown. Use up. Boy, ticking down. Rins gets the glowing wand prop.
Marksman in his name, and the snipe in his game. That is the Crown Prince, Skylar. Almost gets the one shot, but Rins finishes the job.
That was a combo play. A boy trying to bait it out. Uses the Winter Crown, stands there to try and force Sutsujin to respond. But immediately Skylar lands the snipe, the glowing one from Rins. Barely finished before that fight. Burns him down. A boy finally taken down there. What a swing again for RRQ. With 70 seconds to go though, GeekFam can still hold on, can still wait for the next big moment. You can never count them out when a boy and Beloyski are there to make the plays happen.
That was insane. How did Skylar, survive in such a long time frame? He was jumped in by Beloyski, and then there was a follow-up as well, but the flicker was there. He decided to just back off, but then there goes the Renner's apathy. And it was so good that it also helped take down a boy in that process. And now RRQ coming up roses for them. It's just up to how they can close out this game. Again, side lane pressure, side lane pressure, side lane pressure.
The Will of Nature completed for Skylar as well. He did a great job there, flickering away from Beloyski, because if he just engage and try to take him out, that's gonna be the passive stacks coming in for Beloyski to really shut him down almost immediately. A boy though with the Winter Crown, you see that the mid laners are actually not really that ahead when it comes to gold. A lot of funneling is happening here behind the scenes. And when it comes to the jungle though, Sutsujin definitely has an advantage. One more item to go, whereas I think Vincent is 2 more items. He might be building on for a BOD.
Now, the Lord's pawn now. RRQ setting their sights again. GeekFam, they have to fight this. There's no way they will let this go without any loose ends. And Beloyski might pop the ultimate once more. They go towards him, and Sutsujin will work on the Lord.
Look at the chunk of damage already on Beloy. Has to regen. Vincent doesn't have a purple buff. Doesn't have time to walk forward by Edok. Into the meta trade. Beloyski's going to be changed. CC, Meldora in the back line. Getting the arm with Earth Shatter to combo together. Vincent finding the assassination on Skylar. Rin still on the Lord right now. Sutsujin goes on the battle against a boy with a Winter Crown, but Sutsujin wins out in the end. Now hunting for their prey. Tyron against Meldora. It is Tyron who wins it now with Infernal Pursuit. It's Rins who is godlike.
Oof. The Crown Prince has been slain, but Sutsujin is his knight. And now Vincent having to defend this throne. Will RRQ be able to close it out?
GeekFam has lived to dominate RRQ the last 2 years. The last king could not prevail against GeekFam. The Crown Prince shall now take the mantle. The Crown Prince shall now take the title. The Kingslayers no more. To the king that is Rex Regum Chaos.
They call their demons nightmares no more. They take down their demons and stop their kryptonites. The kingdom, they rejoice, and the rebuild is looking flawless. They sit not only in their throne, but also in #1 in MPL ID Season 14 regular season.
After so long of living in the shadows of GeekFam, living in fear of the Kingslayers, RRQ has finally broken the curse. It is officially over. Now they can stand with their heads held up high. This is truly a statement, truly the completion of the rebuild
RRQ.
We can take a look at how the fans, the kingdom, are in rejoice. You'll be forgiven for thinking that this room does not have any ceilings, because it seems like the ceiling has been broken. They're chanting in joy, shouting in happiness. They rejoice. And we will take it to Budi Kelora Mokhtar for an interview with the winners.
Sambutlah pematah kutukan, inilah dia, RRQ hosting! Skylar, semuanya pasti bertanya apa yang membuat kalian baru kali ini bisa mematahkan kutukan dari The Kingslayer Geek Fam.
Karena regenerasi kayak baru-baru lah. Jadi kayak pengen ngelawan Geek Fam juga. Termasuk gue orang lama yang udah ngerasain nggak pernah menang lawan Geek Fam. Dan gue menemukan solusinya ternyata mereka.
Ternyata mereka 3 season kalah terus sama Geek Fam sebelum ini. Apa yang kamu rasakan ketika melihat Geek Fam?
Di match tadi itu? Game 2 aja sih kita salah pick.
Apa?
Enggak, itu udah bingung game 2 ya kita. Jadi ya udah ke outplay draft aja sih sebenarnya.
Sudah mumet.
Iya.
Dan memang kalau kita bahas, kalau 3 season lalu kalah terus. Itu bagaimana kamu nge-solve hal itu sampai pada akhirnya hari ini?
Ya paling kita sama seperti biasa sih di outgame dulu lah, ngerangkul anak-anak juga. Ya mereka juga pengen pede lah ngelawan Geek Fam juga kan. Soalnya mereka mungkin di MPL ngerasain juga lawan Geek Fam di final kalah kan. Sorry lah pencet
Menabur garam.
Ya jadi mereka mungkin kayak haus lagi lah pengen menang lawan Geek Fam di regular season kita.
Dan akhirnya season ini setelah 3 season. Kamu pengen teriak gak sih Skylar? Wah.
Nggak ada sih. Diren nggak teriak.
Oh Diren main teriak. Diren.
Kenapa Bude?
Ngedapetin kemenangan saat ini akhirnya dengan A Geek Fam. Bagaimana kamu? Apa yang paling kalian mungkin menjadi hambatan di memenangkan match kali ini? Ada nggak?
Mungkin ya itu tadi game 2.
Game 2 aja ya? Game 1, game 3 aman?
Sebenarnya aman. Cuman kita tadi di game 2 nggak jalan aja hero-hero kita tadi.
Oke, tapi kalau sebenarnya kalau jalan gas terus ya, nggak ada ketakutan.
Ya sebenarnya kalau dapet momennya ganyang, cuman tadi nggak dapet. Jadinya
ya udah game 3 aja ya.
Iya betul.
Reset aja. Namun reset untuk game yang ketiga, apa yang kalian lakukan tadi?
Ya kita lupain aja game kedua itu. Kita fokus ke game 3, terus dikasih aba-aba juga kan sama Bang Keskot, Om Soso juga. Fokus saya ke game 3, lupain tadi, lebih berani ya gitu katanya.
Berani dan lupa. 1, 3, 2, lupa semuanya. Dan game 3 terjadi. Namun kita pasti mau tanya tentang Idok nih Dok. Lawanmu adalah Baloy dengan hero-hero uniknya. Ini game kedua, hero-nya apakah karena Idok kepengen bermain dengan hero yang out of the box juga nih?
Ada capek sih lawan dia, hero-nya aneh-aneh.
Hero-nya aneh-aneh. Tapi bagaimana kamu bisa melawan hero aneh-aneh itu? Apa jawaban untuk Gatot, Revitlas, Baloy?
Nggak ada, bawa kawan aja Budi.
Bawa kawan aja? Itu jawabanmu?
Ya.
Namun ada nggak sih yang kalian fokusin mungkin pergerakannya atau hal lain?
Ada.
Nggak ada? Pokoknya yang penting bawa kawan aja.
Ya bawa kawan.
Rame-rame. Dan melihat Susujin juga permainan yang epic. Menutup game ini membawa kemenangan. The Curse Breaker. Kalian akhirnya. Jadi relax nggak Susujin? Ada nggak perasaan yang berubah sebelum bermain dan setelah selesai ini?
Ya, kalau menang jadi relax.
Jadi relax?
Ya.
Pada saat sebelum pertandingan?
Semangat.
Otot semangat, relax. Susujin selalu tenang ya sepertinya? Ini hanya di depan kamera atau di belakang kamera juga begini nih?
Di depan kamera doang.
Darren mau ngomong ditarik ya. Kenapa? Gimana cara kamu bisa selalu tenang? Bahkan Om Wawa juga mention kalau Cucu ini punya hal yang selalu tenang, nggak ke bawah hype. Bagaimana caramu membawa keadaanmu seperti itu terus?
Enggak sih, jadi diri sendiri aja. Kalau di stage emang kayak ya nggak tahu, nggak bisa teriak-teriak gitu.
Gak bisa teriak-teriak saja, tetap tenang. Memang itulah Sucujin yang asli. Tapi Diren nanti upload sesuatu ya, kasih tahu kita ya sesungguhnya seperti apa ya. Kita tunggu di Instagram story-nya Diren. Tapi Rins, olalah, combo kalian yang digadang-gadang bisa menjadi jawaban atas combo dari Aboy dan juga Baloy juga. Duo kalian, apakah ini bisa dibilang sekarang bisa lebih kuat dibandingkan dengan duo yang ada di Geek Fam?
Apa ya, nggak tahu sih Bude. Soalnya mereka juga kuat lah. Terus si Balo juga punya hero-hero unik, jadi lebih kuat mereka kayaknya.
Oke. Kalau bisa dibilang hari ini, seberapa kalian nge-rate dengan performa kalian? 1 sampai 10? Berapa yo? Udah puas belum nih? Ini kan proyek pembangunan ulang RRQ Hoshi. Udah sampai tahap apa nih?
Kayak 8/10.
8/10. Belum di pucuk. Walaupun sudah memecah curse-nya. Namun ada sesuatu yang akan kita lihat bersama-sama. Bersama dengan RRQ Hoshi. Ada apakah itu? Mari kita cek bersama-sama. Harusnya ini nggak akan berubah lagi sih. Karena udah nggak ada match lagi untuk tim Bigetron. Berada di nomor 1 kejar-kejaran dengan Bigetron Alpha. Mungkin banyak sekali yang awalnya meragukan dengan perombakan sangat besar Skylar di RRQ Hoshi. Hanya tersisa kamu, lalu mungkin kamu bisa jelasin untuk dari awal sampai sekarang apa bedanya di minggu pertama sampai sekarang di minggu keempat dari RRQ Hoshi?
Kalau bilang beda nggak ada sih, soalnya kita tiap harinya kita tetap improve lah. Walaupun kita contoh ya di scrimnya kalah, ya di situlah kita cari ilmunya, cari pengetahuan gitu.
Terus bener, kalau sekarang menang, ada nggak yang kalian pelajari dari lawan kalian, Geek Fam?
Ya banyak sih dari makronya Geek Fam juga ya kita mungkin bisa dapat, sama hero-hero Baloy juga ya. Pasti Ido bisa lah, kedepannya dia pasti buka hero-hero unik juga.
Waspada, selalu waspada walaupun menang pun.
Yeah.
Yes, dan The Curse Breaker akhirnya RRQ Hoshi di season 14 ini mereka menjadi nomor 1. Menutup minggu dengan senyuman. Namun, kan udah pecah nih selama 3 season. Coba dong untuk kata-kata hari ini Skylar. Atau siapa? Diren. Bude sambil rekam. Ini adalah momen berharga, momen yang pada akhirnya dinantikan. Apa, Ren?
Alhamdulillah, semoga konsisten.
Amin. Pose kemenangan dari RRQ Hoshi. Yeay! Caster, inilah dia RRQ Hoshi.
The Kings of Kings take down their kryptonite, their demons, their nightmares, and now they sit ever so cheerfully up top, not only in the throne, but in the standings.
Guys, cute. A goddamn genius.
Genius. You did it again. Absolute masterclass from the guy. This guy is the mastermind into all the, beautiful runs coming in from teams. We talked about it with Mirko on that interview. And Bigetron, he was able to lead the team in a #1 finish, and now, of course, it might happen again. But of course, we want to hear out from LaFell on what he has to say in that game. LaFell, hello, can you hear us?
Nope.
He can't.
Oh, man.
Let me try calling him one more time. LaFell, can you hear us?
Well, see you guys. No, I'm just kidding. Honestly, an amazing game. And I kind of feel like if we really want to break down what happened in the game, it's just that we gotta go back to what we were talking about. And we were talking about how RRQ, in order to beat Geek Fam, is just to capitalize them on their mistake. And I kind of feel like, especially in game number 1, you can see the big mistake here where I'm starting to see a pattern in terms of the habit of the movement coming in from GeekFam, where when you're looking at Aboy as well as Beloyski, they're always positioned opposite of each other. So almost by seeing one person, you can roughly guess where the other person is going to be. And if you look at game number 1, it's always Veldora and Beloyski being far away from the rest of the team. And the Aurora pick, absolute genius, because you can capitalize on their mistake by, oh, you're diving too deep, I'm just going to freeze you. And having the Bruno early game with the burst damage really made sure that GeekFam doesn't get a lot of say whenever they want to go for an engage.
And of course, the player of the match, MVP, it is going to be Skylar. Do you think, you know, in your perspective, LaFell, he deserves this?
Oh yeah, for sure. Because watching Skylar play, I had to change my pants. Like it's intense.
Hey man, you might have to change that shirt too. You know, because you said it was for GeekFam, but it's unfortunately blue. So maybe that's why GeekFam couldn't get your morale support, brother man.
I mean, again, I feel bad for GeekFam. The people that I love usually tend to get hurt, so it's whatever.
Ooh man, the tragic fate of being a caster, especially a caster with such a potent curse like LaFell. You know, you thought Miracle was bad. I mean, I think we all know about LaFell, but look at the performance here, man. Those team fights were so chaotic, but RRQ, they just found a way to just, you know, make sure that anything that GeekFam does, it does get punished, LaFell. Do you think that it's just synergy? Do you think it's good communication? What do you think it's allowing them to just make moves like this?
In case of the movement, I think it's more on the communication, because in game number 3, what they really did against GeekFam was that Susogen is just going to play the opposite side of the map, which in a way is capitalizing on the mistake, because like I said, going up against GeekFam, seeing one person, you can more or less guess where the rest of the other members of the team is. And in this game, in the early to the mid, Susogen was doing good, getting the farm to make it, you know,
we have to cut it short, LaFell, because we have a gold moment by UBS Gold.
Pelan-pelan guys.
Bunuh dulu nih, Vexana udah mati nih.
Gua ada ulti.
Gas saya nih depan dulu.
Ini gua ulti. Mati guys, masih ada blinker, gua stun tuh. Depan.
Ratain.
Ratain. Bisa rata.
Gas. Link. Mati. Mid. Gua push midnya, habis itu perangin, majuin guys.
Boleh. Lego.